Fantastic. The joy, everyone, welcome. We should all just have to do a little bit of yoga now, a little bit of deep breathing. This is the only Zoom-enabled room on campus, apparently, so, but it's not working right now. Hopefully there'll be some lovely man from IT who will come and sort it out for us. I'm Tanya Evans, for those of you who haven't met me, and I am Director of the Centre for Applied History here at Macquarie University. And sorry for this kind of crazy, kind of ramshackle thing going on here. This is sort of the, this is what university life seems to be like these days. I was just saying to Guy that we were chucked out of our offices on Friday, and we can't have access to offices for another 2 months. So I had to do the name tags by hand. Normally I'd have some lovely departmental administrator to help me make sure they were typed up and printed out, but I'm afraid I did that by hand last night. So thank you so much for joining us, both in person and online. I know this is a really busy time of year, so I'm very grateful. And we're super excited to be gathering this wonderful group of people to discuss our research, our practice, our experience of public sport history and community sport. This is an exciting new strand that the Centre is following. We've got some fantastic experts in the history of sport in the department at Macquarie, and we have some people trying to earn their stripes in this field as well. So it's great to be kind of foraying in this area. And it's great also to be gathering such a wonderful crowd of international scholars as well. It's been brilliant engaging with work I've not been familiar with. But, however, I want to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land upon which this university is situated, the Wallumattagal people of the Darug Nation, whose cultures and customs have nurtured and continue to nurture this land since the dream time. We pay our respects to the Darug people and the Wallumattagal clan. We also wish to acknowledge the elders of the Darug Nation, past, present and future, and pay our respects to them. The university continues to develop respectful and reciprocal relationships with all Indigenous people in Australia and with other Indigenous people throughout the world. So I want to thank my colleagues, Matthew Bailey and Keith Rathbone, if you haven't met them already, for putting this symposium together with me. And thanks to Patricia Curthoys for her help in the administrative area. And many of you would have received your missives from her in the last little while. And thanks to everyone for volunteering their time and their expertise today. And, you know, be patient with us as we negotiate the online face-to-face discussion. You always feel like you're leaving someone out. I don't do this for teaching all the time. Whenever you're trying to teach to both Zoom and online students, you feel like you're sort of turning your back on one or the other. So just shout out if you feel like that's the case. But it's my huge pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Guy Hansen, and for travelling from Canberra to present this keynote lecture that will act as our diving platform for today. I've written a bit on the history of sport, so forgive my swimming metaphors. There are lots of them. Guy and I have been communicating about the history of sport for years, and he's generously given his time and his knowledge and expertise to my students, both my public history and cultural heritage students, and also the global history of sport students as well. Guy is Director of Exhibitions at the National Library of Australia. He studied, however, at Sydney University, so he sort of returned home briefly for a night. And he also studied public history at the University of Technology in Sydney. Some of you will not know that, I suspect. But prior to working at the NLA, Guy was a senior curator at the National Museum of Australia. He's worked on numerous Australian history exhibitions, but most importantly for our discussion today, he's curated several sporting history exhibitions, including Snapshots of Glory about the history of the Rugby Union World Cup, League of Legends, marking the centenary of Australian Rugby League in 2008, and most recently and wonderfully in Grit and Gold, Tales of a Sporting Nation, which is currently on display at the National Library until the end of January. So be sure to spend some of your Christmas break visiting the exhibition. And Guy's also published a number of articles and book chapters about Australian sport history. Thank you very much for joining us, Guy, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Thank you very much for your welcome. And I too would like to acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians of the land. I'm proud to say that I was born in Parramatta, which is what, 10 Ks from here, but it takes a long time to drive here in Sydney traffic, but quite close. And I think Parramatta, interestingly enough, is a derivation of Barramatigal, which was the name of Parramatta, which was the place where eels lie down, I think is what it means, which for me is, I always like that because I'm a Parramatta supporter, and of course the Parramatta rugby league team are known as the Eels. And I like to say to people that the Eels don't lie down, but originally they did lie down. I was thinking about what I would contribute to today's symposium. I thought it would be best to concentrate on my work as a curator, and specifically on the sports history exhibitions. And I would talk about, I plan to talk about how these exhibitions came about, what they tried to say about sport, and how they were received. I'm not quite sure what category I fit into in Tanya's taxonomy of expertise, but I'm not a specialist sports historian. I'm a generalist who works across a range of topics in Australian history. I like to say to people, I'll work on anything in the last 200 years. That said, I always take the opportunity to do sporting history when the opportunity arises, and I will carry on Tanya's use of sporting metaphors. I like to grab the ball and run with it when I get the chance. So why do I keep coming back to sport? I think it's because sport has such a great capacity to tell stories. There's something about sporting contests that generates compelling narratives. The constraints and rules of each contest and the passion of the participants allow you to identify with the athlete and care about the outcome. The possibility of victory and defeat means that there's something at stake in each contest, and the physical danger inherent in many sports amplifies this sense of jeopardy. The emotions and pain expressed on players' faces provides a very raw and powerful experience for fans. As each sporting contest unfolds, there is the possibility for heroes to appear, overcome obstacles, and to return home victorious, the hero's journey. Similarly, villains on the opposing team can thwart the hopes of the team and its fans. Following the contest is an immersive experience in which the rest of the world disappears. There's suspense and surprise. There is exaltation and despair. You're taken on a journey which has a definite end, even though you might not like the result. So this narrative power of sport is recognised in the glut of sporting documentaries that fill our streaming services, whether it's ESPN's 30 for 30 series of classic sporting moments, Amazon's The Test, about the redemption of the Australian Test cricket team after the infamous sandpaper incident, or Netflix Last Dance about Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls three-peat, and the very interesting response from the ABC's Australian story about why Australian star Luke Longley was left out of the documentary. So there's very clearly a strong demand for sporting stories, and there's hundreds of others of these documentaries, and they're constantly appearing on whatever streaming service you follow. There's a real template which churns them out, and it's all about story when you watch these things. So I suppose for me, the conclusion I draw is that sport is a storytelling machine, and I'll talk a little bit about this later. So let me turn to the sports history exhibitions I've curated. I won't talk about all of the exhibitions I've done. I'll just focus on two, which is League of Legends, which I did when I worked at the National Museum of Australia, and Grit and Gold, which is currently on at the National Library of Australia. As per the conference theme, I'll explore these exhibitions as examples of public history and try and tease out their connection to sport. And I'll try not to focus too much on professional elite sport. I'll try and find which button works here. No? The laptop. Okay. So there we go. Jolly good. Can I make that disappear? There we go. Thank you. So the first exhibition I'm going to talk about is League of Legends, which opened on the 8th of March 2008 at the National Museum of Australia. This coincided with the beginning of the 2008 NRL season, the Professional Rugby League season in Australia. And the exhibition was produced as a partnership between the National Rugby League and the National Museum of Australia. The NRL, what they brought to the table was their extensive history collections, which were quite amazing. And what the NMA brought to the table was project management and museum expertise to do an exhibition. So this exhibition was specifically meant to celebrate the centenary of rugby league in Australia and traced its history from the emergence of the game as a breakaway code from rugby union in Sydney in 1908. Of course, it broke away in Northern England earlier than that, but in terms of Australia, rugby league got started in 1908. Now, let me just pause for a moment to ask the question whether it was a good idea for the National Museum of Australia to explore. Some of my colleagues, and I suspect they were mainly Australian rules football followers, suggested to me that the opportunity to do an NRL exhibition was really just a way for the NRL to promote itself at taxpayers' expense. I was quite happy to answer that question by saying I had no doubt that the history of rugby league was a fantastic window into Australian history, and it was very appropriate for the museum to explore it. I happen to be a rugby league fan as well, so confirmation bias may be at play. So rugby league, and how can I substantiate that claim? Well, rugby league was the dominant code of winter football in New South Wales and Queensland for most of the 20th century. Developments within the code reflect changes in Australian society, and many of the major topics of contemporary Australian historiography are reflected in the history of rugby league. And a few examples. The growth of the labour movement in the 1890s is reflected in the call for professionalisation of sport. It's almost like an industrial struggle that you see unfolding. Class politics is played out between the two rugby codes, rugby union, tweed jackets, rugby league, working class. Transnationalism can be traced in the influence in Australia of the professionalisation of rugby in Britain and the flow of players and ideas between the two countries. Issues of race are found in the history of the involvement of Indigenous players and migrants in rugby league. Debate in Australian society over Australia's involvement in World War I is reflected in the controversy of the continuation of rugby league during the First World War. The impact of globalisation and changes in media ownership in the late 20th century are reflected in the struggle between media moguls over the broadcast rights of the game in the mid-1990s. So what I'm saying here is that rugby league, and indeed many other sports would do exactly the same, provides a window into Australian society. So you can follow all sorts of things just by following the history of rugby league if you're looking out for the right things. So coming back to League of Legends. As an exhibition designed to celebrate the centenary, it looked at the development of first the New South Wales Rugby League, then the Australian Rugby League, and eventually the National Rugby League. So it sort of followed the chronology of those events. And within that chronology, we did pay respect to the legends of the game and you know what they call the immortals of the game, and they all were featured prominently. For me, however, this was not the most interesting thing about the history of rugby league. Rather, I was interested in how the game has deep links into the community. Rugby league has been very important in the formation of community identity at the local, state and national level. And I think you can find this in the history very easily. One way I think about it is that there are rough edges to rugby league, which I think are far more interesting and revealing than the slick video packages of the game's history that you might see if you're sitting down to watch a grand final and they play this short history of the game in a little video package. I think there's much more interesting history to be found than those little commercial video packages. So rather than go over the whole exhibition, I'm just going to talk about 3 of my favourite objects from the exhibition. This is 3 from 200, and just sort of unpack how those objects can tell interesting stories. So first up, I have the Mark Hupp, and here's a picture of the League of Legends exhibition of young men wandering around looking at sports memorabilia. But this area that they're looking at here is an area called the silverware. Now, the silverware was a display of major rugby league trophies, international trophies, State of Origin Shield, grand final trophies. So, you know, all the good stuff. But in amongst it, there was a very modest little trophy, which I think was more interesting. And that was the Mark Hupp, which is a modest, beaten up old trophy. Actually, we make it look quite good in this photograph, but there's quite a few dings in it, and I think it's been subject to a lot of abuse in post-match celebrations. Known as the old tin pot, this trophy was the focus a passionate rivalry by towns in southern New South Wales and was awarded on a challenge basis between teams. Players and supporters would arrive in a town in a blaze of glory, intent on wresting the cup from the incumbents. The first Rugby League Mark Cup match was played in Tumut in 1921. There were literally hundreds of challenges involving teams such as Cootamundra, Wagga, Temora, Grenfell, and many others until the cycle was completed in 1971 when Tumut regained possession of the cup for the final time. I'm always suspicious about how Tumut managed to win that last match, but it closed it off very nicely. It started very finished here. The trophy, which is normally displayed at the, the trophy, which is normally displayed at the Tumut RSL Club, was lent by the Tumut Old Boys, a group representing former rugby league players in the Tumut district. The inclusion of this trophy in the exhibition stimulated a great amount of interest in country New South Wales, resulting in the Mark Cup reunion being held at the National Museum. A condition of the loan as well was that the cup would be taken out of the exhibition and returned to Tumut for a special match celebrating the history of the competition. During the celebrations, the trophy temporarily went missing from the tent where it was on the sideline, and an enthusiastic fan had removed it. Later in the day, after more celebrations, the trophy was recovered and was able to be returned to the exhibition. So this interest shown in the trophy, both in Canberra and in regional celebrations, demonstrates how it's still a very important part of the culture of country rugby league, even though it has been out of competition for more than 30 years. For old players and fans, it symbolised an earlier period of the game when the fortunes of the local team were interwoven with the identity of rural townships in southeastern New South Wales. Okay, so my second object. This is my second object, which I'm going to talk about from League of Legends, is the contact board from the Pratton Park in Ashfield. Now, Pratton Park is named after Herbert Edward Pratton, Mayor of Ashfield from 1909 to 1911. Pratton Park is located in the heart of the inner west of Sydney, and it was the home of the Western Suburbs Magpies, one of the Rugby League's foundation clubs, from 1912. And they stayed and they played there until 1966, after which they moved their home ground to Lidcombe Oval. Now, a group of Western Suburbs supporters, known as the Magpie Archives, have lovingly collected a range of objects from the Magpies' history, including from Pratton Park, and kept them together in a historical collection which is supported by the Western Suburbs Rugby Leagues Club. Now, the Pratton Park collection includes corner posts, a bell used to signal half-time, and the West sign, which they used to put on the scoreboard. But of all the objects, the one I like the most from Pratton Park is this contact board. And I think when you look at this, and I just pause for a moment to just make a few comments about it as to why I think it's such a significant object. It actually kind of shows, I see it as a sort of like the centre of a web of ideas about rugby league, and you can start to see significant things about rugby league if you know how to decipher the board. So at the top of the board, you have key officials, the president and secretary of the club and treasurer, very important people. You, of course, have the emergency services, the police and ambulance. You want to be able to ring them pretty quickly at a rugby league match. You also have Western Suburbs Hospital. And then you go down and you see other rugby league officials, and you have all the grounds in the Sydney suburban area listed in their contact numbers, which of course is whether it be goes from the top Sydney Cricket Ground right down to the bottom, which is Hansen Park in Newtown. And so there's a geography, cultural geography of Sydney Rugby League right up into the 1960s, back when it was a 12-team competition. I think very meaningful for people who can remember that period. And then you can see the media, the old print media, Sydney Morning Herald, Telegraph. You can see the radio stations who are involved with rugby league and the TV stations. So really interesting cultural network sketched out in this contact board. And of course, I can't help but point out that the very top phone number, the very first phone number listed on this board is Strathfield Sellers at the top there. So I think you can learn a lot about rugby league by reading this board. So this board to me is a reminder of the modest sort of community origins of rugby league. It's not the kind of big professional behemoth that we all see today, but a much more modest type of code of football. And of course, just to think, Pratton Park at its maximum capacity could fit 12,000 fans. So it really was a much more modest type of community sport. There's another aspect to that. Why is this object still important today to a group of Western Suburbs supporters? It's partly because Western Suburbs amalgamated with the Balmain Tigers in 1999. So at the elite level, first grade level, Wests no longer exists in the NRL. And of course, that's the fans, the true believers of Wests, grieve that deeply. And, objects like this help keep the flame alive. Okay, my next object. Here we go. This is a sculpture done by the Sydney Morning Herald cartoonist John Shakespeare, and it's a send-up of the Rugby League trophy, the Winfield Cup, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that. But this relates to the Super League War, and one of the big challenges in the exhibition was how would we approach this very complicated story of the Super League War. So, and for those who don't know, the Super League War happened in the mid-1990s when two media moguls, Kerry Packer and Rupert Murdoch, ruthlessly competed for the rights to broadcasting the game. And at the sort of bizarre climax of the war, there was actually two competing competitions running at once. One was the Super League and one was the Australian Rugby League. So there was a real struggle for control of this game. And obviously, people have strong opinions on both sides of what happened in that. So in terms of how we presented in the exhibition, we didn't actually want to tell people what to think or discuss it, but we rather used objects like this, which would create a forum for discussion about the Super League War. But I can tell you a little bit about start unpacking this trophy for you a little bit. So this, I also in the exhibit had the Super League trophy. So this sort of competition, which only lasted a couple of years. And this actually looks a bit like the American football trophy, the Vince Lombardi trophy. So it's sort of, you can see they were really trying to go in a different direction. And this was, the Australian Rugby League had this trophy, which was the Optus Cup, and it was trying to make a reference to this very famous photograph called The Gladiators. And here's the photograph of the Gladiators, which was a St George Western Suburbs grand final, where you have this moment at the end of the game, played on the SCG, where Norm Provan, the tall guy, is presenting his jersey to Arthur Summons, who's the captain of Western Suburbs. Norm Provan was the captain of St George. And it looks like a great moment of mateship. Of course, the great irony of this, it's well known in the rugby league community that what was happening was that Norm was offering his jersey to swap with Arthur, and Arthur was in no unclear terms telling him he didn't want the jersey, and using fairly inappropriate language. But nevertheless, even though this was a moment of conflict on the field, the photograph makes it look like a moment of great mateship, and it's hence been celebrated continuously again and again in trophies and photographs. So that resulted in the development of the Winfield Cup, which was a very famous trophy from the 1980s, and which completely recasts what happened as this moment of Australian mateship on the field. And so I thought it was very clever that John Shakespeare, the cartoonist, recast this and replaced Provan with Kerry Packer and Summons with Rupert Murdoch. And Packer's pulling Murdoch's ear, and Murdoch is punching Packer in the stomach. And that, I think, is quite an accurate take, that these two rich media moguls were trying to take control of what was a community asset, which was the New South Wales Rugby League, something which had taken 70 years to develop. And they just wanted to strip mine it, use it for content for their streaming services. So it's a really important moment in the history of community sport, rugby league, and media streaming. So I really love this sculpture. I think it did a great job in the exhibition, and I saw many fans having animated discussions about the rights and wrongs of the Super League War. Okay, so I will move on. I just better check How are we going for time?
Fine.
Cool. Just tell me to stop. I'm going to go a bit more freelance now, so we'll see what happens. So the exhibition which is on now down at the National Library is one which is called Grit and Gold. This exhibition is done by the library. The National Library of Australia is very well known for colonial art collections, manuscripts, rare books, things like that, and perhaps in some senses doesn't attract a broader audience. So in more recent years, we've been doing more popular culture type exhibitions to try and touch base with a broader range of Australians. And some of our visitor research suggests that the visitor profile skews people over 50 and also quite heavily female. And so we wanted to do some exhibitions which would perhaps have a broader appeal. And the people at the library, I didn't suggest it, I have to be clear about this, people at the library asked me, would it be possible to do a sporting history exhibition? And I ummed and ahed for a period and then eventually said, yes, I think we could do it. And of course, it was great fun having the pleasure of surveying the library's collections and finding what stories could be told. And the National Library is a deposit library. And by that, I mean that it has a legislative responsibility to collect everything published in Australia. And so if you go back 100 years, you can find all sorts of wonderful material in the library's collections relating to sport right up to the present. And of course, I know a number of people here use Trove quite regularly for their sporting history research. So it's a fantastic resource and the library collections are amazing. But we also have a lot of paintings and photographs and other things which you can use to explore sporting history. So I'm just going to show you a few of the objects which are in this exhibition, and I've got lots of slides here, so I think I'll just cut it short at some point when we feel like we've had enough. So the really interesting thing, I think, coming back to this idea of identity formation, which I explored in League of Legends, it's very interesting when you zoom out and look at the broader sense in which what role has sport played in identity formation in Australia more generally. And I think if you go back to the colonial period, you can really see how important sport was for a young country which was lacked confidence and was trying to find meaning and purpose, and sport became a way which Australians identified with very strongly. And of course, the type of sports that we tended to become interested in were the sports of the colonisers. So that was British horse riding, hunting, boxing, cycling, rowing. These were the sports of the colonial period, and that comes through in our collections. And this is a lovely early painting of hunting, kangaroo hunting. Rowing was an extremely important colonial sport, and particularly colonial champions who went over and won in England became heroes back in Australia because they were getting one up over the mother country. Boxing, lovely S.T. Gill illustration, and again, referencing Trove, you can read the most amazing accounts of the boxing fights on the goldfields, which would go on endlessly, often bare knuckle as well, and sometimes Marcus of Queensbury rules as well. So you can see champion boxers were very important. This is Jerry Jerome, who was the first Indigenous champion boxer, and he's interesting to look at because his earnings were basically controlled by the Aboriginal Protection Board in Queensland. He didn't really have access to his money, but he went on to become quite a major champion. And that was something we explored in this exhibition, is the importance of Indigenous athletes in Australian sport and as a way to get success and recognition, and how strong Indigenous athletes have been. Cycling. Of course, the Ashes, I just quickly mentioned scorecard from 1882 and the beginning of the Ashes story. That's the Australian cricket team from 1884, but it's pretty much very similar to the team which played in 1882. We also surveyed the collections to try and find children and women, more difficult in the colonial period, but we did find evidence in the collection. Fanny Durack, who won gold at Stockholm in 1912, very important early women's sporting figure. Propaganda posters featuring sport, quite a lot of these in World War I, and I just chose one for the exhibition with a quote from a very patriotic poem. I don't have the details of the poem here, but play up and play the game. When you go back and read the poem, it's quite shocking because it's about the Sudan and it's about the use of machine guns to mow down the people fighting the British. But that was the kind of patriotic stuff which they used at the time. And a lot of propaganda posters made use of sport in the First World War. Horse racing, of course, very important. And I'm just going to flick through these quite quickly until you tell me I'm running out of time. This is a couple of my favourites, is the hill at the Sydney Cricket Ground. This is the hill in the 1930s. It's a rugby league match. I love the sea of Akubra hats. And then, of course, you see the hill in the 1970s. This time it's a World Series cricket match. And you see the Terry Toweling hats and the eskies full of beer. Of course, the interesting thing about this is the hill no longer exists. It's now they call it I think it's the Victor Trumpistan. And, you know, it's sort of plastic bucket seating and a much more controlled and clean area. And all of the fights and drinking, which for almost 100 years, which went on the hill, are no longer allowed. So they've changed the culture of the hill significantly. Cricket featured very prominently. We had many debates in our team about what is Australia's national sport, and we did not resolve the issue. So lots of lovely social history community photographs are in the collections. Interesting moments of royalty in sport, because I think that's a very interesting moment where sports people are brought out to represent the best of the nation. So here is Prince Charles inspecting, now King Charles, of course, inspecting lifesavers at Bondi, and here's Queen Elizabeth II inspecting some Balmain tigers at the SCG. This, I think, you used on the...
Yeah, I'm not sure who found it. Was it one of us? I think it was...
Yes, it's actually, this...
Please tell us about it.
It's from the 1970s, and it's a high school athletics competition, and this young woman was just about to break the record for the longest javelin throw. But it's a fantastic photograph of determination, and you can look at the expressions on the faces behind the young woman, and they don't look quite as impressed with her effort as she is. The wonderful thing about the library's collections is you can find rule books, and that's fascinating. So this is a Axemen's Association rule book. This is a really significant little rule book. It's the Rules of Rugby League from 1908. So this is one of the very first rule books of the new game as introduced to Australia. And it's got referees written on it, which to me makes me think this was the copy which was made available to referees by the New South Wales Rugby League in 1908. So it's really quite a significant little document, that one. Basketball, this was a favourite photograph of my team. And of course, it's very interesting because you have this netball, which you can make an argument that netball is Australia's national game. Netball is, of course, was called women's basketball. And so we were able to trace the rule books and things for that. So I'm not 100% sure whether the nuns are playing basketball, women's basketball or netball, but I think it's basketball. I love these just sort of community photographs, junior football. This is some young boys being taught golf. I think we have a golf historian here today, one for you. And I'm just going to flick through these. Swimming, very important in Australia. And how are we going?
Yeah, a couple more minutes. Do you want to...
Yeah, cool. No, I can keep going. I'll wrap up. I'll just go through a few of these so you get a bit of a sense of the social history of Australian sport. And this is a very interesting moment in Australian sport. Tommy Burns versus Jack Johnson. Of course, neither of those people were Australian, but it was a world championship fight fought in Sydney. And it's actually an instance of the importance of media as well, because the entrepreneur behind this filmed the Johnson-Burns fight, which couldn't take place in America because of the fact that Johnson was an African-American. And people so much wanted to see the fight that they filmed it and then sold the film rights around the world and made lots of money. And that money went into creating what was called Sydney Stadium at Rushcutters Bay, which was a real feature of Sydney right up until the 1970s. But you do, if you look in the history of sport, keep coming across these entrepreneurs who try to leverage sport to make huge amounts of money. It's something which happens again and again. Women's cricket in the 30s. Betty Cuthbert, the Olympics 54, is a story. I'll just quickly tell this story, which is the concept at the end of the Olympic Games, all of the athletes coming together was actually the idea of a Chinese-Australian teenager, David Wing, who wrote to the organising committee after the Games had started and said, why don't you get all the athletes to march in together at the end? Because it's such a terrible time in the world with the Soviet Union going into Hungary, and not long after the Suez crisis with the French and the British going into Egypt. So, and of course, the surprising thing was the organisers listened to the teenager, and that's the march, which continues today. Melbourne Olympics, Olympic memorabilia, volunteers, of course. And I should wrap up. I'll just find a photo to finish off. There's Arthur Beetson, the first Indigenous person to be captain a national sporting team, and Louise Savage. And what will I finish on? Let's finish on Kathy Freeman, because I think Kathy Freeman's a really good example of the power of sport. And that moment, this at the Commonwealth Games where she combined the two flags, was a very powerful moment. And then, of course, reenacted at the Olympic Games when she won her famous race, winning gold at the Olympics in 2000. So I think that's a really, perhaps actually when I started work on Britain Gold, that was one of the events which I think really demonstrated the power of storytelling in sport, and what a powerful symbol it was that Kathy Freeman winning that gold and parading with the two flags. So I think I'll finish there.
Thank you so much, Guy. And are you happy to answer a few questions
absolutely.
if people have them?
Yes.
I have many, but I'm hoping our audience does, and I'll try and do the. Keith, do you have your laptop with you? I wondered if you could keep an eye out on the chat questions, but I don't think I can manage both. If you don't mind. And of course, we've sequestered Matt's here, so I can't look at. So does anybody want to kick off? Is it Les? Yes. Thank you, Les.
Hi, Guy. Yeah, I was fortunate to visit the Britain Gold earlier this year. It's absolutely terrific. And I think the people visiting Canberra should visit some of these smaller exhibitions rather than the big ones like the art gallery, etc. My question is that I think it's great to generate interest in sport by going through the history of it. How does one, I guess, approach a museum and art gallery to actually get your item, or say in my case, golf, an exhibition on that sort of item?
Yeah, so I think if we go back to the earlier exhibition, the League of Legends, it's sometimes you can have a partnership where both parties get something from it. So obviously museums, cultural institutions, they want to do things which have an audience, and if you're bringing a community, they're interested. So you have to work out, where does the partnership work? Who would be the partner who's going to get something from you collaborating with them? Often people walk into national cultural institutions, and I get phone calls every couple of weeks saying, I've got an exhibition. Can you showcase the thing that I want showcased? And I always say, well, actually, we have no material about that, and we don't want to do it. So you just have to find out where those things where there's interest in the cultural institution, and there's interest there, and there's an audience, and where do those things overlap? At the rugby league, the thing which made it work was the museums actually support rugby league. So it's proud of making significant purchases. There'd been some criticism of the museum for not being interested in sport. So the executive of the museum was sensitive to the fact that, we need to do something about sport. And then there was a centenary, and what did the centenary do? It was a peg to hang your hat. So it was a reason to do that. We could tell a story, the media would get involved. The NRL brought a lot of marketing grunt and strength. And that exhibition actually ended up travelling all up and down the East Coast. It went at something like 200,000 visitors. It went to Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, Townsville, the major exhibition, and then a smaller version of the exhibition went all over country New South Wales and country Queensland. And so actually, when you take into account the smaller shows, I think something like 250,000 people saw that. But that was an unusual coming together of a number of factors which made it possible. It's not easy, and often when you contact people, they'll say, no, our program's all booked up. But, you know, maybe if there's a golf course next to a cultural institution, some link, I don't know. But, you know, that's how those things can be made to work.
Wonderful, thank you. And over here.
Thanks, Guy. I've been to the exhibition twice in the last few months, and each time I've been drawn to the recruiting poster that you showed.
Yeah.
And it struck me, one, first of all, the condition in which it's in, which is almost pristine, as I could judge. And of course, they used to be pinned on railway stations and whatever as part of the recruitment process. But it struck me that I often in books had only seen minuscule black and white photographs of it, or occasionally colour photographs of it. But to walk into a room and see the almost full length of the wall taken up by the poster was quite a striking experience for me. And made me just want to stand in front of the poster and think my way through what was involved at that time in terms of recruiting for the AIF. So I guess I just want to endorse one, the exhibition, and two, the different effect it can have by actually being in the room with the object as it was originally produced, and not just viewing it online or looking in the book or any other form.
No, Rob, that's a fantastic point, and it's one I make all the time with because I'm trained as a historian originally, but the thing early on in my career, particularly when I worked in museums, I realised that historians, and maybe it's not true anymore, but definitely back when I was taught, historians didn't take material culture seriously and didn't interrogate objects or look at them closely, and they would use them, they'd drop them in as illustrations because you get a photo or something. But it really is a privilege to look in the archives and what do the objects feel like, and what do it's an entirely different experience. And unfortunately now too, digitally, you can call up these posters and you can see a little image on your screen, but you really need to see them for real if you can. And it does take you to different places when you look at them.
For me, that poster was a classic example of that.
Yeah, me too. I find that a really powerful object in the exhibition too.
Thank you. I'm just going to check, is there any questions online?
Well, Greg Blunt says he has a question, but it may have been that he posted it before
For-
I jumped on. So if you click that 16 messages, you might see it.
I do have a question.
Oh, thank you,
Or
Greg.
you might just want to ask.
Yeah, you go ahead and ask.
Great exhibition. One thing that concerned me was that most of the later photos were secured from outside the library, and I was just wondering what the library's making to regularly collect images that show sport today.
I think I caught most of that. Yeah, the library does continue to collect. It's an impossible task because so much is going on all of the time. But for example, there are professional photography agencies documenting the major professional sports. So that is happening all the time. But just recently, the library sent out a photographer to document suburban Fijian rugby union. And that's really interesting because as the Pacific diaspora is becoming incredibly important in Australia for all sorts of reasons. Climate change, people are having to leave the Pacific and move to Australia and New Zealand. But in the rugby codes, there's an amazing statistic that something like almost 40 to 50% of the players in both rugby league and rugby union are now from the Pacific diaspora. And that's incredible. So it's really interesting to go out and document suburban Fijian rugby union. But look, I think the library tries, but doesn't necessarily succeed in fully capturing all that's going on. I think the library could actually do a bit more in relation to sport, but it's an impossible task because there's so much going on all the time. And the great fun of being it's a bit like paleontology or archaeology. You can look at the archive and only some things have survived in the archive. You'll never collect it all, but the library does try.
Thanks. And thanks, Greg, for your question. Taylor, did you want to ask a question?
Thank you, guys. That was amazing. I was wondering with those sporting exhibitions, whether there's been a disparity with in terms of gender about who's visiting these exhibitions, and whether that influences the curating of the exhibitions?
Really good question. Yes, gender is a very huge issue in Australian sport, and the kind of material which survives in the archive, men are overrepresented. So let me take Grit and Gold. We really worked very hard to make sure that there was material relating to women athletes. We had a whole section called Towards a Level Playing Field, which was about the professionalisation of women's sport. So we worked very hard to have not equal gender representation, because that wasn't possible, but as much as we could, and also to other sorts of diversity factors as well, Indigenous sports people. The rugby league exhibition, if your cultural institutions in general are mainly visited by women. So there's an underrepresentation of men in visitors of museum exhibitions and art galleries. Really interesting thing about the NRL exhibition is there was an overrepresentation of men. So we actually did achieve one of our goals, which was to attract a new audience. And this was described to me by one of the front of house staff as, I keep seeing these old men with bad knees walking around the exhibitions. I was delighted by that, but because I think, it's interesting. I think old buffy footballers don't think that their stuff's going to be reflected back to them. So that was nice, but we're very aware of the kind of gender factors you talked about.
Thank you. And final question from Anne.
So my question is actually related. I'm really interested in, you call yourself a generalist. Thank you so much for your excellent talk. As you were going through talking about stories, I kept on thinking about my own connection to them. And I think that's what makes sport so powerful. Seeing the Jack Johnson image, I've taught that, wanting to connect yourself back in the exhibition. And I wanted to know if you see a difference in terms of the popularity of sporting exhibitions. So in relation to other exhibitions you've covered that are on more general Australian topics, if sport really does draw more people in.
Yeah. Can't give you a 100% answer that clearly. Whether exhibitions do well or not is a lot to do with how they're marketed. So I would say, for example, the League of Legends exhibition was a great success, huge numbers. And other exhibitions I've done haven't done necessarily fantastic numbers, but there's been no marketing budget. So it's a bit hard to tell. Very interested in your point about how people interact with these objects. And I think it's, I like to say that the visitor is the expert and they bring their own knowledge. So that's a really important way in the interaction, and particularly with very memory-laden material. And I actually didn't quite get to my conclusion in the paper, which is that I actually think that these exhibitions enact memory rather than they're not. It's not like a traditional historical narrative where you excavate the archive and then generalize and make an argument. It's actually about providing a place for people to make their own history.
Lovely. What a wonderful place to end. Thank you so much, Guy, for your contribution. Thank you. So I'm going to suggest a quick 2-minute break, literally a quick loose stop before the next panel starts. And to our online people, we'll see you in a little moment. Sorry, this is the awkward bit for online people, I'm afraid.
Just oh, there we go.
There will be a proper tea and coffee break after the next panel, but if you need to grab something, it's sitting right there. Okay, so grab away. There's some little chia puddings too. Delicious. Yeah. It's not healthy.
I'm sure it's Matt's computer. Necessary.
Oh, it's okay. It's almost how many churches you have?
Sorry. No joke.
The world we live in, maybe.
I'm sorry. You missed a little bit of chaos this morning. Thank you.
Matthew, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you, you are co-host and Tanya too. Are you able to admit people who ask for admittance? Because it's going to be 6 here where I am, and at 8, I'll have to go at 8 p.m., my 8 p.m.
Sure, okay.
We can move things around.
Yeah, I think Tanya admitted someone, didn't she?
She's admitting some of the computers over there.
Okay, yeah, Jamina, yeah, I think we can admit people.
Okay, okay. I'm going to be here until 8, and then I'll have to step out. I'm sorry.
Okay, sure, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Rachel, can you hear me? This is, I mean, I've tried. I'm in the office and I've tried to sort this out for so long. Yeah, I tried to sort it out yesterday, but didn't succeed. Are you in the office too? Okay, I'm just in a small little room. I think Nivi's there too. So I'm right. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna leave this here and then come and find you. No worries.
Hi, hello. Can you make me co-host so I can share my screen, please? Okay. No, I'm actually on two computers, so I'll try the other computer. Hang on. Can you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Can you hear and see me?
We can hear you and see you.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Hello?
I can hear you and see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I go?
We're ready for you to go.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I'm getting echo here. Does that mean? Is that better? Yes. Okay. So thank you, everybody. It's going to be a solo act today because my colleague is in Auckland at a conference presenting three papers today. So you have me. So I've called this talk Coming Full Circle. And it's because I started at an AHA conference, and I'm also today at another conference talking about sporting memories. So how did it all begin? It started in the 2018 AHA conference, and I didn't know which room to go into. So I thought, okay, this looks minorly interesting. And it was a talk about sporting memories in the UK, which is an organisation that looks after predominantly older men who are lonely, isolated, and it looks about the reminiscence programs, particularly around sport for older men. A lot of the reminiscence programs tend to be about women and about material objects, sewing objects, embroidery. There is less reminiscence work for older men. So she was telling us about this. And one of the really things that really struck me was this quote, and it's not a total quote, but this lovely older lady said, "I bring this sad old man to his club and I return with my husband." And this seemed really important to me, that this idea about a sporting memories club where older men predominantly could talk about their sporting memories. So that's how it all started. So I brought it to Adelaide and I said, Richard, I've got this great idea. Let's look at doing sporting memories in Adelaide. So this is what it's about. It's about engaging older people in sporting reminiscence, particularly isolated people, people with a dementia or stroke. It's a group activity, and we're using prompts, photos, objects, YouTube clips, and guest speakers. Also in Britain, they will also use sights and sounds, so this, and also smells. So the smell of, say, some muscle rub or something, they'll use that. They'll also drink OXO drinks, because that reminds them of when they went to the football. So there's all these material prompts that are used in these sessions. There are also things like quizzes, spot the ball, hangman, and physical activities like skittles and quoits. In the UK, they do table tennis, darts, whatever is appropriate to the space available. And there are also social activities. So you're improving social skills. And we know that when people are isolated, or they have a stroke, or they have dementia, that a lot of these social skills erode. So they're either not given the opportunity to practice their social skills, or it's just too hard. So allowing people space and time to talk about when they played cricket, when they saw somebody play cricket, etc., etc., gives them a real opportunity to talk what is important to them. So that's what Sporting Memories program is about. It started in the UK in about 2011. So in 2019, we had to get a lot of the legals sorted out between Sporting Memories UK and ourselves. So that took a bit of time. We went through Sports United. Now, Sports United is a not-for-profit sports for development organisation, which is loosely associated with the university. They take a lot of our students, etc. So this is a good way that we could partner with them and also get some students involved and get their backing. So that was very important that we went through Sports United. Oops. And then there's, yeah, there you go. Okay, so we sought some volunteers through ASH in South Australia, ended up with our master student, which I'll talk about later. And we also did some online training with the English Sporting Memories, and that was a lot of fun as well. So 2019, early 2019, we got all of this sorted. So about mid-2019, we got going with our first Sporting Memories group. So there you go. So we started it at a Sturt Football Club, which is a SANFL club, and it's in a very leafy suburb. The Unley Council, where the club is, they're very age friendly, so that was very important. Parking is easy. The club was very, very supportive, and they really wanted their older members to become involved in something. So we slowly started to attract a group of people, and they were fantastic. So I'll just tell you a little bit about those people. Oh, come on, we can change it. So it was a very quick learning curve, what we had to learn about the group. They were very, very smart with Sturt Football Club Memories. And this becomes really important because they will tell us entire passages of play. Oh, yes, I remember in the 1968 grand final, so-and-so passed the ball to so-and-so, they kicked it, and so-and-so, so-and-so. So they were very smart, and they knew their Sturt football history way more than we did, and we learned a lot from them. Sorry. And the really interesting thing that we found out early is that many of them had been to the same games, and they would go every week to the Sturt games. So they would be there every week, but they'd never met. And they would even say, yes, I used to sit so-and-so, so-and-so. Oh, did you? I sat so-and-so. But these people had never, ever met. So it was a really lovely time for them to get together. Now, this had a positive and a negative in that it was great for all the Sturt football supporters to get together. If you weren't a Sturt footballer, there was a possibility that you felt a bit left out. So that was something that we had to negotiate. And one of the really lovely things was that people brought in their scrapbooks. And these had their favourite finals, passages of play, their favourite footballers, autographs, etc. And these were very treasured memories. And people brought them in and they were looked over very carefully. These were very respectful. So we had to be very respectful of these scrapbooks because these were very important to these people. They'd collected photos, autographs, etc. over the years. These were very precious items. And we felt very privileged that people would trust us enough and trust the group enough to bring in what was very personal and very important to them. So that was really, really nice as far as I was concerned. And they also brought in other objects, which again was lots of fun. And they told us very quickly what they liked or didn't like. So we would often start off with a quiz or a YouTube clip. And because it was coming summer, we thought, okay, let's have America's Cup, let's have some sailing. And they made it very clear very early on that no, sailing wasn't their thing. They would talk about football or swimming or cricket or anything else, but, you know, sailing wasn't their thing. So we kind of had to pay respect out of that and say, okay, we're not going to have any more sailing. So a session description, very similar to what we looked at before. So people would come in, would have a quiz, a bit of, you know, a play hangman, play a little fun game to get people started. Then we'd have a topic for the day. So it could be a cricket in the 1960s. We also had a very strong hockey player. So he would talk about hockey. So we'd have a discussion. We might have a YouTube clip. And YouTube was very popular because it was a real stimulus. Oh, yes, I was there. I saw that. Oh, yes, I was sitting there just behind the so-and-so ad. So they were very, very cluey people and they really enjoyed the YouTube clips. We'd also have a break for tea and coffee where we got to know them personally, and then we'd have a physical activities time, very often Skittles or quoits, and they preferred Skittles to the quoits. And my sporting prowess is so great that I became the comedy act. So people would sort of scatter whenever I had the ball in my hand, and then would have another activity to finish. So there would be about an hour and a half activities. And as we grew, people became more involved. And we ended up having a person whose daughter was an Olympic swimmer. We had a hockey coach. We had people who were involved in marching, as in girl marching. And in another group, we also had the person who was one of the first women drivers to drive around Australia. So we had all these really interesting people, and it was lots of fun. As I said, we had physical activities, sporting. Oh, yes. And we also, we would tell, so we got into a rhythm and we would tell people what was coming up in the next week. And they wanted us to tell them because they would say, tell us what's happening next week so that we can, you know, get some knowledge beforehand. So one week we said, okay, next week we're talking about sporting films. And we had one lady who had been diagnosed with dementia, but she was still driving and she was fine. And she brought all of these films with her. So we had a good discussion about sporting films. And again, it's that thing that this person had taken the trouble to bring these films to show us. We also had another lady who, after the first session, she wasn't keen. She said, I don't think this is really my thing. But she kept coming back. And she said, well, on second thoughts, I like the company. It also meant she could go to the shops afterwards. So she liked walking around the shops. So for a person who, yeah, this really isn't her thing, to, okay, well, maybe it is. So we had these people. So we did have a few people who kind of came and went. So that was all very good. And we had a Christmas party and so forth. We also had guest speakers. And this is in the Sturt Football Club. So it's a great place to have it. Along the walls are all the Sturt football players. And we had audio visuals. So that was a really great place to have it. And guest speakers were very important. And again, they brought more people as well. So having guest speakers was very important. However, COVID put a stop to that. So it was probably March of 2020. And we said, look, we don't know if we'll see you again. We'll see how things go. As it was, we couldn't. Zoom didn't really work for one reason or another. It just wasn't happening. So in about 2021, I think we started again, and that's a kind of a new chapter. So we're working again with Sports United, and at this stage, Richard and I also had a master's student, and this was his thesis was on sporting memories. So he was great to have around. He's also a sports historian, a sports journalist, so he has lots of objects that he can bring. So we established new sites, particularly in nursing homes and also in our community centres, men's sheds, that sort of thing. Different cohorts, very different experiences. So diverse groups, some groups in the nursing homes, the ones that I go to, have some cognitive issues. You'll get the same story told over and over again, perhaps each week with a different twist. So very different groups. Again, the guest speakers are really important. So they had, at one site I was at, we had a former Sheffield Shield player speaking a few weeks ago who was fantastic. We get different SANFL speakers as well. So lots of different guest speakers, which is really important. And also they do trips to exhibitions as well. Okay, so what does this all mean for our sports historians? And I think this is a really kind of interesting thing, because as a person, I sit as a historian, but also as a person who works in public health. So I kind of have this interesting approach, I guess. So first of all,
pardon me, Caroline, I hate to interrupt. We've been trying to send you a couple messages. If we could wrap up in the next couple of minutes, though.
You will. Yeah. So so it's using history in a very different way. And it's also about social prescription. Now, if you don't know about social prescription, it is using reminiscence as a tool against loneliness. And in the UK, social prescription and also heritage social prescription is becoming really important. And loneliness, they've decided, the Surgeon General in May 2023 said people who are lonely are twice as likely to die prematurely. So loneliness is becoming a really big issue. So this is where sporting memories, applied history is really important. And my final point is it's a great way for historians to learn firsthand accounts from all of these wonderful people. They all have great stories to tell, and they're a great source of information. Thank you. I finished.
All right, thank you very much, Caroline. Is it still echoing? Okay.
Yes,
All right. Can we
not
hear
really.
now?
That's better.
Is it?
It's echoey.
It is muted. All right, look, Caroline, that was fantastic. I'm sorry about the echoing. We're gonna take questions at the end, and hopefully we're gonna take a minute to figure out the echoing before our next presentation.
Yes, yeah, I think that's why that she had an.
All right. Can people on the online hear? Someone nodding to help me? Oh, yes, yay. And there's no echo. All right, so our next presentation will be from Taylor Evans, who's one of our fantastic HDR students here at Macquarie. So I'm gonna turn it over to Taylor now.
Hello. Wait, do I need to project or is that all right?
We're all sitting in the room.
Yeah, okay. Well, good morning, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Taylor and I work here in the Department of History and Archaeology here at Macquarie University. I'd like to thank the organisers for putting on such an exciting and important symposium. I was saying to Abby that this is kind of my first conference outside of the HDR space, so it's really exciting for me. Oh, I should start my slide. Oh no. It doesn't, I guess it doesn't. Oh, like my hands aren't working. Sorry, I just got into someone else's slide.
Full conference experience.
Yeah.
I think I'm the only person who uses the PC too, so
Hopefully they can do it. Oh no. Okay. We're rocking. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so today I will be talking about my current project, which looks at the Police Citizens Youth Club, or also known as PCYC. As someone who is interested in the historical dimension of policing in Australia, I was really drawn to this project when thinking about the role of police in community-led sports and what this kind of meant for youth justice, both in a historical context, but also in a contemporary one. However, as I began my research, I became incredibly fascinated with the relationship between the clubs and their local communities and how these communities represent a sense of a shared past. Specifically how PCYC engages with and mobilizes a particular type of nostalgia to stimulate historical consciousness. This process of representation and remembering of the good old days, where working class boys from PCYC went on to become national sporting heroes, reinforces the cultural value of PCYC and how the clubs and perhaps the police more broadly are an asset to Australian sporting life. Now, my project does not seek to suggest that nostalgia is problematic or inaccurate, but rather thinking of it as a community practice that evokes a specific emotion that is mobilized for social and political reasons. In the case of PCYC, it is clear that this nostalgia is often reactionary. So in the face of clubs closing, lack of funding and privatization, PCYC and its communities will draw upon its identity and its history to make a claim about preserving its future. Okay, so for those who might not know, just a bit of background on PCYC. The Police Citizens Youth Club was first established as the Police Citizens Boys Club in 1937 in the Sydney suburb of Woolloomooloo. After observing successful boys clubs in his trip to Europe, Police Commissioner William Mackay founded the Boys Club to specifically keep young boys off the street and to combat rising juvenile delinquency in Sydney. The club's founding principles included instilling good work ethic, instructing boys on the principles of good citizenship, and fostering good relationships between young boys and police officers. And how they did this was through a variety of sports, such as wrestling, boxing, gymnastics, but they offered classes such as weightlifting training and such. And at the time, the Police Citizens Boys Club was a charitable organisation, so it relied on public donations and was run by on-duty police officers. So whilst we may understand PCYC as a separate institution, at the time, the clubs were considered an extension of the New South Wales Police Force, something similar to like a traffic branch or the fingerprint department at the time. So the police boys clubs were fast growing with just under 400,000 memberships and 53 clubs established by 1953. And the police boys clubs would continue to play an important role in local communities up until our present day. Now the Police Citizens Youth Club to include all young people in the community, and with 66 clubs still active across all Australian states in 2022. Whilst the main objective of PCYC throughout the 20th century, according to police forces, was to combat youth crime and can be situated within a type of welfare work, it was clear that there was a keen focus on sporting success. The boys clubs created inter-club championships, hosted national sporting events, and celebrated members of PCYC who went to represent Australia at both a national, international, and Olympic level. Through these practices, PCYC and its members demonstrated that it could compete seriously in a range of sports. And this really appealed to local communities across Australia, as the first police boys clubs were established in predominantly working class areas. It fostered the sense that working class boys could make it by becoming national sporting heroes through the clubs. Okay. Since my project is really in its early stages, I've focused specifically on the relationship between boxing and PCYC. And although I would like to examine a wide variety of sports in the future, and I chose boxing because boxing was and continues to be one of the most popular activities undertaken at PCYC and has held an important role in PCYC's sporting imagination. It is often where the history of PCYC is most articulated. For example, the current PCYC homepage states that boxing is a legacy activity that dates back to the creation of the clubs. And when signing up for a membership, the website memorializes past boxing heroes and states that the original clubs, such as the one at Woolloomooloo, will bring back many memories for its previous members. Perhaps one of the most culturally significant boxing heroes to come out of PC was that of Jimmy Caruthers. Jimmy Caruthers grew up in working class Paddington in the 1930s and at a young age joined the Woolloomooloo's Boys Club. It was here that trainers and police officers observed his natural talent for boxing, so they say. After training at PCYC, Caruthers would go on to represent Australia at the 1948 Olympic Games and went on to become Australia's bantamweight champion in 1951. In 1953, the Police Boys Clubs hosted the International Bantamweight Championship bout between Caruthers and American challenger Henry Pappy Galt, and this was held at Sydney Sports Ground. The fight drew in just over 32,000 spectators, which was the largest crowd for any boxing fight at the time. Caruthers was considered one of Australia's first boxing stars that reached international recognition. Carruthers retired only a year after successfully winning the title against Pappy. However, he became a living symbol for the cultural importance of PCYC. Carruthers represented the opportunities that could be given to working class boys through the boys' clubs. Historians have suggested that although boxing was an increasingly popular form of national entertainment, it was often tied to local communities. Boxers gained reputation based on where they came from or where they would often fight. Although Carruthers had moved out of the boys' club and began an international career and an individual sporting career as well, he was continually affiliated and framed as a product of PCYC. According to Matthew Taylor, whose research work focuses on local boxing communities in the UK, boxers became folk heroes who came to embody the aspirations and characters of entire communities. And similar themes can be observed in the case of PCYC, where Carruthers became the so-called son of the Police Citizens Boys Club and represented the mythology of Australian white working class masculinity. Even after his retirement, Carruthers would often visit various boys' clubs and attend training and watch big fights. He would played an important role in strengthening ties between the clubs, but also to really promote and attract members for the police boys clubs. Whilst the commodification of Carruthers played an important role in identity construction across the clubs, throughout my research, I found that the memory of Carruthers was often mobilised politically. Specifically in a time of crisis, local communities and previous members of PCYC will call upon working class sporting legends such as Carruthers in order to make a claim about preserving specific traditions and values in the club, such as the emphasis on sport. Although the boys' club remained successful throughout the 20th century, in the 1980s, the New South Wales police came under significant criticisms for their involvement in the clubs. And the, I'll change that, for their involvement in the clubs, the Lucia report argued against the use of on-duty police officers. And there was also allegations of misconduct and inappropriate use of funds. And as a result of these findings, there was a complete structural overhaul of the organisation's administration through the Federation of New South Wales Police Citizens Youth Club Reconstitution Bill, which is a mouthful. And this led to significant decrease in police involvement in the clubs and the appointment of governmental officials to the board of directors. These reforms can also be situated within a context of economic and political changes happening in broader Australian society. And as a response to these changes, PCYC looked to the security of its past. This political shift received backlash from both previous and current members who had direct experience with the club. In the New South Wales Legislative Assembly, 2 governmental officials who were previous members of the Boys Club argued against the introduction of the bill. They argued that it was ultimately betraying the founders, the citizens, and the young people's sporting future. There was a sense throughout the political debates that intervention and changes to the club meant the future of Australian sport was in a crisis. In an attempt to preserve something that communities considered lost, members called upon the legacies of working class heroes such as Carruthers from the 50s and 60s. Peter Anderson, whilst in the Legislative Assembly, who described himself as a working class boy from Bondi Junction who had joined the Eastern Suburbs Police Boys Club at a young age, claimed that he was proud of the club and its history. Anderson went on to state, who else trained at Woolloomooloo? None other than Jimmy Carruthers, who would go on to become world champion. A club that trained the nucleus of the 1962 Commonwealth Games boxing team under coach Johnny Lewis. A young bloke named Tony Madigan also trained at the Boys Club, who went on to win gold medals at the Commonwealth Games. What was so wrong about the emphasis on sport, he argued? For many working class boys, it was the only way out. Anderson went on to suggest that members of the Assembly who argued for the bill were to come out to Western Sydney. They would see that young people were reminiscent of the youth of Paddington and the 1950s working class people, for which the boys' clubs were an oasis to an otherwise harsh desert. This mobilisation of nostalgia was also seen in media discourses outside of the political debates. Present and past members wrote to local newspapers, detailing the heritage and legacies of boxing heroes such as Carruthers. If the government became involved in the clubs, they asked, then what would happen to the working class boys who would not have the same opportunity? Robin Trotter, in their research about the relationship between sport and nostalgia, suggests that this process of remembering fosters images of the past that may promise a sense of security to counter anxieties in the midst of rapid political and social change. Local communities and members intrinsically linked with the clubs sought to seek comfort in PCYC sporting heroes of the past, but in doing so, reinforced the idea that PCYC was an asset to Australian sporting culture, despite its focus on youth crime. Okay, so nearing the end. Although the bill was passed and the structural reorganisation went ahead, we can see this community practice of remembering has been replicated in more recent times. Earlier this year, PCYC's described historic building in North Sydney was closed and replaced with an ambulance station due to lack of funds. And this move was reported as devastating to the local communities involved in the clubs, who argued the building had a rich sporting legacy, including the working class boys who had trained there. One boxing coach who taught at North Sydney was quoted in the media saying, "Our biggest fear has come true. We thought the club might get a fresh coat of paint for its 70th birthday, but they have decided to nuke us instead." References to sporting heroes such as Carruthers not only underscores the institution's symbolic historical importance, but can become powerful currency in generating public support. Although in the two cases that I have examined in my project so far, can be described as reactionary, it does highlight PCYC's attempt to be recognised. And as I've mentioned earlier, this project is really still in its early stages, so I welcome any suggestions or comments. It is clear that the knowledge of this club's past is produced by members who've had direct experience with the club, and these oral traditions and practices is much stronger than tangible memorialization, which we come to expect from some of these sporting communities. Perhaps this lack of memorialization is due to funding or administrative changes, or the club's change from sport to juvenile justice as of late. However, a sense of a shared past is implicit and a powerful tool in maintaining connections to the clubs. I hope that by continuing this project through PCYC and its use of nostalgia, I'll be able to trace the social and political concerns of Australian sporting past and future. Thank you. Oh, I'm gonna leave. Again, my hand's not working.
Actually, probably gonna need Matt to help me do some of this. Thank you very much, Taylor. That's fascinating. And it was hard to believe that was your first major academic conference. So our next speaker is appearing through a pre-recorded lecture, and that's Sarah Gensberger. She's a political scientist, a professor of political science, pardon me, at the Centre National de Recherche Scientifique at Sciences Po de Paris, and is also a professor of sociology and sport at the Centre National de Recherche Scientifique at Paris-Nanterre. So hopefully Matt will help me set this up on his Apple, and hopefully it will play through. Okay, tell us what we need to do. I mean, we need to unmute this from the. Okay. Yeah. Hi, so you're gonna hear a small echo. I know it's happening. I can hear it too. Unfortunately, we're having a technological issue with the with Sarah Gensberger's presentation. We can hear it, but you all can't. We're gonna work on sorting that, and we're gonna go instead to our next presenter. Our next presenter is Professor Tammy Gordon, who is a professor of history at North Carolina State University. So I'm going to hand over to Tammy now, and we will work in the background to sort the other thing. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I will share my screen. So in 1981, to mark the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the establishment of Aikido headquarters, or it's also called Hanbu Dojo in Tokyo, the Aikikai Foundation leader and son of the Aikido's founder, Moriya Ueshiba, Kishimaru Ueshiba, reflected on the power of shared historical knowledge to cohere an international community of practitioners. Kishimaru had come to the leadership of the art during a particularly difficult time. His father had left Tokyo for Iwame in 1942. He was disaffected by the country's leadership that he had so devoutly supported throughout the 1930s. So Kishimaru, the son, took over as a college student during the war when the dojo was not an operating dojo, but a refugee center. He shepherded the organization through its 1948 acceptance as a nonprofit by the U.S. Occupation Administration. He served as the arts leader as his father tended to more and more spiritual issues in the years before his death in 1969. So in this time, the art spread across the globe under Kishimaru's leadership. That's him pictured right there. He led the fundraising, design, and construction of a new modern dojo building as the center of operations. He had turned a national and nationalistic organization into one with global reach across borders, language, and culture. So by 1980, he attended the Third Congress of the International Aikido Federation in Paris, and he was impressed with Aikido's foreign practitioners. And this is what he wrote on what he said on that occasion. They not only acknowledged the uniqueness of Aikido, but also recognized its philosophical basis deeply rooted in Japanese tradition. The meaning of internationalization is not that the unique tradition becomes internationalized, but that Aikido practitioners in every country should change and unite with the tradition, unquote. So it was this philosophy of internationalization that led him to embrace historical knowledge as a tool for global community cohesion. He argued for the importance of the art's roots in Japanese spiritual life and delineated a method of teaching history across generations that weaves historical knowledge into kinesthetic instruction. So history, in his view, was a tool for proper internationalization of Japanese tradition. So this presentation offers an analysis of the relationship between historical memory and organizational internationalization in the case study of Aikido through its leaders' writings and speeches during a critical period of growth. So while scholars of public memory have heavily focused on nationalism, I argue that intercultural concerns can be even more of a memory imperative in a movement community, as the transmission of kinesthetic knowledge or moving philosophy does not depend so heavily on spoken or written language, which is often a barrier to intercultural communication. So I will back up here and say, tell you a bit about Aikido. So Aikido was developed by Moriya Ueshiba in the 20th century. It is a defensive martial art that is focused on joint locks and the redirection of an attacker's energy. The governing body is the Aikikai Foundation, which is centered in Japan. It has significant influence globally from the International Aikido Federation. And it has no competition. So I'm really happy that my presentation was included in a sport history conference. So that's a little bit about Aikido. So the history that I'm focusing on here is Aikido's migration, both outward and inward. So in the 1960s, the Aikikai Foundation made concerted efforts to share Aikido beyond Japan, encouraging high-ranking students to take extended and sometimes permanent stays abroad. So this migration included all of those people, many of the people you see listed on the slide here, as well as others.
Can I interrupt you? We just can't see your screen.
Oh.
Like it's loading.
Oh, it says it's paused. I'm so sorry. So let me stop share and I will start again. So let me see if I can share it correctly here. It worked before. For some reason, it says my screen sharing is paused, and I click on resume share, and it doesn't work. So, I'm so sorry. Here's what I will do. I'm going to share this in the chat in Zoom. So I've put the link to the slides in the chat. Can you see those? Can everybody see those? Oh, you got it. Okay. And I don't know who is sharing that right now, but maybe I could just request when there's a need for a screen share. So I'm on the previous screen. If we could go back one to there we go. Aikido migration from Japan in the 60s and 70s. Ah, there's a solution. Thank you so much. So all of those listed on the left are people who went from Japan to different places around the world. I can tell you that Aikikai Hambu Dojo sent its first representative to Australia in 1965, and that was Seiichi Sugano. Although some Australians had trained earlier abroad and then brought the practice back. So you can see Sugano with the founder of Aikido. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the exchange went both ways, for as Japan exported high-ranking teachers, it accepted foreign students at Hambu Dojo and elsewhere, producing long-standing transnational collaborations that eventually resulted in the rapid growth of the art outside of Japan. And so you can see at the top left picture, the founder of Aikido. Next to him, there are two U.S. women represented here, and that's Joanne Shimamoto, who you see at the left hand of the founder of Aikido, and Virginia Mayhew, who you see depicted on the right, as well as a group of foreign students at the lower left. There are other students in Hong Kong on the lower right, but these are also led by students who trained in Japan. Next slide, please. So the work I'm particularly interested in of Kishimaru Ueshiba is called The Spirit of Aikido, and it was translated to English for an international audience in 1984. It's a remarkable explanation of the role of historical memory in the community of Aikido. It offers a thorough explanation of historical knowledge as a method for learning Aikido, one that is woven both into the technique and culture of the art, in a way that resists formalization. So history, according to this work, is a resource for contemporary well-being, spiritual, physical, and social. The art draws on history to meet its main purpose, to offer, quote, the constant training of mind and body is the basic discipline for human beings walking the spiritual path. Together to make an art form contributing not to violence, but to harmony in the world. In addition to its roles in community cohesion, historical sensibility appears in Kishimaru's work as a tool for personal growth and intergenerational exchange. So after a lengthy discussion of Aikido as an art for all people, and he opposes it to those privileging the young, the male, the competitive, and the strong, the second doshu, Kishimaru, addresses his own experience of the passage of time and describes the importance of sharing these stories in a way that contemporary public historians might call co-creation or participatory learning. As the son of the founder, Kishimaru had heard firsthand accounts of the outlines of his father's storied life, his religious and his social experimentation, his paramilitary activities in Manchuria, his founding of dojos, his founding of farms and a frontier town, and his retreat to the country during the war. So this face-to-face transmission of another's life was meaningful to him personally, but he also noted that knowledge, quote, not remain a merely personal reminiscence, inaccessible to the Aikido practitioners who today enjoy the benefits of the past. He even describes the preferred method of sharing historical knowledge in a way that his father transmitted it to him, as woven into the fabric of their daily lives and shared commitments. Next slide, please. So he wrote, in an atmosphere of conviviality, the history of Aikido is being transmitted naturally and spontaneously to the younger generations. In daily practice, between sessions of rigorous training, such dialogues inspire camaraderie and friendship. This may be a characteristic unique to Aikido, but unconsciously the kind of exchange the founder enjoyed having with his students is being reenacted, and the effect is to cultivate a sense of history. So history, in his view, depended on the same face-to-face interaction upon which the martial art itself was built. So the transmission of knowledge across generations, across cultures, across borders in Kishimaru Ueshiba's philosophy of history required embodied presence. And you can see him there with his family, next to one of his sons who would eventually become the third doshu or leader of Aikido. So next slide, please. Thank you for listening, and I'm sorry about the misstep with my slides. I look forward to your questions.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I'll deal with this. You speak and it should be fine.
Oh,
Please have an idea, and there's somebody else giving us an idea.
okay, so we're going to make an effort to play the pre-recorded presentation, and we have an idea, and we would appreciate it if people on the online could let us know in a second. So Liz, tell me when you're ready to. Yeah, maybe while we're waiting for this, we can take some questions for the 3 papers we've already heard. People can hear me? Okay.
We've got it.
Oh, we've got it?
Let's see if it actually plays.
Okay.
I'm talking to you from Paris. This is why I'm actually recording this
Is it good on
presentation.
online
And
too?
I will be speaking on behalf of myself, but also my colleagues Valentin Guéry, Olivier Lenoé, and Julien Sorez. So the idea of this presentation is to speak about the current project of participatory archives in the French context about sport. Since 1984, each year the French Ministry of Culture has organized Heritage Days in France. Each time a specific theme is proposed to honor specific monuments and places of culture. For the 14th anniversary of these Heritage Days, in 2023, the Ministry of Culture has chosen sports heritage as the main topic. In this year, 2023, France's archive services took part in this day, which mobilized a wide range of players. Some 800 public archive centers called on citizens and the general public to come and entrust them with their archives about sport. Indeed, these services saw the event as an opportunity to give visibility to the call for archives about sport that the Ministry of Culture has launched in June 2023. The aim of the initiative is to give a cultural echo to the Olympic Games to be held in France in summer 2024 and to mobilize the population. It's worth recalling that a few years ago, the city of Paris decided between bidding for the Olympic Games in 2024 and the World Cultural Exhibition in 2025. In the end, it opted for the sporting event. Linking sport and culture was meant to help reconciling the two worlds, which are often separated in the French context. It also was meant to unite a wider public in order to build a social consensus of opinion regarding the Parisian Olympic bid. While, as we shall see, this initiative is not completely unprecedented, it does mark a break with the French tradition. In France, there is no tradition of public history. Public history has only been started to be developed in France these past recent years. And this is very different from the Anglo-Saxon world. The only exceptions here have been dealing with the history of the two world wars and more recently of terrorism. But social and cultural history has never really given rise to the development of public history initiative in France. This is a huge difference with the Anglo-Saxon or even the Germanic countries. And this is, to put it briefly, linked to the impregnation of a Catholic rather than Protestant imaginary linked to dogma. In secularized France, the scholarly historian has taken the place of the clerics. Similarly, within academic history, the history of sport has yet to achieve a proper status. While many researchers have been working on this topic, obviously, academic positions have been largely restricted to departments linked to sporting disciplines. And these departments, created in the 1980s, have been mainly populated by sport school teachers. As a consequence, their first interest was in the history of physical education and sport as taught in schools. And for a long time, these academic departments have been very, very marginal in the field of academic research, which didn't give the topic of sport much academic legitimacy. So why, in this context, has the French heritage world decided to launch a collection of archives about sport among citizens? And how is this initiative perceived by citizens and heritage professionals alike? In other words, can we create a public history of sports in the French context? Since June 2023, as part of a team of several researchers made mainly of historians and sociologists, I am a sociologist, we have been carrying out observations and interviews with archivists, and people who entrust them with their archives. Also, this research work is still in progress. I will present here the initial results. Initially, I will present the genesis of this major collection. Then I will look at the appropriation of archive services, which at their own level are contributing to this project supported by the Ministry of Culture in France. Finally, based on the initial field data we collected, I will outline several avenues of analysis that we'll be exploring in the coming months. So first, the genesis of this call for collecting archives about sport among the population. As I said, there are over 800 public archive centers in France. These centers have different territorial scopes. 3 concern the nation as a whole, around 20 have a regional focus, 100 have a departmental district focus, and the remaining 700 are based at the city level. In spite of their diversity, these institutions have a shared purpose. First, they are meant to preserve the documents produced by the administrations and governments in France. To a lesser extent, they also aim at collecting private documents that families, often eminent ones, or economic or social actors entrusted to them, and which they considered relevant for the work of historians and the memory of future generations. In 2014, this network of professionals mobilized strongly for what they call their first major call for collection among the population. This first one was dedicated to the centenary of the start of the First World War and is today presented as an example of success by the Central Service in France in charge of coordinating all the archive centers. Since 2014, 3 other political motivated collections have also been launched, but none of them had the same success by far. The first one was about Africa, the second one about the history of women, and the third one about the Algerian War. So in addition to the Olympic context, the choice of sport to be the new topic of this national call for archival participation is significant. It has been described by its initiators as an opportunity to bring history into the cultural mainstream and also to solve the audience problem, with the idea of reaching new audiences, sport people being supposedly socially diverse. Indeed, with the digitization of society, but also due to the lockdown associated with COVID-19, archive centers have seen a sharp drop in attendance these past years. Above all, their public is mainly made of professionals such as genealogists or people from the law or retired senior citizens carrying out various types of research. Sport, whose success and popularity with young people is seen as an asset, was meant to be an opportunity to renew archive center attendance by diversifying their audiences. The director of the national initiative, for example, justifies the interest of this collection by the fact that sport, I quote, speaks to everyone. The potential audience will therefore be considerable. In addition, the textual analysis we carried through of the call for collection launched for the 2023 Heritage Days shows a real desire on the part of the archive service to involve sportsmen and women, and more broadly, all citizens in writing the history of sport. In doing so, communication enhanced the value of small-scale history and encouraged sports enthusiasts to pass on their archive and thus their living memories. So, the second point will be to raise the question, what has this call for participation achieved so far? At present, 150 national and regional centers have been involved in collecting from citizens, and over 400 different initiatives are underway. This local dissemination highlights first the specificity of each region, which have been reflected in the particular choices made by each of them. For example, in the southwest of France, rugby has been picked as the main focus for this citizens' participation through archives. And in the Alps, it's been winter sports, and on the Côte d'Azur, it's been based on beach sports. In some archives, the collection phase precedes a phase of valorization of the documents collected through, for example, the organization of exhibition or conferences linked to sport. Initial observation from archives that have launched open calls for donation reveal a low turnout of people coming to give their archives, and a level of enthusiasm that for the moment bear no comparisons with that one of the First World War participatory collection I talked to you about before. According to the person in charge of the collection, the pitfalls inherent to the donation process should be explained by three reasons. First, a lack of knowledge of the subject or a lack of time. Second, a heritage they wish to keep for themselves. People don't want to donate their documents. And third, a huge gap between the worlds of sport and culture. To get around these difficulties, some archive services have opted for different collection methods. For example, they canvassed different clubs or activated a network of archivists who have direct contact with the sport field. This being said, and it will be our last point, what are the venues for further research? The first one will be to ask who are the people who bring their archives to the archive centers, and ask what is the sociology of these participants. The first point to be addressed there concerns the sociological composition of the public. Drawing on various statistical studies carried out on archives and exhibition audiences and on school and cultural capital, the aim is to understand whether the sport archives participants share the same characteristic as those of the First World War collection and general archive audiences, or whether, on the contrary, they present a specificity of their own. This line of research aims to extend certain analyses that have shown sport to be the object of a social and political extraterritoriality, cut off from social and political structures to form a space apart, consensual and ironic. What about the profiles of those who invest in this national collection project? Where do they fit in? What do their profile reflect? So far, and of course, as I said, the study is still largely underway, it seems that, among other different variables, a gender divide may have to be seriously taken into consideration. By far, the majority of the participants so far we have been able to identify and meet have been men. The second dimension we could look in the future is the link between sport and memory. This second rich and stimulating avenue opens up new perspective for researchers working on sport on the one hand and on the sociology of memory on the other, which is my field. The field of other participants to the research project is sports. The relatively recent opening of a museum on the history of sport in France, based in the city of Nice, shows that this has not been so far a subject of memory policies, and the link between sport and memory is not self-evident in the French context. We will therefore examine this relationship, which constitutes a blind spot. Up to now, a few works have shown that the uses of memory in the space of sports were the prerogative of certain social groups that transmit a living memory of an icon among them, or invent traditions pursuing a political goal. The study of the participatory archive collection about sport will shed new light on the memorial uses associated with sport. Why do people want to perpetuate a sporting memory through their family's history, the history of their club or their federation? Who is involved in this work of memorialization? What meaning do people give to depositing and collecting these archival documents? Last, a third line of inquiry deals with the local politics. We have already observed that most of those who take the initiative of depositing their archives see it as part of an effort to legitimize their organization, be it their sports club or the supporters association to which they belong, often in the context of a strong opposition and conflict with the institutions in power at the city and local level. It seems crucial to pay attention to the social and political relationships that underpin the act of sharing one's archives about sport in the context of the Ministry of Culture initiative we described. The first data we gathered seemed to indicate that participating in the call for archives about sport is a way to gain social and political legitimacy. In this regard, and to conclude, it seems that to become real, a public history of sport in the French context will need to rely on social and local networks. This is these dynamics that we have been committing to study. Again, I'm very sorry that we are not here in person, but I hope this first presentation will give you an idea of what we've been working on and what we could write in the perspective of a common special issue between us all. I'm looking forward to hearing from you, and I can also answer some of your questions through emails or through a next video. Thank you. Have a nice conference. Bye.
John, sorry. Are we good?
You're good.
All right, so now we do have a few minutes for questions. So that's questions on the online chat or questions here in person. If there are questions in person for people online, we can relay them to them here. So.
Question, Isla, that was great. No, really, the relationship between the youth posts and the local communities. Do you see going forward with your research issues or like you mentioned towards the end, a few of these clubs are closing down? And many more will that have an impact?
So, also because the clubs, if the sites become where past members go to experience the memories, and so once they start to go, it kind of, the community network that brings them together kind of leaves as well. And so I found in my research that lots of people were writing into newspapers being like, if you were a member of North Sydney Boys Club boxing team, call me here and we'll go have coffee or so I feel like sort of as the time goes forward, that the opportunities for those people will leave, and all the archives and the memorabilia is in our personal archives.
So they've been kept in people's houses or something like that. So that's a major issue, isn't it?
Yes. And my friend, I asked my friends how they felt when they went to PCYC, and they said I didn't really know anything about the history there because it's not on the walls and stuff. It's not, you don't walk in and see all the memorabilia. It's people's own collections. So I think that will make it hard for researchers or people who want to connect to other clubs. So
well, it relates to that last bit, the repository of where does that go?
Yeah,
I mean that's a whole lot of another question.
and because most people won't think to put their stuff to
that's the concern, isn't it? End up in skip somewhere, unfortunately. It's a bit tragic. Next.
Phil, why don't you come down?
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Sorry, I'm not the chair.
No, please, There, no, good,
Okay, first, I thought they were all really fascinating and so interesting, and I really liked the connection. I think everyone dealt with, if not nostalgia, if not using that term, an understanding of the use of history for a purpose, be it political, be it some sort of way of spreading a sport. And so I'm just really interested in the ways in which you see nostalgia being different from, and this is kind of an internal question, nostalgia being separate from the purpose of utilizing history, whether it be collecting for archives or kind of, transmitting and migrating, across the world. Because I think they are two very separate methodologies, but they are obviously intertwined. And I'm particularly interested, sorry, but particularly interested in the connections between Carolyn and Taylor's understandings of nostalgia, where one was used to really facilitate these community groups and to have a responsive way of dealing with it in kind of a very positive healing way, whereas nostalgia is more used politically to gain back some sort of ground that has been received lost. So yeah, sorry, that was long. Maybe you have
Do you want me to relay the question?
So the question was about the use of nostalgia in the papers, and especially in a kind of comparison between Taylor and Caroline. And so I wonder if we can, let Caroline have a go at that first.
Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, great. Okay. That's interesting because we don't really use the term nostalgia. We would use memories, reminiscence. So I'm just trying to think how I can use how that works, because nostalgia is probably what we do, but it's not a term that we would use. So I'm trying to think very quickly. We use it, and I'm using this wrongly now, therapeutically, but it's not therapy. So we use memory as prompting, as a way of getting people to discuss things, and also to remember the past. And also, I think it's really important to give other people voice. A lot of the people we work with don't particularly have a voice. And so to allow people to tell us their story is a great privilege. And it's also means that they become important. So I think allowing people to become important is really a main thing. Yeah.
Thank
I don't know if that's answered it.
Great question. I would describe myself as a cultural historian. So coming into terms with the methodologies of nostalgia and public memory and stuff is really new to me. And when I first came to this project, my immediate sort of reaction is to go into the archives. And so the only time I really came in contact with this nostalgia, I guess, was in the political sphere, where it's being used for political reasons. So I think that was why I was like, oh, okay, I see something here. So I think once I go into the more local grassroots communities and the lived experiences, I'll start to see how that nostalgia, those methodologies kind of separate, and how nostalgia can be used for positive community building and relationships and all that kind of smaller things. I think because I'm in my first kind of experience with this idea of public memory, it was really easy for me to just go, oh, I can see this being used politically. So I'd be really excited to hear your thoughts about it as well, because I'm kind of navigating this for the first time. And so some of the terms that I use, nostalgia, I don't think I fully know the differences between those methodologies yet, which I'm excited to learn. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Jane.
Hi, yes, thank you to everyone. Great papers, really interesting, fascinating stuff. What I'm interested in all of them is the tension between what we're talking about as public history or public memory and the fragility of that public status of that memory. We've got the books in the garage or, stuffed under the house, so all the old records. We've got material embodiment of sport memory in the case of the keynote paper. We've got the very oral, the Caroline's oral traditions that are being discovered through these sort of processes. So it's to me what I'm interested in is how to do. And I saw even a post. Tony put up a question to Caroline about recording the sessions and those memories. And so my question is really about how do any of the speakers, I don't know if anyone has particular thought about this, how they've thought through that process of trying to get what is fragile and private into public. It's kind of what the last speaker has actually been doing through the project, but she's probably lucky in the sense that there's a large sort of like infrastructure around, or state sort of support for that process. But for the rest of us, how do you see this sort of resolving that tension?
So for people online, if you couldn't hear, Jane was asking a question of all three of the speakers about the fragility of these kind of public histories and these public memories, and how we might best be preserving them. I see also that Tammy's asked to speak on the nostalgia question. Look, we're going to try to end right at the 11:30 so that we don't get too far off schedule. But I wonder if Tammy, if you want to take on some of this fragility of history within this kinesiological perspective, or if you want to speak to nostalgia, because we've heard a bit from Caroline and from Taylor.
I'm not sure I can speak to the fragility of public memory, although I do a oral history project about Aikido migration across borders, and where I've had to think a lot about this. As that first generation of migration of people who made that migration are starting to pass away. It also involves sometimes recollections that are very personal, and I do have to think through that, like many oral historians have to, in navigating the public-private concerns here and the protection of subjects and participants. I wanted to say about the nostalgia issue is that in the community that I'm studying, in the Cold War era, there was really no nostalgia for the time of Morihei Ueshiba. As a matter of fact, there was a backlash against traditional Japanese practice, especially Shinto, as it had been leveraged by nationalists and ultranationalists. So Kishimaru Ueshiba had a very delicate moment in wanting to share Japanese history and the roots of Aikido in Japan with the rest of the world, but at the same time skirting around that issue of having that history leveraged in the name of nationalism and ultranationalism.
And I don't know if you want to have the opportunity to respond to Jane's question quickly, because I presume Jane and Taylor could talk at the coffee break we're about to have. I don't know if you heard. Oh.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Just one issue that we have is that because of the confidentiality, because we work in nursing homes, and we have people who are cognitively impaired, we have to be very, very mindful about privacy. So we have had people come and talk to us, and they've been very open, and that's fantastic. But when you work with certain older groups, you have to be very, very cautious about that. That's all I'll say.
All right, thank you to everyone. Thank you to all the speakers for a really fascinating panel. And I presume there will be emails flying back and forth. I know I'm going to write one to Sarah, French scholar to French scholar. So please, thank you to everyone for this first panel. Those of us here are going to take a 15-minute break for coffee and getting up out of our seats for a second. And I strongly encourage those of you on the online to do the same. And then we'll join you back again at 11:45 Australian Eastern Time for those of you in other time zones.
Okay, and there should be no echoing.
That should be fine. Yeah, so you just have to.
So that's me there.
So they can see you. It would be an embarrassment.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our next session. Just checking that everybody online can hear us. A few thumbs up would be fantastic because I haven't got my laptop in front of me, or assuming you can hear me. So this session, thank you very much, Lloyd. I appreciate that. This session is on the glam sector and sport, and thanks for bearing with us with all of the technological dramas. I think we're not doing badly, actually, everyone. You know, I know it seems a little bit kind of chaotic, but as I was saying just now, we've had somebody from America zooming in. We've had, you know, this session we've got somebody from the Philippines. It's amazing having people from all over the world here. So thank you. Just bear with us with the technological dramas. So Rob Hess will be speaking next. Rob holds an adjunct appointment in sport history at Victoria University, where he is an archivist for the Olympic and Paralympic Research Centre. He has also been a heritage consultant at Netball Victoria since 2017, and this is a project I have been following avidly on Twitter because it's just fantastic. If you haven't delved into reading about it yet, there's amazing posts on Trove. I encourage you to read that. Rob's work is in collaboration with a number of other people who aren't with us today, but I will read out their bios so you know that they exist. Kirby Fennick is a writer, researcher, and award-winning audio producer. She's a co-founder of Siren Sport, a women in sport collective. Again, I'm an avid follower of Siren Sport too. I encourage you all to do the same. Casey Simons is a research fellow in the Sport Innovation Research Group at Swinburne University in Melbourne. She also works in the media as a sports writer and is a co-founder of the Women in Sport collective, Siren Sport. And Bess Chinovsky recently completed a PhD in the School of Global, Urban and Social Studies at RMIT University, and her thesis is entitled Netball in Australia, Whiteness, Femininity and Exclusion. So netball, arguably Australia's national sport, but clearly that's up for discussion. Thank you very much, Rob.
Good morning. Welcome from Melbourne. Welcome from Victoria University. Welcome from Netball Victoria. This presentation is divided into 3 sections: some general background, some success stories, and some cautionary tales. I have a multitude of images on a loop while I speak, and I'm happy to refer back to them in question time if need be, but essentially they're just a visual backdrop while I speak and present the text of the presentation. I don't want to spend too much time on the background, although it is important for context, as when my journey began, there was no set of rules, there was no guidelines for what to do or how things might, or knowing how things might develop over time, which was a little bit daunting, but also quite exciting. So I'm going to press play on the slide loop, which is to do with netball, but some of the background involves talking about the Western Bulldogs Football Club as well. So that's part of the journey, if you like. So tell me what I pressed, Matthew.
Screen. Right from the beginning. And that should start moving for you. Yep.
5 seconds.
We'll wait and see.
I trust you.
I'm sure you've said it once. You may just have to press it once. Sometimes can also take it off the loop. Yeah, let's see if that. Oh, that might have started it. Yay, well done.
Thank you. Despite the current extensive player and supporter base and past events that stretch back almost 125 years, the social, cultural and historical aspects of netball in Australia are sorely under-researched. with only a handful of academic studies devoted to understanding the development of the code. Accordingly, this paper explores the context and circumstances of this gap, discussing a case study of Netball Victoria that encapsulates the recent establishment of its heritage task force. The activities of this group, drawn from Victorian past and present Netballers Association and its relationship with invited members who are either active or retired academics or independent researchers associated with 3 different tertiary institutions, offers up a range of success stories, but also some cautionary tales in terms of how ongoing projects, tasks and resources are currently being managed. For me, it all began... Oh, who
You're
wants
just
to?
there. You are.
For me, it all began back in 2012, just when the industry partnership between the Western Bulldogs Football Club and Victoria University was in full swing. As part of this sports science partnership, I was seconded for 6 months by the Bulldogs to help establish their museum at Whitten Oval. This became an epiphany for me, taking me and my students out of the classroom setting and into the world of museums and objects, material culture, if you like. Not only did I get the opportunity to travel to the UK to visit various sporting museums, notably the 6-storey tall National Football Museum in Manchester, the impressive National Hockey League Hall of Fame in Toronto, and the Spare No Expense Olympic Museum in Lausanne, but I got to visit smaller community-run sporting museums in towns such as Red Deer and St Mary's, Ontario, where often volunteers were at the heart of the operations. Meanwhile, back at Whitten Oval, I developed, as part of this secondment, a so-called learning in the workplace classes, where students attended a lecture on the history of the club, did a tour of the club's facilities and its embryonic museum, and were then allocated an individual research assignment based around an allocated month in the club's 100-year history, explored by them through newspaper archives and access to objects. Importantly, they were also asked to create and submit a reflective diary on the experience. This experiment played out over 3 years. And it could, as I feared, have been upset by parochialism on behalf of the students. We're going into an environment where everyone's got their own team, everyone barracks passionately for their own team, and yet here's Rob saying, we're going to do some research for the Bulldogs. And I expect a little bit of blowback in those respects, but in the end, it was an unbridled success for the students, the Bulldogs, and for me, and a testament to the students in particular who loved the fact that their work they were doing for me, their assignments, their academic work, had actually a genuine purpose, with all the corrected assignments and the journals going into the Bulldog archives for further research and work and being drawn upon in terms of the museum taking shape. In 2015, Netball Victoria became a VU industry partner and were already aware of the heritage work that had been rolled out with the Bulldogs. So it was not long before they came knocking at my door wanting the Bulldog experience to be repeated at Netball Victoria. In this case, a seed grant helped to kick off an oral history project amongst staff and postgrads at VU, followed by Trove-based assignments for undergrads based on a tour of the archives at Netball Victoria, the allocation of a defined time period for each student, all supplemented by these personal journals that they had to complete. This time we also trialled cadetships with Netball Victoria, who these were students that worked at Netball Victoria on a semester-long basis under supervision and worked directly with objects in a largely uncatalogued collection, which is still largely uncatalogued. I estimate there are probably around 10,000 objects in the collection. I think we've catalogued 3,000. So it's a bit to go. Again, this was a great success over a 3-year period, especially in terms of student feedback and client satisfaction. All of this came to a screeching halt, though, when Victoria University, under financial pressure, began to offer voluntary redundancies to long-serving staff. So 2 weeks after I retired from Victoria University, near the end of 2016, Netball Victoria came knocking again and said, could I take over as their, not take over, could I establish the position of being a heritage consultant, knowing that in the wind was state government funding to relocate its offices and headquarters from West Melbourne to a new state-of-the-art netball and hockey stadium at Royal Park. This time I would not be working with students, but with a group of up to 8 retired netballers, so-called Heritage Task Force, whom I would coordinate and support on a weekly basis, reporting back to a History and Traditions Committee chaired by the CEO. Here I briefly relate some of the successes of this arrangement. The new CEO gave me unqualified support. She inserted and asserted the importance of history and heritage into Netball Victoria's strategic 5-year plan. She went out of her way to speak to me almost every week that I came in, often seeking counsel on a proposed new project, such as the selection and erection of netball statues, again, in the wind and to be funded. And she was not afraid or to allocate or redirect funding or the resources of her executive assistant to projects as diverse as digitising audiovisual material, asking her office staff to type up hundreds of catalogue sheets. Hence, an important relationship of trust and confidence in the CEO was nurtured by her and by me as well. At the practical level, she also went into bat for significant funding from the state government in order to hire a short-term museum consultant to oversee the construction and outfitting of the top-of-the-range museum display cases at the Royal Park facility. That went a bit quicker through my loop than I imagined, but you now get a listen. She also gave me the freedom to trial and institute new ideas, such as you can see there on the screen, pop-up museums at the Victorian Netball League state title. So that was an outdoor event, and also at marquee Vixen Games in the John Cain Arena that were designated as part of heritage rounds. She also sought my advice on the inauguration of an Anzac medal for the Anzac round that they played, which involved some research and recommending who the medal should be named after, etc. All of these activities were also underpinned by the enthusiastic support and the knowledgeable, enthusiastic volunteers who willingly committed their time, their labour and their wisdom to all the behind-the-scenes work that needed to be done. These women, self-effacing as I found many former netballers are the bedrock on which the heritage work at Netball Victoria depends. And it's their ongoing contribution that forms a key part of my interactions with them each week. However, they are ageing. A couple are more than 80 years in age, so that original 8 has been whittled down now to about 4. They're all still living, but they're not quite up to coming in regularly and driving a distance to come in and do the work face to face. So another important success story has been the recruitment of volunteer academics and researchers, notably my 3 co-authors, who independently heard about the Heritage Task Force, wanted to observe it at work, and then wanted to join on an ongoing basis. The result of their involvement has been important in many ways, not just through their labour, but by the fresh perspective and outlooks they bring to the archives. They've also helped me to share the load and foster the excitement that new discoveries in the archives reveal, resulting in our latest projects, which was to release a series of web stories on the Netball Victoria website, bolstering the existing heavily biographical profiles with narrative reflections on objects and artifacts and the stories behind them. So that's what the, I guess, the academic cohort have been able to achieve. Much of this also culminated in the large-scale pop-up museum at the recent centenary celebration of Netball Victoria, at a gala function held at Federation Square venue in Melbourne, and the release of a colour booklet outlining a brief history of the organisation, an undoubted success story for the group. So I have a couple of these to give away at the end of the presentation. So it's an 8-page booklet which summarises more than 100 years of netball history. As for challenges, so that's part of the brief overview of the success we've had in terms of melding academics with former netballers as volunteers, a good relationship with the CEO and the executive assistant, and broad support from, I think, the netball community in terms of these online stories that we're doing, rolling out as part of the centenary. All right, challenges or cautionary tales, as I call them, and there are a few. Got a minute or two maybe just to summarise that. One is space. We operate in a very cramped backroom environment. Space is money in a facility that's owned by the state government, and we are tenants. We don't own the stadium that we're located at. But the collection keeps growing. We want to try and keep it under one roof rather than remove parts of the collection to offsite storage. So we're always on the lookout for creative ways to steal space in the stadium, such as putting in memorabilia in the umpire's room, dressing the umpire's room with appropriate heritage items. And there's also tensions within our group about what to keep and what not to keep. I have a very much don't throw out anything mentality. People say, well, why do we want 3 copies of that? So we have those arguments every week, or discussions every week, because there's always things coming in. There's always new dresses, new discoveries, new donations, etc. One other cautionary tale is the demise of the Magpies. They had a netball team, but they're now defunct. And the rise of the new netball team, which joined the competition next year, is the Mavericks. We regularly iterate that our interest is in preserving and promoting the history of netball in Victoria, not the history of netball Victoria. So we have a broader focus, and I don't think all the netball staff recognise that, but our focus we see as broader in terms of focusing on the history of netball, not the history of netball Victoria. So our remit is much broader in that respect. Finally, and this is probably the best example that I can give in terms of a cautionary tale, that we, particularly if we're from an academic background, need to be mindful of the sensitivities of the netball community and the Heritage Task Force volunteers and employers who are a microcosm of that community. Let me give you one example. You might have seen a yellow autograph card that's popped up on the screen. It's got signatures on it. Came across that in the collection. We open up boxes every week and find stuff that we haven't seen before. And I said, oh, what do you think this is? And in the corner, I showed it to one of the women, one of the volunteers, and I said, oh, it's got a springbok in the corner, something to do with South Africa. And we eventually worked out that it was an autograph card from a game played between South Africa and Victoria at a venue in Melbourne, which was beset by 3,000 protesters protesting apartheid. This is 1970. And it turns out that 2 of the volunteers in the group were actually at the game, and one was injured by broken glass because they were throwing Molotov cocktails, etc. There it is. However, the volunteer, as I turned to one of the volunteers, she said, why would you want to put that on display? Why would you want to put that on display? And for some of the volunteers, perhaps the wider netball community, there's a sense of that was a shameful incident. That brought shame on the sport of netball, that this protest had got out of hand. The police were called, glass windows were broken, and one of the volunteers actually had cuts to her arms. She was a ball girl for the evening. So that would certainly gave me pause for thought in terms of being sensitive and thoughtful about how I, as an academic, thought, no, this is an academic paper and this is a book on this. And in fact, my academic colleagues presented on this at the ASH conference in Canberra. But for the volunteers, they were very reluctant to, I guess, promote that as something that they wanted to be associated with. So that's a bit of a cautionary tale, just being careful not to erode the trust and the harmonious relationship that we have as outsiders coming into their organisation, if you like, and then needing to build upon the academic side of things and wanting to bring this into the overall narrative of the history of netball in Victoria. So my final observation, I guess, is that in fact it's the discussions we have at morning tea that are the most important part of the whole exercise. I always say that I'm not happy if the volunteers aren't happy, because if they're not enjoying themselves, not having a laugh over morning tea, not saying good day to the CEO as she wanders past and says, oh, what have you been up to? And it's the Heritage Task Force, and it's really part of the reason for the success of all this. And it's part of the reason I started to keep a diary of some of the interactions and thoughts and revelations that were being made and personal reflections that have gone into this paper, and wanting to share the story a bit more widely and to see what other groups and how they're handling that in terms of their interaction with a public body like Netball Victoria, and how that works behind the scenes with volunteers that are supporting the work. I need to stop there, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was marvellous, and I'm sure you have lots of questions. Letting everyone into the waiting room at the moment. I don't know why I can't let them in by my computer.
That was me.
No, don't worry. That's okay. That's good. I'm happy for the power to be here and not on my computer. This is all good. Okay. Next up, I'm just
finding my.
Yeah, you do that, and I'll do this. Next up, we have Alexandra Mountain, and I've loved working with Alexandra and a bunch of my students this year who've done some amazing work on the Ironclad Sisters Project. Is that Sisterhood? I knew I was going to say Sisterhood Project. Anyway, more on that later this evening.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's a history fest today, but that's something to talk about another time. But Alexandra is a public historian and an archivist focused on examining how communities remember and memorialise their past. And she is currently the wonderful archival project manager at the Society of Australian Genealogists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I don't know how I look on the screen, so I'm just going to not look. I don't think it's the best angle, but we are persevering. Thank you so much for everyone to being here today. It's been really wonderful to hear everyone speak. And I think what I've gotten out of the presentation so far is that we are all thinking about the same issues, the same problems, and how we as practitioners can work together to overcome them. So it's been really fascinating and very gratifying to hear so many commonalities from such different areas. So thank you very much to everyone. Thank you for the organisers. Thank you for the grad students, for the technology work. It truly takes a village. How do I press? This one? Enter? Okay. So this is the glory years. So the Western Australian Football League during the 1970s and 1980s. This is an image from the 1979 Derby Grand Final, where they had to call in the riot police after it became too exuberant, is the kind of terminology used. It's one of my favorite photos, and I will get into one of the reasons why in a bit. No? No. Okay. All right. So this is probably not needed in hindsight, but very quickly, kind of an overall view of. No?
Just I'm just studying slides for some reason.
Yeah, they're not allowed slides. We've decided. Okay, there we go. Many screens. I know. Many screens.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
You just the perfect.
Click that one. All right. Normally I'm good with computers, I swear. Here we are. So, okay, Aussie rules football, as I'm sure all aware, is the oldest codified form of modern football in the world. Something that my family takes great pleasure in telling everyone, basically. I'm from Perth, so it really is, as we'll get into it, the only game in town, as it has been described to me. Aussie rules is, as a lot of football sports in Australia, it has extremely localized play. Part of this is due obviously to the large geographical spread. It makes kind of the transference of passion and following teams more difficult, or historically it did. There's intense local competition, which is really important to the waffle. Because of the distance from Victoria, from South Australia, it really developed very passionately and from a very grassroots perspective in WA. And there's also incredible regional support, or there was in the 1970s and 80s. So it wasn't just about Perth being the kind of central locality for football. The regional areas, the rural areas had enough to put up 2 teams, basically. So it really was an incredible geographic spread that wasn't just localized in cities. Popular mainly in Victoria, South Australia and Western Australia. It was very difficult for me when I moved to Sydney to realise that footy was actually rugby. That has caused some fights between me and my roommate, who is a very passionate rugby fan. I still don't know which rugby type. I'm not sure. I think it's league. I think it's league. So the other thing is that it spread mainly from Victoria, surprise, surprise, where the game originated via migrants west. And a lot of this is kind of put on the gold rush that happened in Western Australia. So a lot of migrants from Victoria coming across to the gold fields, Kalgoorlie, etc., playing the game there, and then it spread outwards. So this is the Fremantle Football Club, one of the original teams on the screen there. Sorry, it's that way on the screen and then that way there. So in 1893, they were the premiers of the league. It quickly became the game of choice for Western Australians. There was, of course, a brief flirtation with rugby, but football really became the most popular sport, with cricket always kind of playing second fiddle. And that's kind of come up a lot in the discussions that I've had with people. So the waffle, as all professional, semi-professional leagues, has undergone a number of name changes as it kind of tries to establish itself. It was founded in 1885 as the West Australian Football Association. It then moved into 1932, the West Australian National Football League, WANFL. And then in 1980, although waffle was being used colloquially beforehand, so again, I'm not 100% on this date yet, but the West Australian Football League, or WAFL. And this really is the premier football league in the state of WA. It's where the best players from WA were playing. Occasionally, we even got some players coming over to Western Australia to play. It really is seen as the nexus, not only of talent, but it defines the culture, particularly in the 1970s and 1980s. It really was kind of where people learned about community, about mateship, about masculinity. It was an integral part of Western Australia's community building. Ooh. There we go. One of the big 3 in the country, the other obviously being the Victorian Football League, and then also the South Australian Football League. Okay, nexus of talent and culture. Just to emphasize how big the waffle was, the image that I showed you, the 1979 Grand Final between South and East Fremantle had an attendance of 52,780, which was a record that was only broken for a Aussie rules football game in 2018. So it really has been just an incredible force for people in the local community to show up and attend. Before 2018, I think only Adele in the state had actually beat that attendance record. So not to brag or anything, but pretty big. But as you're going through, and even as there is this incredible peak of attendance, peak of fan culture, peak of passion around the game, there is, of course, this encroaching fear that Victoria will take away all of the best players. And in doing so, I forget off the top of my head who called it colonization, but it was an incredible article written by a sports scholar who called the Victorian expansion a colonization of the local leagues across Australia. And so you see this was published in the WA Footballer in 1979, which again was the peak year of attendance. There's still a wealth of talent, but have all the star players left. So it's really trying to reconcile the local passion with this continual stealing of players and talent and labour from the local leagues. The Victorian takeover. Okay, so mainly, and my parents had a lot to say on this when I was chatting with them. Basically, all the big three leagues are struggling at different levels. So the Victorian Football League is mainly struggling financially. They have a large number of clubs that can't really support themselves. The Waffle obviously is concerned about talent leaving. They want to try and stem the flow of talent over, and they see the Victorian Football League as really growing much larger than the Waffle is. We have continual approaches by the VFL to Waffle teams to join. I don't want to go into that too much, but I can if anyone has questions about that very specific topic. It's not until 1986 that this was successful. The new WA team was charged $4 million to join, as was Brisbane. This was, of course, not something the Victorian teams had to pay to stay in the VFL, and that these two payments really propped up the entire league. So I think it was Fitzroy in particular was about to fold, but the payments from WA and from Queensland really helped out. So the West Coast Eagles and the Brisbane Football Club join for the 1987 season. So this is a very brief history about the Waffle, where I see its importance culturally, socially, politically at times. And I think what you see happen with the Victorian, the VFL growing, the AFL being established, is the beginning of a large shift of the Waffle really losing cultural and social importance. It goes from the Premier League to basically a feeder team for the AFL, to the Eagles, and then obviously also to the Fremantle Dockers when they are established. And I think the question that really drives what I'm trying to answer is what was lost? What was lost in this shift from local to national? What is lost in the sporting communities, and what histories are forgotten in favor of a larger national mythologies attached to popular sports? And Jane's comment about the fragility of histories and how do we capture these and maintain them speaks really intimately to what I'm trying to accomplish with this. How do we grapple with, and this Caroline's presentation really spoke to me about this, how do we grapple with ideas of nostalgia and loss and kind of feeling like you've lost a community that you used to have in a sporting world? For a lot of aging older players, how do we deal with that in a sensitive way? How do we have and build a community again out of these spaces? This is also a very personal project for me. So my entire research career prior to this was ice hockey. And the first question, as I was saying, that I always got was, why is an Australian studying ice hockey? And the reason is I studied abroad at the University of Illinois when the Chicago Blackhawks won the Stanley Cup. So there was no personal connection at all, apart from the fact I really like the sport. But this is deeply personal because my father, who is one of the two interviewers that I will be talking to about, was a Waffle player. So this is Paul Mountain. Yeah, he saw that and he was like, what a doofus. I was like, don't be me. This is his best friend, Paul Soley, who I have known since I was born. This was the best picture, I would like to say. I could get a Paul. We were scrambling last night, but you know, just beautiful moustaches. My dad had that until I was like 16. So they were very successful. They underplay their success a lot, I think, particularly because, you know, I am very closely, I know them. But they played for, my dad played for the Strong Districts, so from 1970 to 1973, which was one of the original Waffle teams. He then played for South Fremantle, 1977 to 1982, and then West Perth, 1983 to 84. Paul Fasoli played for the Perth team from 73 to 78. South Fremantle, I can't see that, but I think it's 79 to 85 from memory. And then Swan Districts, 1986. So they really were at the top level. They competed in, I think, they both played 2 premiership games with South Fremantle. Paul Vasoli was the only one who has won a premiership because my dad was injured. It is deeply upsetting for everyone except Paul Vasoli. And so they were the ones this is an academic project to me. This is a community project to me. I think that these histories matter and they are important, but it's also really important to me that I think, you know, the stories that I've heard growing up are a part of the state's history. So I came to it basically from you know, growing up Pole Mountain's daughter. We have some further technical difficulties. So I recorded a 50-minute interview, kind of a starter interview with Paul and Paul. Before this, the audio did not save. So yeah, I know, tragic, absolutely tragic. You would have loved to hear them. But what I do have is the notes that I started taking at the beginning. So this is as verbatim as I can get, but I can't promise that. And as we were talking, I just wanted to highlight two of the major themes that came out when we were talking about what is kind of lost, what they feel has moved on past them and past their experiences. And one of the first things that came up to them, you can't see that in the room, but the intimacy of fan interactions is something that they feel has been taken away from fans today. There's greater access, possibly, with the streaming, with the television, but the actual ability to meet people, to talk to football players, to connect with your heroes, it's more difficult now. So this is a quote from Paul Mountain. He says, fans would come into the clubhouse after the game and you would spend time with them. After a game, if you played well, they'd be slapping you on the back. If you played bad, they'd say bad game today. And then he had some expletives. The members would always be supportive and pat you on the back. He goes on to say, I've not been involved in the AFL, but they don't have club rooms like we used to have. You'd have a presentation of trophies in front of the members and you'd meet people, see the same people every week. People would come up to you and introduce themselves. Now I'm sure the high flyers, the big bucks can meet players, but Joe Bloggs, the carpet cleaner, who is a supporter, wouldn't be able to walk up to Nick Natanui and say hi. And I think that is a really key point in this increasing professionalization of the sporting world we find ourselves in. I'm going to move on because I want to make sure I get to Paul Vasoli. So the other thing, and this, I was really surprised that Paul brought this up, but it was really important to him that he saw the volunteerism from these local clubs declining as well. So I'd be really interested to chat later about the significance and the integral nature of volunteerism to all of these communities and to the work we're doing, because I do see it as absolutely structurally foundational. So Paul Vasoli said, it's different now. Back then you'd have the old gals come in with their homemade sandwiches and cakes and tea for everyone, and everyone around the oval would work for free. There are a few people at the top who made money, but even us players didn't really. We made $9,000 a season, that was a good one. That was great. It's more professional now. People would be paid in the AFL for what they would volunteer for when we were playing. You lose that community, that feeling of being part of something bigger. And then my dad chimed in, the vast bulk of people in the waffle did it for nothing, including the players. Some players would get about $50 a game, which is bugger all for all that you put in. Playing for the love of the game has been lost in the AFL. And I think this is where the idea of nostalgia comes in, because I am quite sure that a lot of AFL players play because they love it, but it is a perceived loss, which I think is just as important, even if it's not an actual loss. And I really I'm an ardent oral historian, and I think even if people's memories aren't necessarily factually accurate, the fact that they're memories and the fact that that's what people are holding on to are just as valid and just as important to our contribution of a public memory. Okay, really quickly, so what? I've kind of been over this as we've been talking, but I think it's really integral that we address these, that we address the feelings of loss, nostalgia, and alienation from larger national professional leagues. This is Lost Waffle. It's on Facebook. It's also on Twitter, and they post various bits of memorabilia. They post interviews and snapshots. He talks to various different people. My sister is on Facebook. She sends images of my dad and Paul Vasoli all the time. So it is just a really fun way to connect with people as well. Tangible changes in the way that communities interacted, with shifting towards less participation and more professionalism. Again, what is lost? Obviously a lot is gained, but I think it's equally important to look at what is lost. And then finally, I think that there's a cultural history being lost to a national narrative. And I think it's deeply important to me that we need to insist upon a local, collaborative, and community-focused archival effort to make sure that these overarching structural narratives don't subsume the agency of the people who were part of building them. So thank you very much.
I mean, goodness, you've been two of my favourite research topics, family history and sport history. which is fantastic. So our next, and there are many themes that I'm starting to loop together at the moment. Our next presenter is streaming in from the Philippines. Aaron, I hope Aaron sent through, oh goodness me. Aaron, you might have to present the piece on Zoom because we might have dramas trying to access the recording that you very kindly, I did ask all of our international participants to send me a recording just in case we had dramas, which he did first thing this morning. But now it looks like we're having dramas downloading it on this particular screen. Are you able to give the presentation via Zoom?
Yeah, I'll be sharing it instead from my computer. Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. That would be amazing. Well, let me introduce you. Thank you so much for joining us. Aaron is an assistant professor in the Department of History at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He finished his BA and MA degrees in history from the same university, and his research interests are martial law studies, human rights, and sports history. Thank you very much, and thanks for being so flexible.
Hello to everyone. Just to make sure that I would be able to finish my presentation on time, I'll be presenting a recorded video that I sent Tanya earlier. So just a moment. Video. Can everyone see the video?
Yes.
So good morning to everyone. First, allow me to thank the organizers, especially Tanya, for giving me an opportunity to share my research. And second, I apologize to everyone as I'm unable to be with you all, at least physically today, as I have to attend my classes in the university. Hello again to everyone. I'm Aaron Viernes, an assistant professor from the University of the Philippines, and I'll be presenting a research, or more aptly, a reflective paper titled Memorialization, Nation Building, and Sporting Celebration, the Araneta Coliseum as a Site of Memory. And since this research is still at its early stage, your comments, questions, and suggestions are much appreciated. I look forward to hearing them after this panel. To guide everyone with my presentation, I prepared an outline for my discussion, which is as follows. The first part will discuss my research objective. The second would discuss my discussion on the sources, and the succeeding parts would discuss the early beginnings, particularly the construction of the Araneta Coliseum, the key events that it hosted, and I'll end it with some of my insights and reflections. This research will attempt to investigate the Araneta Coliseum as a site of memory. In particular, it argues how the Araneta Coliseum serve as a living memorial for sports and nation building. As a reflective piece, I relied significantly on both primary and secondary sources. The most important of these materials came from magazines and newspapers published here in the Philippines. These includes the Sports Weekly Magazine, the Philippine Daily Express, the Times Journal, and Bulletin Today. I also utilized Michael Pante's book titled A Capital City at the Margins in order to trace the beginnings of Quezon City and at the same time fill some gaps left by the other materials. Aside from this, materials from online sources were also utilized. Okay. So now let's proceed with our discussion on the early beginnings of the Araneta Coliseum. In 1939, the Philippine Commonwealth President Manuel Quezon established Quezon City and envisioned it as the future capital that would eventually replace Manila. The city was developed through the purchase of parcels of land from large estates with the purpose of developing them into an affordable housing project for Manila's urban working class, and at the same time in order to serve as a relocation site for the University of the Philippines. While Quezon City's ascendance as the country's capital has been hampered by resistance from several politicians, Manila's destruction in the aftermath of the Second World War only hastened the process of the transfer of the capital from Manila to Quezon City. Eventually, on July 17, 1948, President Elpidio Quirino signed the law that declared Quezon City as the capital city. Michael Pante argues that the act of moving the capital city is actually a reflection of the shifts in the political landscape, from that of a colonial regime to a newly independent republic. Thus, in some sense, the creation of Quezon City itself conjures the ideas and image of the newly independent republic or the newly independent nation in space. Quezon City as an urban project also served to idealize the country's future, one that is modern. It was supposed to showcase the city of an independent Philippines. Its creation, much like the post-war reconstruction of other Southeast Asian cities, as Michael Pante puts it, was tied to the modernist project of the ascendant native elites who wanted to articulate their nationalist visions through architecture and urban planning. Much as the city became the national capital in the post-war period, it also served as a center of education and health services, and more so, the entertainment and sporting hub of the new republic. Its ascendancy as the Philippines' primate city in the immediate post-independence period also served to attract capital, and in turn, the ambitions of the country's provincial elites. Among them were the Aranetas of Negros Island in the Visayas, who made enormous fortunes from their sugar estates. Jose Amado Araneta, or Amading, purchased a rather underdeveloped piece of land from the Radio Corporation America in 1952. The family later developed the area into a prime real estate property that now straddles the busy intersection of Cubao. Famously known as the Araneta Center now, it served as one of the country's foremost shopping districts. Yet, before malls and other commercial establishments mushroomed in this area, it was the large domed structure located in its heart that reigned supreme, the Araneta Coliseum. While the American colonial administrators tried their hardest to stamp out cockfighting amongst their colonial subjects in the Philippines, it was in vain. What the Americans saw as a bane to their attempt at a social engineering project was a boon to a business-savvy Jesus Araneta. Owning a large property that he can develop, and being a cockfighting aficionado himself, Amading envisioned the creation of an international cockpit stadium that can seat 10,000 spectators. Amading believed that his prepossession is a lucrative endeavor as it would cater to many of the wealthiest businessmen and politicians in the country's new capital. The plan would come into fruition in 1960 after 3 years of construction, and for a time, it carried the honor as the largest dome structure. For the next decades, the Araneta Coliseum did not just host cockfighting events, but also boxing bouts, beauty pageants, basketball games, and interestingly, inter-government mobilizations and protests. True enough, the Araneta Coliseum functions as a stage for multiple forms of performance, a venue for negotiating identities, and a window from where the aspirations of the nation can be gleaned. And much like its host city, the Araneta Coliseum, a post-war and post-colonial urban project, provided an opportunity for the Filipinos to reinvent themselves and reinterpret their identity. Since its completion in 1960, the Araneta Coliseum has been famously called as the Big Dome, not just an ode to the recognition it once held, but more so for its hosting of massive crowd-gathering events. Yet, the Big Dome is not just a place where the crowd gathers, but more so a place where sport spectators make their pilgrimage to witness the best of Philippine sports and entertainment, thus also earning it a title of being the Mecca of Philippine sports. The Big Dome's inaugural event was the 1960 World Junior Lightweight Championship between Harold Gomez and the defending champion, and Gabriel Elorde, who had behind him the support of nearly 25,000 Filipinos. Elorde would go on to win the championship by knocking out his opponent in the 7th round of the bout. He would later be recognized as one of the Philippines' boxing greats, that include Manny Pacquiao and Pancho Villa. Elorde's boxing match was only the first of the many bouts hosted by the famed Coliseum, where other Filipino boxers also attempted to carve their own destiny in a sport that many Filipinos so dearly enjoyed. In much of the 60s, and long before it became the home to Philippine basketball, the Big Dome largely served the original purpose for which it was created, a cockfighting stadium. Starting in 1963, with the exception of some years, the Coliseum has been a venue for the Cockfight Annual. This event went international as the Coliseum hosted the International Cockfight Derby in 1969. The said event was touted as the biggest event in native cocker history. Today, this annual meet of cockfighting aficionados is now known as the World Slasher Cup, which continues to draw large male crowds who watch and bet on roosters while listening on some iconic Taylor Swift songs. But what brought the Big Dome to the global stage was the grudge match between boxing heavyweights Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali in 1975. Dubbed as the Thrilla in Manila, Frazier and Ali's match was not just memorialized by the banner that hangs in the Coliseum's rafters, but also preserved in the shopping mall, which is just an arm's throw from the Big Dome, the Ali Mall. Yet, the global fanfare brought by the mega fight and sponsored by the Marcos dictatorial regime only served to legitimize the regime by providing the Filipino the much-needed distraction from the problems that besets them. In a way, the controlled violence between two foreign fighters clashing inside the ring allowed the people to turn a blind eye on the increasingly violent regime. In the same year that the Big Dome witnessed the clash of boxing giants, it also went into hosting Asia's first professional basketball league, the Philippine Basketball Association. From then on, the Coliseum would witness all the jubilation and heartbreaks of fans and players alike. After all, basketball was the sport closest to the Filipinos' heart. While gate attendance in the PBA games today was a far cry from what it was in the 1970s to the 1990s, clashes between the two most famous PBA teams remain to be a crowd drawer. A Sunday scheduled match between the Barangay Ginebra Kings and the Magnolia Hotshots, dubbed as the Manila Clasico, reverberates with the highly contested rivalry between the Toyota Crispa teams of the 70s and the 80s. Deeply seated rivalry between college basketball teams was formed and intensified at the Big Dome. From the early 2000s reign of the Green Archers and the Blue Eagles to the present-day Battle of Katipunan, the heated clash of school spirit has been witnessed by the Coliseum. But these rivalries were often put aside when players from rival teams started donning the national colors. The 1978 World Basketball Championship and the 1982 Asian Junior Basketball Championship comes into mind. To most Filipinos, a gold medal from such competitions is the holy grail, and nothing is much more important than bringing home the coveted prize. Yet, the Filipinos' love for their national basketball team does come with a hitch. For a country that hardly ever won an international competition or recognition outside Asian basketball, the Filipinos' love affair with the sport almost comes surprising. And yet it endures, and often at the expense of support and recognition for Filipino athletes who have significantly fared better in the international competition than their national basketball team counterparts. As much as the Big Dome has been a home to the mega sporting events, it also served as the host of beauty pageants. It served as the venue of the coronation night for Miss Philippines in the 1960s, and subsequently the pageant host for Binibining Pilipinas for 50 years, from 1964 to 2014. In 1994, the Coliseum also witnessed the swimsuit and national costume competitions of the Miss Universe. More so, the Coliseum itself was used by Pope John Paul II during his papal visit to the Philippines in 1981. He addressed the Filipino Catholic faithfuls, mostly of middle class and professional background, of their social responsibility in a troubled time. And incidentally and related to this, one may also find that far from being a monolith bereft of political meaning, the Coliseum has also lent itself to movements from opposing sides of the political spectrum. In 1961, the convention of the leading political party at the time, the Nacionalista Party, opened at the Coliseum. The event was said to be attended by 1,417 delegates and 18,000 attendees. While party members decided on the fate of the nation, equally present are wine, women, and money, as recalled by the late Benigno Aquino, who was among the attendees. As much as it had been a site for right-wing political party conventions, the Big Dome has also been a venue for left-wing politics. Ironically, the Big Dome, which has been long the symbol of Araneta's capitalist orientation, served as the birthplace of the largest labor movement in the Philippines, the Kilusang Mayo Uno, or the May 1 movement in 1980. The Big Dome, unwittingly, served as a window into Philippine politics, where political players often enters into alliance of convenience against a common enemy, which at the time was the Marcos regime who antagonized the Aranetas but by depriving them of their share of the economic pie, and the urban workers who felt much of the brunt of the regime's violent policies. To this day, the Coliseum continues to host a plethora of events. Much as it was in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and the early 2000s, it remains as an arena of contestations and of paradoxes, not just of political rivals, beauty queens, boxers, and basketball players, but more so of different political and social forces that imbue the Big Dome with different meanings. The events hosted by the Coliseum mirrors the collective yet oftentimes diverging experience of the nation. The meanings that these events carry allows one to scrutinize paradoxes in Philippine history. While the Big Dome memorializes significant turning points in Philippine sporting history, it also exposes realities in Philippine society, oftentimes traversing issues such as women empowerment, political contestations, political independence. What was supposed to be an engineering marvel that evokes sense of modernity and feeling of belongingness to the international community, it now serves as a memorial to the frailties of the newly independent republic along with its tumultuous history. Certainly, the Colosseum was far cry from what it was in the 1960s. It had underwent a series of changes and renovations in 1999 and another in the late 2010s. It was also a witness to the changing cultural and social landscape in the area. Yet, it remains as one of the most distinguishable sports landmarks in the Philippines, a memorial not just to the Philippine sporting greats and the Philippines' great sporting events, but also to the events that have shaped and continues to shape the nation. That would be all for my reflections and sharing. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Aaron. That was fascinating. And thank you for, again, pivoting so quickly. Time for questions before lunch. Well, not lunch for some people on the other side of the world, but there are a couple online. Are there any in the room before I neglect my in-room participants? Anybody? Keith.
All these papers were fantastic. But I especially had a question for mostly for Alexandra, but maybe a little bit for Rob too, which is about this kind of nature, this tension between the sporting federations, this kind of national body, and our efforts to work with them, and then also the knowledge that they do kind of colonize or take over local sports. And I really was listening to your paper thinking about stuff I've been reading about women's sport and being just taken over by these national bodies. So I wondered if you could talk a little bit about the difficulty, both of you, about working with national bodies, but at the same time trying to tell a story that's a different story.
I mean, this is something I've run into at sports history project. I think and it happened a lot when I was doing my dissertation focused on youth ice hockey players. So I worked with Hockey Canada, Swedish Ice Hockey Federation, and then also USA Hockey. And the levels of access that you're allowed differs depending on who you know, differs depending on who you're able to talk to. And then also differs on what kind of players you talk to. So the professional players have a very different story than those who, you know, tore their knee ligament at the age of 16 and then became addicted to pills. It's a very different story that happens. And that's why I think all of the work that I do is about the people in these systems. It really is, it's foundational to how I look at these histories. I don't have a good answer because you need access, right? Like fundamentally to do good historical work, you need access to the archives they have, you need access to the people that they control access to. You need access to their network of people that even if they no longer play, you're able to know a person who knows a person who knows a person. Anyone who's done oral history knows that that's how it works. So it's really difficult to balance. And then also what Rob said as well, the sensitivities with what you're talking about with people. How do you balance using these organizations to gain access? But then also a lot of the time what people are saying is overtly negative of their practices and of how they treat the players and how they exploit the labor at a minimum, right? And I think what I do is I try really hard to practice informed consent. I let people know kind of the broad ideology that I'm entering a project with. If people don't want to be involved, then they're not involved. But I think it's something I personally really struggle with. I like making people happy. I like telling positive stories, but a lot of the time there's negative aspects to it. It's something I really struggle with. So I try to be as ethical as possible, but I think it's difficult.
So in terms of netball, I mean, you struck a nerve because I don't think that Netball Victoria do its regions very well. In fact, I think they have fractured relationships with regions who just think, oh, we have to pay an affiliation fee, but what do we ever get from Netball Victoria? So there is a bit of a disconnect. And I know they've been doing like a roadshow around the regions, but for me, that was an ideal opportunity to survey and talk to the regions and their clubs about how are you looking after your heritage? Who's your oldest player? What's your oldest object? A heritage audit as you went around the state, but I don't have that much power. Yes, for me, the regions is out in many respects.
Thank you, Keith. Rob, you can see there's a couple of questions there. Are you able to read that, which will save me having to articulate Tony's? Yes, there's more to come in the chat, but this is your moment, Tony. And Tony, I don't know if you're there and you want to actually.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Yeah, I had a couple of questions, but one probably for the whole panel, and right. That's and it's partly a comment, but what comes across strongly to me from the two of the presentations just then in particular is the importance of the personal for athletes, and Alexandra's touched on that, for the contributors, and Rob talked about that, and then also for fans, and Caroline's presentation touched on that within histories. So how important that it is for a personal connection. And I wonder how that translates to the general public, if histories that are going to have a wider audience. And I think Guy sort of, in his presentation, because Guy works with exhibitions that by definition appeal to a wider audience, but I'd just be interested in the presenters' views on how that personal that they feel very strongly about translates to a wider social context.
I think the personal is always part of, to repeat myself, the personal is always part of the structural, the personal is always part of the political. You can't, in my opinion, disconnect the stories. And I think Guy's final notes where he talked about how people walk in and they make their own histories in the exhibition space. That's something that I've witnessed time and time again in the oral histories, in any sort of exhibition that I've been involved in. You can gather and curate and you can put something together, but ultimately the interpretation is in the public. And so I think people bring their own personal understanding of whatever you're trying to convey, and they reshape the narrative in their own form. So I think it's inherent to what we do, really. I don't think you can disconnect the personal of the athletes or the contributors or the fans. Your positionality, is integral to how you take on the exhibitions being done by Guy, or their participation in projects like this, or their refusal to be in participation in projects like this. So yeah, I see it as fundamental.
I don't know the answer.
Fair enough. Aaron, I wondered if you wanted to pitch in here, because I'm kind of conscious the sources that you use were mostly press, magazines, newspapers. I mean, do you have a sense in which the citizenry are understanding the Colosseum?
Well, unfortunately, I was not able to have or conduct several oral history research, in particular with the Araneta. But I think there are actually several research in the Philippines that touch on the concept of fandom, in particular with Philippine Basketball Association teams. So in the Philippines we have this very famous team, the Barangay Ginebra Kings that I've mentioned earlier, and they would have how do you call this? They would have a team motto: "Never say die." And in one of the at least researches that I've read, these kinds of attitude that the basketball team took on in the court resonates mostly with their fans, no, particularly Filipino fans who are of working class background. And probably that's the reason why many fans would actually support this team. No? And I think it's not just in the case of a professional basketball team, but even with the Filipino support of the national basketball team. For we know the Philippines is not really a basketball powerhouse, but the idea of supporting an underdog despite the challenges of competing against the basketball greats also resonates with the daily struggle of the Filipino masses. No? So I think, and I hope I answered the question, Tanya.
Magnificently, thank you so much. That's fantastic. Anybody else have a question in the room? Otherwise, Tony gets to claim the space again. So I'm going to scan the room one more time. No, Tony, did you want to ask some of your earlier ones? I'm conscious you asked your later one, the ones targeted at Rob, who might be able to. Oh,
Sorry, thanks. I've muted now. Thanks, Tanya. Yeah, I've got a couple of questions for Rob. The first one is that the Australian Sport Museum used to have an agreement with Netball Australia to collect and maintain a collection for Netball Australia. And I just wondered if that was still happening, and if so, does it affect your collection? So that was the first one.
I don't think it's happening on a systematic basis. In fact, there are some objects that the Australian Sport Museum have had in their collection have been returned to us, or Victoria. So I think they've pivoted their collection policy in terms of being so inclusive. But I have had discussions with Netball Australia, who seem to have lifted their game in terms of their desire to collect and display some of their heritage items in the lead up, I think, to the World Cup in 2027. So I think that's given them some impetus to have a more direct role in how they might display or promote their heritage. But I don't think the Australian Sport Museum is active in the collecting space on behalf of Netball Victoria as they were. I might be wrong on that, but I can follow up.
Thanks, Rob. I'm just sorry, Tanya.
Tony, I think there's one in the room here, Tony, but I'm hoping that Rod can answer your one about the collection software management system in a
Easy answer.
Easy answer. Is it one word, 2 words?
So we've just agreed to invest money in the eHive system. Up until now, we're doing paper and pencil cataloguing. But I've managed after several years to convince the organisation to invest in a licence for a proper online.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And Jane, and then there's one more online as well.
Mine is for Alexandra. Greatly enjoyed. You kind of like it was like you were talking straight to me. But I'm actually quite interested in your work as an oral historian, and in particular, where the people that you're connecting with are people that you've known, for a long time and many different ways. I mean, in any oral history, there's some element of selectivity, both in what they tell and what you ask, and what you bring into that like co-created narrative. So I'm wondering how the family connection, if you're conscious of how that impacted on that
co-created narrative?
Yeah, absolutely. It's something I thought about a lot. So I am very heavily involved in the oral history New South Wales community. I help teach classes there. I teach oral history classes at the Society of Australian Genealogists where I work. And obviously at the Society of Australian Genealogists, we have people who want to interview family members. That is really their core desire to learn oral history, is to get information and an ancestral path that is not found in the pages, which I think obviously is one of the key importance of oral history. So yeah, it's something I've thought about a lot. I think with any oral history, there's positionality, there's bias. You bring something to an interview wherever you're coming from. If, you know, for example, as an outsider in the ice hockey community, I think people were more open to me because I was a young Australian girl than they might have been if I was a 50-year-old Canadian ice hockey player. But I'm absolutely positive that there are things they didn't tell me because I wasn't a 50-year-old Canadian ice hockey player. So I think it's part and parcel of any, you know, practitioner basis that you do as an oral historian. I think it's going to be really interesting. So the interview I did with my dad and Paul was together, and that was a lot of fun, really good. And it got very emotional at the end. It was the first time that they said they'd sat down and talked about this together in a serious way. And Paul Fasoli, who I've known since I was born, he is the godparent to my younger brother. He started crying. I've never seen that ever. Like, we have all these family events together, and he was like, it reminds me of so much good that I thought I'd forgotten. And I think that is, he wouldn't have connected, I don't think, if it wasn't with me. So I think, for as much as I think absolutely my father is not going to tell me everything about his time playing, I think what I gained personally, what he and his, you know, Paul are gaining personally, is as good. And I think any oral history you lose some, you gain some. So it's trying to balance the two.
Thank you so much. I'm actually going to suggest that you answer Paul's question online in your own time, at your own leisure, perhaps this afternoon, if you've got a Zoom link. Paul, I hope you don't mind, but we have reached our lunch hour, and I don't want to go over because I'm conscious. I want to be careful about making sure that our online participants are not lost in this process. So thank you so much, panelists. Thank you for your wonderful presentations, Aaron and Alex and Rob. Thank you so much. And I hope that you will communicate with them more and send them emails and questions their way. Now we will take a little break for lunch, online participants, and we will be back at 1:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone.
Time to relax.
I started with
It's been, yeah, it's been really good.
You got to go.
That's good. It really has been. I've been surprised at how much it's meant to me. To be able to do this. Yeah.
You'll see it all.
Should I just leave this?
You was like, but
It's best, isn't it? It's kind of what there's no echo.
getting the insights, keep growing up.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, it all goes into all that. It's when you get older.
Yeah, I think also it's been really great. So, like, my dad, you know, he left school at 16. He like tried to read dissertation and my master's and stuff. So this is the first project where I've been able to work with him and connect with him, and it's really
Okay, Henry had to find the.
That's exactly That's just me. I mean, you can do it as well. You know, do you want I just thought it.
My brother was doing
that.
Very well. The deep south of Tasmania. Okay. I need to go rot. So glad you enjoyed it. Ah, yes, yeah. It's just like academic interest.
Selecting the expertise.
Oh, I would be absolutely thrilled to help out. It's super easy. Yeah, yeah.
They're all generally.
Yes, but if you. I mean, I don't want to go all the way back to the.
Yeah, no. So have you got transcripts oral history?
A couple of the early ones.
Okay.
Okay,
So that's hard.
but it's such a long time ago that I can't, it's so massive.
Yeah, the AI is way better. So when I started, it was you couldn't trust AI translations at all. But now it's a lot better. You still need to go and
So everyone knows there's
we'll just start writing it out. It's incredible. Yeah. So the word act is does
There are sandwiches.
so it's really the technology. She'd be great. She'd be great. Yeah, no. So it is a lot easier. I would think the first step, I know, sort of like cutting down oral histories is getting a transcript and timing it. So you timestamp every 5 minutes and you write down what you said. And then that makes it easier when you go back. You're like, oh, okay, at this time we were talking about X, Y, Z, and that's actually really maybe relate to a lot of people. So let's cut that.
So you cut that whole sentence or paragraph.
Yeah, don't you have any time? Yeah.
Transcript.
Absolutely.
In many ways.
Oh, I would argue with you on that one. I love hearing someone's voice.
It depends on the speaker.
Yeah.
Some speakers are incredibly dull.
But that's important too.
Incredibly mumbling.
I like that anyway.
And, transcript is.
The transcript is incredible. Yeah.
No, I think what you're saying is the transcript from a historical point of view is the correct thing, but from a listening point of view, it's better to have the.
Oh, I was so gutted. I was checking.
Yeah, the transcript informs, but the live interview informs and takes.
Yeah.
But Alexandra, I didn't want to ask a question because I missed a lot because of hearing and frankly the speakers are too loud.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, look, right at the beginning of your talk, we had, I think word for word, that AFL is the oldest codified form.
I think it's VFL. I think the VFL.
Oh,
So Aussie rules in general, but not the AFL.
Okay, so that's Aussie rules in general.
Yeah, so I think the VFL.
And what exactly by codified you mean? The rules by which the game
I think
are played.
Yeah.
They are put into some sort of written form.
Yeah, I think that's what it means. Yeah.
And what was the date?
Oh, I couldn't tell you off the top. 1893. There you go. 1893.
Association soccer.
Yeah.
You're talking about the 1859 rules that were written down, done by Tom Wills and a few others. 1859.
Yes.
1859. The rules of Australian football were first promulgated.
I would have thought that association football would have been heavier.
I don't. Well, it's 1863 was when the association was born.
Anyway, look, I don't know where the association football is actually formal.
Yeah.
It does depend on what you define.
Instinct tells me.
So, in the case of Australian rules, we have a written record of the rules, which you can go and see in the museum.
And of course, Gaul has written 1744.
That'll be earlier.
Of course, they were playing the game before the rules were written.
Of course.
Yeah. So
of course. And when only a small area, localized area, they don't need to write them down. Because they're playing with each other all the time and they understand it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. I'm gonna grab something for lunch though.
Absolutely.
I'll teach you some golf if you show me how. to
Oh,
do
that,
history. Is that a deal?
absolutely. Kidding me? No, that would, because I kept up with kind of reading on it, but not in any great detail, so. Absolutely check out the book. I would love that. As soon as you said you had freebies, I was like, please. And this is incredible, the work you've done. It's absolutely incredible.
Well, the incredible thing is just condensing into what the back cover is 6 pages is front
Yeah.
back cover.
Watching kids do sports. Yeah. Yeah. Potentially. I don't think I've ever seen kids shimmy. Yeah. You're gonna create some excitement.
Yeah, definitely. Move down the center of the bus, please.
Yeah.
That's like kind of what we're talking about, like these local clubs and
Yeah.
gyms, yeah. Sorry.
It's too.
Okay. Oh, thank you. It's always nice being here. So many. So many. And then it's only like.
Yeah, you're right.
6 degrees.
Oh, way less than that too. Yeah. Just by being singled out as the and the digital world and that's. So I've had a lot of silent errors. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, my dad.
Hang on, let me text it.
Submitted. Online.
All online, so I'm just checking, and I think they're all.
Yeah, you can send it to me on Christmas Day, or you send it to me whenever you want.
You read it when you want, not Christmas Day.
Who knows? I don't know.
Yep.
So.
You were at EWA.
Oh, yeah, I'm.
I was. Yeah.
Lucky.
Is this,
Not really a child friendly.
You found out you read it right. There you go. One. Not again, her.
Okay. All right, welcome back, everyone. So short lunch break, but we thought we'd have a shorter lunch break and then get through the day, not so we don't end up too late. All right, this is I'm Matt Bailey. I'm also based here at Macquarie University. Our session, the first session this afternoon, is on creative, community, and collaborative public sporting history. Our first presenter is Ian Berger from Transport for New South Wales, but also ancient history and sports science at the University of Newcastle, which is a perfect combination for our the theme of our conference. So, Ian, I might hand over to you. Have you got any slides to share?
Yeah, thank you. I might try to share my screen now. How does that look?
Beautiful. Yep.
You've got that?
Yep. Can see that.
Okay.
Fantastic.
First hurdle crossed. Okay. All right. So, yeah, as noted, I'm studying ancient history and sports science, which might seem a slightly unusual combination, but hopefully by the end of this, you're convinced it is a worthwhile pursuit. So I'm going to be a bit ambitious here and try to talk on two separate but related topics. So what I prepared is essentially a photo essay. So just buckle up and enjoy the ride. Okay, so I'm talking on, all right, let's just backtrack. So the society foundation of the Nemean Games, the revival of the modern Nemean Games, and the Hoplitodromos race, which is also known as the race in armor. So you've got examples there of both of them. So the original competition at Nemea in Greece was one of 4 ancient festivals. It formed the 4-yearly cycle that included Delphi, Isthmia, Nemea, and most notably Olympia. Each year, one of these sites would host an event, and there was a sacred but brief truce in place so athletes could travel to and from the games. The ancient Nemean Games was the shortest of these 4 and only ran between 573 and approximately 200 BC. Participation in the games was limited to Greek citizens, and only males over the age of 17 could compete. The site of Olympia rises to prominence every 4 years as the starting point for the Olympic flame. As you can see there, quite a lot of cultural events associated with the site. Now, the site of Nemea has long been known, the location. There's no mystery there. The surviving elements of the temple of Zeus. American archaeologists began excavations in 1973 east of the temple. They found the remains of a great altar to Zeus, where athletes and their trainers performed sacrifices and swore their oaths. Inscriptions and other written evidence has allowed the reconstruction of that oath, which is that the athletes swore to abide by the rules and to bring honor upon themselves and their families. In 1994, the archaeologists found I can't see the top of my screen. The remains of the hard-packed yellow clay surface of the stadium, which is effectively what they've been trying to target. It's the major part of the site. This was 400 meters east of the temple, and a sacred road passed between the temple and the stadium, passing through a notable 35-meter tunnel. Local residents were very excited at these discoveries and assisted freely of their time with the excavations to ensure it could be done as swiftly as possible. One of the notable finds was what is known as a balbus. You may learn some Greek words during this if you're not careful. So this is the literal starting blocks of the running race. So you'll notice there are grooves, parallel grooves, to which the feet are inserted. Finding one of these intact has enabled us to better understand the figurines we have of Greek runners. You can see the one on the left with the left foot forward and the right heel back on the ground. So that sort of builds out to our knowledge. It's an interesting contrast then when we look at the first modern Olympics in Athens in 1896, the particular stances that might have been adopted or even physically possible. You'll see that some of the runners have almost got to the position of the Greeks, though those with their hands on the ground ready for the pounce, that stance would not have been possible in the ancient games, and there's a reason for that. The intactness of the stadium and the post holes present enabled an accurate reconstruction of a device that had only been known of in imagery and written descriptions. And what it is, it's known as a hysplex, collapsible rope barrier. The Greeks were extremely skilled sailors, so were very good at rigging up rope devices. In this instance, torsion energy enabled the front pole to spring forward and ensuring a fair start. So as I noted, the locals were particularly enthusiastic about all of this. They'd been involved, and they were keen to make use of the site rather than just being a static outdoor museum. They were keen to line mark it and ensure that they could get themselves on the map. It's something of a depressed economic region in Greece. There's no other major tourist features, so yeah, they got busy and formed a society. The So they were keen to explore the potential of the races. Their stated purpose, they focused on the inclusivity of the average person, and were keen to promote the amateur nature of the games. No records will be kept, no medals awarded. Basically, come for the enjoyment on this sacred soil. It's quite a touching tribute, really, and it's met with some good results. The first organized event was held in 1996. They've grown in popularity with the backing of the Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Races are organized by age and gender notably, and age. They're both key discriminants in the original game, so there's a bit of a leap there. Winners receive ribbons and palm branches. You can see one there at the left, rather proud of himself. Two races are in place. There's a 200-meter event, which is basically out and back around a post, and a longer road run that takes you through the town. And as a fitting end, you get to run through the sacred tunnel back into the stadium. So the 7th event was held in 2016. They were kiboshed by COVID and are only now just getting up in place for the next event next year. And they're increasingly including more cultural events such as choral pieces into the itinerary. Now here's some examples of some of the more recent events. So you can see here the Heisplex that I was describing. You can see how the post has landed on the ground. It's been sprung forward. So while this in one hand would ensure a fair start, it would also, I guess, bring about a fair bit of timidity in your first steps as you assuring yourself not to tangle yourself in the ropes. And there just isn't space for you to touch your feet and spring up in the pouncing style. So the words to the start were puda para puda, so foot by foot. That is, you had to have your feet in the right position within the grooves. So there was this sense of fairness, and then off you go. So you can see a young boy here and women, both of which would not have been present in the ancient games, but the spirit of inclusivity has ensured that all are welcome. And that's been, that's led to some interesting, I guess, observations in the literature. Some of the key questions being raised regard that of heritage management of the site. While on the one hand, there might be a concern of these are such valuable material, you know, we should mothball it and make it an outdoor museum. But instead, the local archaeological authority, the Etheret, has been quite engaged with the process. Management plans have been prepared to ensure that there's no damage to the site. And there's been a concession that strict authenticity can be waived in favor of this inclusivity, and that the site significance is not diminished by any of this, it's enhanced, which I think is the right result. Further studies have noted that this is a very novel example of what might be considered the growing field of heritage sports tourism, which definitely helps the region. Though there's also the navigation between what was a religious event initially with the swearing of oaths and the ever-presence of Zeus overlooking the event, to one of entertainment and popular education. Some of these attributes are still present in the interpretation on the site and how the administrators promote the event. Now, there were other running events at the ancient Nemean Games, and this slide has left off some things. So effectively, there was a stadium race, which was just one length of the stadium, just 200 meters. And there was a longer event that was between 7 and 24 laps. So we have this from various imagery on pottery that was awarded to winners. We can't say for certain what's been depicted in these images, though at a guess, it's been assumed that if the hands are open and the legs are widely separated, the thighs are widely separated, they're going hard. Whereas if the fists are clenched and they're running within themselves, it's assuming the later race, the longer race. Also, something that comes out is those on the left are unshaven, so they're young men, whereas those that are bearded, sort of who gravitate to the longer races. Oh, here we go. I just added a feature. Animated that slide, I didn't know. Okay, thankfully it's not all of them, because that would make it very slow. Okay, and there was the last of those that was mentioned was the hoplitodromos, also known as the race in armor or the soldier race. Now, is that tapping from me, or I'm not sure. Now, the soldier race reference is important because the Greeks at this point did not have a professional army. So any citizen may be called up to serve effectively as if it were a militia. So competing in this race demonstrated a readiness for this task, and it was no easy race. Originally, when it came into place around the 540s, the competitors carried a shield, a helmet, and some greaves. If you look behind me, you can see two of those. Whereas by 450 BC, they'd eliminated the greaves because they were just too complicated to that they present issues. And estimates of the total weight carried can be anything up to 12 kilos. Now, getting back to Nemea, in 2008, yes, there is a link. And it's not even that strained. In 2008, a local reenactment group approached the organizers seeking permission to use the stadium so that they could reenact this race that was known to us from written and some of the visual representations. So they elected to go for the later stage 2 race. They did not wear greaves, but they set up and the high splex was sprung and off they went. So the runners stayed in single lanes as that's defined from the site. They know that from the excavation. This particular stadium was a bit different to others. They took a sharp turn around individual posts and returned to the start. And it was a very close finish, that one. Now, this can be contrasted with an earlier race that was done in 2004 as prior to the 2004 Olympics that was held in Athens. This is one of, I think someone was mentioning there's so many documentaries, sports documentaries, and sure enough, this was one. So a group of professional athletes were used here, so it was probably a higher level of competition. However, with the disclaimer that they were only using lightweight props, effectively fiberglass. So that's sort of, and also you'll notice that some of them are carrying their shields on their left arm, which just is not going to fly in reality, because as a soldier you had to fight in a phalanx, which required everyone to fight the same way. So again, greaves were not worn. An interesting feature of this race, and incidentally, as you'll see from the imagery, they did run naked originally, so they got reasonably close to it for the documentary. The runners would take a sharp turn around a single post. Now, this is when the fun started, because shoulder barging was allowed. You could jostle, you could not deliberately trip. However, if you lost your shield as a result of this, you were effectively disqualified. And many of the imagery represents this, and you can see from the top there, in rounding the mark, he's without his shield, whereas the other one is jumping over his own or someone else's. So this was a feature of the race, and it speaks to something of the novelty, and people have variously interpreted as a measure of just how difficult it was, or just that it was a public spectacle, similar to an egg and spoon race where you were just watching for the theatre. You didn't necessarily think it was people were going to complete it, or not everyone was going to complete it. Now, in speaking to doing my own oral history project of those that have competed in these races, and I've reached out to many, I've gleaned 3 valuable lessons. So there are these two that I've shown and 3 other reconstructions that are detailed enough to be considered useful for the purposes of from the sports science perspective. So the first one is the importance of a strong start. Now we have another figurine here. This one's a little bit different from the other one I showed you before. The right arm's extended, the left arm is crooked back, and you've got to imagine there was a shield attached to that that's since fallen off. He's got a remnant of a helmet. It's become almost a jockey's cap, become a bit of a token, but he's still wearing something and he's not wearing greaves. The one on the right shows it a little bit clearer. So effectively what you have there is the right arm's extended fully, and then as you step off, you pull it down vigorously, allowing a strong first step on the left foot. Now, the unbalanced nature of this race, because the shield is 8 kilos and it's pulling you in one direction, the helmet is limiting your breathing. So effectively, it's a test. It's an extreme test of conditioning. So getting off to a strong start really helps. And those that are leading in the first 10 steps often can carry the race. Optimal gear selection. This is important. So crested helmets, which can look very fine. These are the horsehair plumes that you see on ancient Greek warriors. They are not so great in this situation. They, if you're running front on, they're inducing drag, but also if there's a side breeze, you're going to have your neck whipped around quite a lot. And importantly, greaves. Part of the reason they got rid of, the organizers got rid of them reasonably early in the piece, is that they're very difficult to keep on for the entirety of the race. Well-fitting greaves, they basically just clamp on to the calf muscles. And if you want to keep them on for any length of time while you're running, you're effectively heel striking. So I think of it as like running in a gumboot or something similar. Was there a particular physique that produced champions that you could aspire to in your training? A Roman writer, Philostratus, he was sort of, he basically wrote a watcher's guide to the games, like, as if how to pick a horse that would win. So he's saying, if you see someone like this, oh, you should bet on them. So having a long torso with strong shoulders and thick thighs, that might be a winner, So so that certainly being more thick set than regular sprinters. And often we see imagery showing the winners with beards, which again sort of kind of gives a bit of an indication that these are older men rather than in the first blooms of youth. And when you carry that over to the actual victors of some of these races, I think, yeah, the long torso seems to be a if we're trying to draw from this older source, tells us something in the realms of sports science. I'm actually looking at this from a biomechanics perspective as well. So these sort of interviews with these people, particularly those that are athletic anyway, Olivier has been particularly helpful. Helps me draw a picture of just the energy utilization and just effective tips for the race. So we have 2 French winners to date, though Craig Sitch of Melbourne is carrying the flag, though he's been long since retired, unfortunately, so he's not coming back for an upcoming race, which was due to happen last month. So my interest in this event is not entirely academic. I was down for competing in this. Unfortunately, it was heavy rains in November, kiboshed it. So it's been, yeah, we're going to try again in March. We'll see what happens then. So some of the equipment behind me will get a showing. So in conclusion then, just to look back at what I've discussed, the excavations at Nemea have enabled the reconstruction of the Highsplex device, which is the rope barrier. It increases our understanding of the starting procedure of running events and allows us to interpret how it's shown in visual and written descriptions. It's actually quite a clever device, which then plays out into other sort of understanding of pulleys and other roped devices in use by the Greeks that we're not even aware of particularly. The modern Nemean Games has been in place since 1996 and has been successfully promoted as growing from year to year with more and more international participation, and is unique and inclusive. So if anyone's in Greece in June next year, I'm sure they'd love to see you. And also reconstructions of the race in armor that utilize equipment of realistic weight have provided valuable insights into understanding ancient references to the sport and, again, biomechanics also. That basically concludes my talk, but if anyone was interested, and I have a brief video that would run for 2 minutes, but I'll, with this, is anyone, do I have time to impose there?
I think we're a little bit over time, sorry.
Okay, all right, we'll call it. I'll put it in the chat.
Fantastic.
Not a problem.
That'd be great.
Okay, thanks for your time. I'll stop sharing. How do I do that?
Fantastic. So we'll hold questions over till the end as previously. Our next speaker is Greg Blood. I met Greg down at the ASH conference this year. It was lovely to meet you there, Greg, and great to have you here today presenting. And Greg is going to be talking to us about the development of sporting street art in Australia. Well, the presentation ready to go. Okay, thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Matthew. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to talk about some research I'm really just starting on in sporting street art. My interest in this area is that I've been interested in the commemoration of particularly athletes, and it's generally been halls of fame and sculptures or statues. And what I've noticed is that what I call street art is really becoming an important mechanism of now commemorating athletes. So a bit of background. So from what I've observed in Australia, sporting street art has become more common since the early 2000s. As I just mentioned, that statues have been a really traditional physical way of honouring athletes and teams, but the cost has often been a limiting factor. And generally a lot of those statues often happen well past the athlete's sporting career. So what I've sort of gathered from why there's been a growth of sporting street art and maybe street art overall, some of the reasons is that the cost. So it's a lot cheaper than actually doing a sculpture. I've seen some costs for doing sculptures at $70,000, $100,000. So that's a fairly expensive endeavour. It's very spontaneous. Generally, they can be designed and painted really quickly. And you'll see an example of Shane Warne shortly after his death. A lot of street art went up. Locations, it really only requires a blank wall, often in a significant location. But also that blank wall requires permission to paint on it. But you'll see there's several times where that ran into a few issues. Street art is now a recognised profession. So you go for any major city, country towns, you'll see a lot of street art, and a lot of these artists now do them for commissions. A lot of street art now is sponsored by companies. They want to be associated with an event or a particular athlete and that sort of thing. So that's where some of the money gets provided to happen fairly quickly. What they have found is mural street art, graffiti will rarely override it. So councils and organisations often like something being painted on a blank wall, because it generally is not touched by graffiti artists. So my interest in this led me to working out how would I capture street art that I see, and a lot of it I see through social media, is quite a few participants today will understand I do a lot of Wikipedia creation and work, and I decided to create a Wikipedia site that actually lists sporting street art that I come across. So there's a Wikipedia site called List of Sporting Street Art in Australia, and I add to that whenever I come across relevant street art. So currently in the list there's 45 artworks that cover 11 sports, and interesting, 15 of the 45 are women. So that's a third. And when you think of a lot of the criticisms of sculptures and often halls of fame, the underrepresentation of women, I think women in sporting street art are actually starting to break that sort of barrier. In looking at what sporting street art has been produced, I've sort of come across 4 sort of major themes. The first one is significant athletes tend to get street art. And in particular, when Shane Warne died, I came across 6 sporting street arts of Shane in Melbourne, Perth and Sydney. So you can see he meant a lot to significant people. They ranged in a range of locations, and I think there were several in St Kilda which he had an affinity to. Sam Kerr, I've come across 3 sporting street arts covering her, Fremantle and Sydney, and there's also the one on the right is a mural in covering the Matildas, but she's included in that. Another one, I do a lot of work in the Paralympic space, and this is the only one I've come across relating to Paralympic athletes so far, and that's Dylan Alcott. And that some of that came about several years ago related to the Australian Open. But the one on the right was in a Victorian town called Moe, and it's besides Dylan Alcott, it also includes the wheelchair racer Kurt Fernley. To me, the sponsored street art tends to come through event promotion by sporting organisations or sponsors involved in the sporting events. So here's one of Buddy Franklin in 2018 promoting Sir Doug Nicholls' round. That's in Darlinghurst, which is very close to the Sydney cricket ground, where in recent times he played. Women's AFL have really captured this space. So in the beginning of the 2023 season, the Women's AFL commissioned one of their sponsors to promote that, and that's in Fitzroy in Melbourne. One that happened in Darwin quite a few years back, they had the Rugby League World Cup, had games in Darwin, and they decided to promote in rugby league and also some Indigenous athletes in rugby league at the time. So that was in Darwin. Another one related to the 2018 World Cup that was overseas, Millet Jemnak. That street art in Melbourne was sponsored by Sportsbet. And then more recently, with the Matildas campaign in Australia, there was a mural painted at famous Bondi Beach, and I recently went to have a look at it, and what I discovered is there's lots of murals in that wall. So it's just, and I think it was the only sporty one in that sense, but that was painted during the World Cup. Another one really relates to athletes that have a relationship with an area. Their sporting deeds mean something to the people in that area. So in Fitzroy, Fitzroy Lions no longer exist, but there's a high degree of sentiment for the origins of that team, even though they moved to Brisbane and now the Brisbane Lions. And this mural was painted of a former Fitzroy Lions star, Kevin Murray, and a more recent Brisbane Lions player, Jonathan Brown. And that's in Fitzroy. Kathy Freeman, so she really came from Palm Island, but that has a relationship with Townsville. So there's a mural of her in Townsville in 2016. And when you think of that mural, that was really 16 years after her deeds in Sydney. So they wanted to have something there to recognise her achievements, even though it was several years previously. Something closer to me in Canberra, Ricky Stewart, a very famous Canberra Raiders, but he came from Queanbeyan. He's the current coach, a highly decorated player, and in Queanbeyan they've done a mural of him. So that's the local heroes. The women's sport now tend to be getting murals done in particular events or trailblazers. So this was one done recently in Sydney. Maggie Maloney was really one of the early trailblazers, one of the stars of rugby league, I think in the 1920s. And her mural's gone up in Redfern, an area that she was associated with at the time. In Melbourne, for International Women's Day, a mural was done connecting Elise and Katy Perry, two prominent icons in women's cultural activities. And so they combined the two for that one. The next issue I looked at is some athletes have been portrayed in street art murals relation to their identity or issues surrounding them. So one that's gone up in Surrey Hills, which again is very close to the Sydney cricket ground, is Adam Goodes. And we all know that the racism that he endured in the latter part of his career. Eddie Betts in Melbourne, Princess Hill, which I think is near the Carlton area. So Eddie Betts was really synonymous with Carlton, even though he had a few years in Adelaide. He again was subject to racial abuse on the field and off the field. One of Israel Folau was involved in vilification, homophobic vilification. And in Newtown, which is a very LGBTQI area of Sydney, a mural went up really, critical of his stance. Going back to 1968, which I found fairly interesting, in Sydney and Melbourne, there are murals done of the Black Power salute. And I find that's interesting, and that was many, many years ago, but obviously that's seen as a very significant moment in world sport of people standing up against racism and that. So just in a summary of where I am in thinking about writing up a paper on this area, is that I think women's sport is now starting to be portrayed in sporting street art. In some ways, it's trying to overcome the deficits in often traditional ways of public recognition of women. And I know in Canberra, there's a mural of about 3 of Canberra's most famous female athletes. So I think that's a positiveness for women in sport. It does allow for issues to be portrayed in the public space, like racism, vilification, human rights, and we might see others in the future. that often they're hidden away, but some of these are in major streets that people cannot not notice them and think about what the it's trying to portray. One of the important things is it's very immediate, so things can happen really, really quickly. And like I mentioned, the Shane Warne murals went up within a few weeks of his death. Most of them were legal, but one in Melbourne was done on a wall that created legal issues, that the person who had ownership of the wall wanted it removed straight away. So that's an issue of people just doing it offhand. You do need some sort of legal permission to do it. It's low cost, and that's one of the reasons why it can be done. And also, like I said, there are a lot of people now skilled in this type of thing. And I mentioned before the illegal street art. Planning objections. So recently there was a proposal for Buddy Franklin to have another mural street art put in Sydney, but the council objected to it, which is interesting. Maybe they thought that he already had one there and there wasn't a need for another one. So there could be a form of censorship in future of some of the art that maybe goes up. As I mentioned before, a lot of sponsors see this as an excellent way of linking their brand to an athlete or to a sporting team, and they're willing to sponsor the street art in that sense. A bit of an issue I sort of have with it is that it really needs to be viewed as temporary. And my concern is that might be lost in the future. It's one of the reasons why I've gone into Wikipedia to capture it. The next stage would be probably to go and photograph a lot of, put it in Wiki Commons, where the copyright access is more easy than someone else owning the copyright. Vandalism can be an issue. If I don't know whether Adam Goods's mural has been vandalised, but there's a possibility of people who don't agree with his sporting career or stance that they can vandalise it. One of the issues I've sort of had in this space is murals outside sporting buildings, but not necessarily in public streets. And I still have to determine whether that's street art or something else. And sometimes they're inside of buildings. In that. So that sort of summarises where I'm up to date. I think it is bringing athletes into community because the murals are often very attractive, artistic, stand out, and it does bring awareness to the athlete's role in that community or in society and that. I'd just like to finish on something that I've used in other works I've done in looking at sporting sculptures and that. There was an excellent site called Monument Australia that recorded sporting statues and in all other endeavours throughout Australia. But sadly, I've just found out that that's been shut down and it's no longer going to be updated. The National Library is going to try and get it saved in the Trove, but because it's a database, I'm not sure whether they'll be able to interrogate the database as you once could do. So that is the issue in capturing some of this information in statue street art, is how do we keep it alive or record that it existed. So hopefully you found the area I'm working in of interest. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Okay. Our next paper is from Gary Osmond and Murray Phillips. They're from the Department of Human Movement and Nutrition Sciences at the University of Queensland. Gary's going to be presenting the paper today, and its title is Indigenous Sports Histories, Cherbourg's Marching Girls and the Co-Creation of Public History. Over to you, Gary.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen, and can someone please let me know if A, you can hear me, and B, you can see this?
Yep, both. All
Okay.
good.
Okay, thank you very much. It's really great to be here, everyone. I wish I was with you in person in Sydney, but that can't be. Apologies, first of all, from Murray, who's also not able to be with me today or with us. I'm just going to note there's a very small title change to our presentation, but the topic and the abstract remain the same. We just thought we'd shorten it slightly. So I'd just like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the country on which I live and work here in Queensland, and pay my respects to elders past and present. This paper emerged from a long project that Murray and I have collaborated with the community of Cherbourg, which is about 4 hours northwest of Brisbane. And in the end, our project focused on something called the Cherbourg Marching Girls, which I'll introduce in the next slide. But what it led to is us to reflect on how, if public sport history is a complex space, and I don't think there's any disagreement about that, then Indigenous public sport histories become perhaps or arguably an even more complex space, or a space with particular complexities. And these link to the dot points I have here. There's, in general, a lack or limited public knowledge of Indigenous pasts. There are unique community needs in collaborating with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander committees. There are ethical and moral responsibilities that require us as co-researchers to be sensitive to culture, to community, to include Indigenous voice and perspective, and as part of that, to adhere to Indigenous research methodologies and codes of ethics. So let's talk first very briefly about the Cherbourg Marching Girls. Marching, for those of you who aren't familiar, emerged in New Zealand out of the Second World War. It was in part about physical preparedness for conflict. It quickly was adapted throughout Australia, and virtually every town, city, and suburb had marching girls teams in the 50s through to the 70s at the very least. There were a handful of Aboriginal marching girls teams in the country. In Queensland, there was only one, and that was in Cherbourg, which was the Aboriginal settlement governed by the Queensland government. And this group of, we'll call them marching girls because that's what they called themselves, were groups of young women and girls who between 1957 and 1962 competed and displayed or exhibited all around Queensland, and in 1962 were invited to the Moomba Parade in Melbourne. Many of these women are still alive. Most now are well into their late 70s and many in their 80s. And in Cherbourg, at least, these women have very fond memories of this particular past. Oops, bear with me. In order to work with these women, we wanted to ensure that we were adhering to the code of ethics produced by IATSIS, which, for those of you who aren't familiar, is the Australian Institute for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies. So IATSIS has developed a code of ethics, a very neat code of ethics with these 4 principles. And I'm going to work through these principles in relation to our Cherbourg Marching Girls project. But the 4 are Indigenous self-determination, Indigenous leadership, impact and value for communities, and sustainability and accountability. IATSIS has very neatly produced a graphic representation of this, which probably is a little confusing for this slide, so I'm not going to dwell on this, but I'm going to divide this beautiful little graph into its 4 quadrants and use this as a guide for the rest of the presentation. Can someone just please say out loud if you can see the full screen? I've got a little bit of noise at the top of mine. All good? Thank you. I'll continue. All right, so the first of these principles then is Indigenous self-determination. And what this specifically calls for is a recognition and recognition of community and respect for community, engagement and collaboration with community, gathering and receipt of informed consent from community members, and attention to cultural capacity, capability, and learning. So to do these, or to honor these, we had a slow burn approach with the community of Cherbourg. We started visiting about 12 to 15 years ago, building relationships with local historians who are represented by these 3 older women pictured here, Auntie Sandra, Auntie Leslie, and Auntie Ada, who are all key volunteers at the local community museum called the Ration Shed Museum, which you can see here. It was only after several years of meetings, workshops, discussions, and direction from them about sport histories that they wanted investigated that we moved to the Marching Girls Project. So this took time, and it took time because the community needed to feel they could trust us and needed that relationship with us before they trusted us with this project. So we did several sport history projects, and one of the key ones was visiting the Eddie Gilbert statue pictured here, which is at the Allen Border Field in Brisbane. A group of community members, young and old, from Cherbourg, visited the statue, visited the Queensland Museum with us, yarned about Gilbert and yarned about Cherbourg sport history in general. And this seemed to be a key point in relationship building. Now, for us, for Murray and I, as academic sport historians, it led to a journal article pictured here. But I think most importantly, it led to this relationship and trust building. When we were spending this couple of years with the community and with the women, we were interested in women's sport history, but they denied that girls and women in Cherbourg had any significant sport history. And it was only really when this project was winding up that they said to us, now, when are you going to help us tell our story? We asked, what story is that? And they said, the Cherbourg Marching Girls. So this was, this really did take place about 5 years after we commenced contact. So the key bit here, or the key point is not only our desire to adhere to this principle, but also the necessity for a successful project. So the second key principle is Indigenous leadership. IATSIS stresses that any projects with non-Indigenous researchers and Indigenous communities needs to be led by Indigenous people. It needs to involve Indigenous voices, perspectives, and active participation, and include Indigenous knowledge and data, as well as traditional empirical sources. So in this respect, it's important to note that it was the aunties, these women we noted before, who requested this project, requested us to help them with this, directed us in the research and writing, and advised on the project. And part of the process of gaining Indigenous perspectives and participation was organization of yarning circles. So these were, we held two of these circles, one in Brisbane at the State Library, pictured here, and you can see Murray there in my top right, and another in Cherbourg itself. And the idea of this was to maximize the number of participants. So many women still live in or near Cherbourg. They were able to attend the local yarning session, but it was much more problematic for them to travel 4 hours each way to Brisbane. Other women who lived in the city or close were able to join us at this session. So from these two yarning sessions, we were able to gain several hours, in fact, of recorded yarning, led by Auntie Leslie, pictured with the microphone in the middle. Now, we also conducted, at their request, archival newspaper library research. These women could remember what they did, but they couldn't remember necessarily the specifics, the dates, the places. So we were tasked with going out, finding programs, finding newspaper reports, etc. And what this led to in the end was a book. And this book was designed, and I'll come back to the book. The book was designed to highlight both the memories and stories generated by these yarning sessions, but also these empirical findings, such as this souvenir program. The third principle then is impact and value, which stresses the importance of benefit to the community and reciprocity between researchers, in this case, the non-Indigenous researchers, me and Murray, and the community, impact of a project and any potential risks that might be involved in the project. So to help ensure benefit, we worked with Auntie Leslie to secure external funding. This came from both the State Library of Queensland and the state government of Queensland. And this funding enabled the creation of a museum, what they call a showcase. We might call it a small exhibition. And here we have 4 of the aunties pictured at the State Library's exhibition on the Cherbourg Marching Girls. Here we have me and Murray with Auntie Leslie in front of a photo taken in about 1960 of the Marching Girls. And Auntie Leslie is second from my right. So she's there today in the center and back then as a young teenager. So, you can get a sense, I think, from this photo alone of the importance of gathering and displaying of images like this to the women whose stories we were lucky enough to share. Also, in terms of benefit and impact, we were able to secure that funding, as I mentioned, from the state government to produce this book. Now, we had enough money, this is a rare story, but enough money to produce a really handsome book, high quality, bound, sewn, not glued, with color images. We were also able to commission a local artist, the late Rocco Langton, to produce artworks, and you can see part of that here on the book cover. We also held two, separate from the yarning sessions, 2 book launches and reunions for the women, which we were able to do, thankfully, because of that money. And what this did was it helped reconnect women who hadn't seen one another for years. And these women have scattered lives. Some of them literally hadn't seen each other since the early 1960s. And in terms of the principle, what we were attempting to do here with Auntie Leslie and the other aunties who guided this was to honor the women themselves, but to also honor the wider community that had supported them back in the 50s and 60s, to maximize the impact for the community, but also to minimize the risk of alienating anyone. So we took pains at Auntie's guidance to invite the families and descendants of deceased marching girls, but also to honor white allies, this was their insistence, and Black brothers who helped fundraise and otherwise supported them. The fourth and final of these principles then is sustainability and accountability. And here the Code of Ethics refers to honoring Indigenous lands and waters, to respecting and recognizing ongoing Indigenous governance, and attention to reporting and compliance. So in this case, what we did was we honored place and people, or attempted to, by organizing as many events as possible in Cherbourg itself, both involving the traditional owners, the Waka Waka people, and the historic Cherbourg community, descendants of people who were rounded up from all around the state and forcibly relocated to Cherbourg. Now, this was sometimes complex. That sounds easy enough, but at one point we were having one event and a Waka Waka traditional owner who somehow didn't know that this was happening until the last minute, objected to this happening. And this, of course, was taken seriously by the aunties, who swiftly placated those concerns and ensured them that this was for the benefit of all. And one of the ways that we've helped ensure a lasting benefit is by engaging the State Library of Queensland to sell this book through its bookshop, which is available in shop and online. It's become one of their best sellers, and the monies for that book all go back to the Ration Shed Museum. We, of course, we're academic historians, we're not getting paid for this, and we take no royalty for this project. So in this sense, the book was designed not just as something nice and attractive for the women involved in the community, but as something that would have lasting impact and bring revenue to the community. And in terms of reporting and compliance, of course, this project required us to liaise with all of the relevant external bodies to ensure compliance, both to the library, the state government, the funding bodies, in other words, and the Cherbourg community and the museum. So I want to touch on a few of the reflections here in winding up, returning to my initial point about the special complexity of Indigenous public sport history projects. And our feeling at the end of this reflection is that creating public histories with Indigenous communities actually, in some ways, changes the parameters of most public histories in terms of complexity, in terms of timeframes required, and partnerships. And I just want to speak to each of these very briefly. So in terms of complexity, working with an Indigenous community, especially a former settlement, a place of incarceration and control, means it's similar in some ways to working with other traumatic historical projects. So the Holocaust, for example, or other genocides. So what we're dealing with then is not only the trauma of the initial events or histories in which this particular event was couched, but also intergenerational trauma. It's also complex in that we are working, or we have to work, with disempowered groups who are continuing to suffer as a result of the consequences of colonization. And it's also important to remember that in Australia, working with Indigenous communities on such projects means we're working in environments where truth-telling, where treaty and constitutional recognition still hasn't occurred. And that, in some ways, ramps up the ongoing trauma. In terms of timeframes, projects like this require building trust. That certainly takes time, in part because of the historical distrust of non-Indigenous researchers. Relationship building takes time, in large part because of the complexities of most Indigenous communities. Cherbourg is small with a few thousand people, but the internal politics and relationships are very complex. It also requires, as we discovered, ongoing, very careful, very considered negotiations between individuals, their representatives, and other groups, and this takes time. In terms of partnerships, there are a couple of points here. First is the ethics process, simply getting ethics, as anyone who works in a university environment knows, getting ethics approval from the university itself is a tricky and prolonged, involved process. There are layers involved in the individual and collective partnerships required for Indigenous public sport histories. And it's important to always bear in mind that the outcomes of these partnerships have to meet the varied needs of individuals and communities, as well, of course, those of the researchers themselves. And, you know, it's really important, I think, to have a project that complies with ethical frameworks, but B, to have a meaningful project. Attention is required to all of these in doing public sport histories to avoid community wariness, to build trust, and to ensure value of any outcomes, and to allow a continuation of these sorts of valuable projects. Thank you for that. There's a couple of further readings here if anyone's interested, and I can post those on the chat as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Okay, three fantastic papers. Let's open up for any questions. And we'll check the chat for questions too. Gary, I had a question about the marching girls. I just wanted to know a little bit more about what was involved in being a marching girl and what their memories of that experience was like.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. That's a really good question. So what's involved is something really kind of bizarre and esoteric. And when they told us about this activity and showed us pictures, you know, it seemed really bizarre. They're wearing kind of martial uniforms. We understood that they were marching in strict formation to military style music played over a record player in their case. We really didn't see the attraction of this activity. You know, it just seemed a little bizarre, but it clearly was very important to these women at the time and continues to be. And it was important not because of things like uniforms, although they did take a pride in appearance, you know, and the fact that they got to dress up and wear boots and march around to music. It was more about opportunities to leave Cherbourg. Remember, this was a controlled community. These young women, many of these young women had never left, even to the mainly white community just 6 Ks away. It was a chance when they did leave to perform and to compete, to be ambassadors for their community, to do their families and community proud. It was a bonding experience. And there are some nuances in the community that aren't obvious. Some of these girls were raised in dormitories where they lived literally behind chain fences, and could only mix with the community and other girls on special occasions. So this helped create friendships and bonds between those two groups of girls and young women that proved really important in community building right down to today.
Thanks, Gary. It's really interesting. Any other questions in the room? Rob.
A question for Greg. Greg, I live in a Melbourne suburb where anything not moving gets tagged. Do you think your examples of supporting artwork, I know you mentioned some vandalism, but do you think they have exalted status in perhaps not being as much a target as other buildings in a street?
My sense is that these works of street art, and it's not just sport, I think there's a level of respect that graffiti people will not deface them, but they might deface any other blank wall or any other tagging. And yet I only really know a lot about Canberra, and where you see the the more formal, I suppose, street art, that it's left alone. Even in we did it under sort of walkway tunnels and that, and you don't ever see that tagged or graffitied, because I think that maybe younger people respect that. So I don't think it's a sporting thing. I think it's just respecting of the artist and that sort of thing. But look, I might be wrong, because a lot of the images I put up today I actually haven't seen myself, and it would be interesting to see if there's been any vandalism, graffiti on those. I mean, I think if there's major graffiti vandalism, I possibly would have come across it, because a lot of things get reported through social media today, and that's how I've gathered a lot of this content, rather than traditional ways of sourcing content.
Just on that, Greg, I work with public infrastructure, and there's various sealants and coatings that you can apply that will stop the tagging paint to adhere, so it can be cleaned off with fairly minimal fuss. Yeah, in some instances,
Thanks for that.
If the council has gone to that effort of applying it. Yeah.
Ian, I had a question about who's involved in these reenactments. Are these people who are the ancient history students? Are they people who do other kinds of reenactments? Are they athletes? Who do you find coming along to these events?
Well, the greatest impost is actually having the gear, which can be shared around, but is often custom made. So it's generally enthusiasts, often with some perhaps tertiary level qualification in history. Craftsmanship is a plus, which is why a number of our groups have blacksmiths within them. There's, in terms of people doing focused on the ancient Greek period, there aren't exactly a lot. There's a group called the Sydney Ancients, which I'm a member of, and the Melbourne Hopliticon. So trying to organise large-scale events is rare, and often we'll meet in the middle in Canberra or Queanbeyan. It's everyone's welcome.
Thanks, Ian. Any more questions? Tanya?
My question's for Gary. Gary, are there any examples of Indigenous or public sport history undertaken collaboratively with Indigenous communities in other national contexts that have caught your eye, that provided good examples to work with, to think about when you were undertaking your project? Or is there nothing that you have noticed elsewhere?
Thanks, Tanya. I think I caught the question. Did you? I'll just repeat what I think I heard. Have I encountered along the way in other national contexts, other non-Indigenous collaborations in sport history?
Yeah, exactly that.
Is that the question? Sorry, thank you. Yeah, I was straining to hear. Yes, in fact, this project was guided in some ways. This was guided by a project in Canada that Vicky Parashak, who's at the University of Windsor, was involved with. So Vicky's project was very different, but it was trying to increase the profile of First Nations and Métis and Inuit Canadian athletes on Wikipedia. So Vicky's project kind of helped inform this, because at annual conferences, we all go to the NASH conference when we can, which is held in North America. So we see Vicky once a year. So knowing that she was doing this kind of gave us a chance to talk about some of these ethical considerations that we might want to consider. So, we were in some ways at that early stage, I was ready just to leap in and go to the newspapers and just do that thing. But talking with Vicky and other Canadian First Nations researchers really helped. And maybe I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but I think Tony Nair is going to talk in the last session about a Wikipedia project that I was also involved with. And, in some ways, this Wikipedia project of ours helped inform Vicky. So there's some nice international cross-fertilizations. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Gary. Okay. If we don't have any more questions, we might break for afternoon tea. So thanks very much again to our presenters, Ian, Greg, and Gary. And we'll be back at 3 o'clock for our last session.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. Thanks.
I emailed it to you.
No, that's all right.
Overloaded.
Yeah, I've gotta get some work done.
That's fair enough.
Jane and Tony.
You weren't going to get away, so.
No, so.
I do it. Look at
I have a USB.
There is tea and coffee, and there should be cake, I hope.
Sorry?
My friend, yeah. No, she's played with her family. But my brother had a
That's kind of. My parents have been.
I was like, oh, maybe I'll go play the game, sort of big.
No. It's just, yeah.
Why don't we go to Moore Park? It's packed.
On the treadmill at the end of semester, sort of. Situated with it.
Gosh, I got it. Just based on my own anecdotal experience, I would have thought that it.
Well, there's been a big promotion with them.
Yeah.
To try and get more people.
Oh, wow. Big stretch.
Yeah, it's really to stretch. I don't know why it's stuff is because they say it's not good after that. It's right.
If I give you a USB, can you put it onto that, or is it your computer that's not that won't connect?
I do have I have a little connector cable. But I have an extra cable to connect.
I also have one of those.
That's why I thought I'll jump down before the start of the practice.
Yeah.
So I'm not doing in front of the. Definitely, like technological overload of multiple different.
Do you want the adapter thing, or if you?
Oh, that's okay. Well, it was just so happened that the day that I got the email sort of saying an interest in my pet. The research person from my faculty sent around an email saying various movements of people who some of the funding that had been allocated at the start of the year, which hasn't been used and won't be used. So people have like into funding, and I'm like, it was really timing. I'm kind of like, okay, forget that sort of marking or whatever I was doing at the time. Oh, hang on. Hang it straight. I've got like a lovely big monitor. Yeah. Oh. we?
Is Tanya, is Katrina, is she a Zoom?
Sick, she's not coming, so we'll finish.
Oh, okay. All right, brilliant.
Oh, no, that's okay. Because I was thinking York University, I figured that she'll be an online. No, she wasn't. She was in New Zealand for research, so she was really excited about actually participating in person. But she said there's so much going on around. That's why. So that's a shame. Unfortunately. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Are you a Mac person as well?
So
Should just try Jay Hunt.
Should be right to go once we.
My logo is behind Gary. Go away, Gary.
Okay, we might be able to.
Or just do the. I don't want to do slideshow. Just want to do you. Which we won't do. I know.
You do slideshow, then stop it if you.
Yeah, I'll probably panic though. Can I have
Can you drag? Can we drag?
Gary? There we go. Yeah. Okay. And so if I put that up because this has been the screen has been shared, that should be visible.
Yep, there it is.
Oh, awesome. Okay,
Brilliant.
great. Good.
Ready to go.
And then I'm literally just okay. Next thing is here. Yeah, good. Okay.
You should be able to go for if you want arrow. You can use arrow.
Yeah. You know, so like a different device, you kind of I imagine you'll be a little more relaxed once today's finished.
That's a really good exercise. I want to do that. Well, actually, I thought that was a good game. No, you know.
That is so. I love just like the Zoom on it, like there's a different expression of each day.
Opening it back up, you're like, hey, let's charge all the fun stuff.
Well, yeah, now
it's just like. No rush, but one day you'll send me that and be like, this is what I was looking for.
Yeah, that's all right. Some great presentations.
Yeah, good.
Really
Okay.
good.
Yes.
Back here.
Yeah, I mean, I tried my mom very much like. Stated that. You live there? But like, like this is like suburbs, though people probably live there. Yes, yeah. How have we got teachers? Teachers have
Want to get some fresh air outside and outside. After 6 or 7, you She's the chair. Good.
And glove thing going on. Someone had to bring my supporter. You know, we'll have to sing at 3 p.m. or you'll cry.
I just didn't want you to go bad. You did hot tea.
Thank you.
Do I have to do anything for Zoom? No. We're ready to go?
No, nothing to do with Zoom yet. It's all good to go.
All good to go?
Let the 9 participants know that we're back, so.
Yeah. So this is our final panel, and I think, yeah, one person couldn't be here today. So we're going to keep going with Jane Hun, whose work is From Motions to Missions, Interrogating Sport Organisation Annual Reports as Work as Public History. So, yeah, take it away.
Thank you. Does that mean I've got more time?
No.
I'll try not to go on too long. Okay. Good afternoon. It's been fascinating proceedings so far, so I'm happy to hope to continue and add to that. As part of my research on the history of triathlon in Australia and subsequently on women-centred histories of triathlon, I have compiled a growing collection of digitised annual reports and variants of annual reports for a range of triathlon governing bodies from around the world. I digitised much of the British Triathlon and International Triathlon Union material, annual reports, during a recent visit with former British Triathlon President Sarah Springman. And these are just photos from that recent trip. That's only about a third of what she gave me to digitise in 5 days. I actually packed them into my rental car boot, and every place I stayed for the next 3 weeks, I pulled them out and digitised over dinner or in between bites of dinner and sleep. So that was quite a significant moment. But during that visit with Sarah Springman, who had just actually been recognised as a Dame of the British Empire, of all things, we decided that we're going to co-author an article on the history of British triathlon as a sports governing body. That immediately led me to look up literature that I confess I had never looked for before on sport governance history. And I discovered that the field is very limited. While many histories have been written about particular sports governing bodies, or particular decisions or particular events, or maybe a particular person involved in sports governing bodies, there really is very little work on sport governing history and very little theorising about the resources that we have to use for that sort of history, including annual reports. While the sport governing historiography is limited, the field of organisation studies has wrestled with the concept of memory for more than 30 years and involving sport organisations within its scope. Over those 30 years, organisation studies have shifted from a utilitarian conception of organisational memory as being stored in 5 retention bins to be pulled out as information when needed. It's moved from that to much more nuanced understandings of organisation memory that are influenced by sociological, cultural studies and memory studies as well. In those more recent approaches to organisation studies histories, they've revisioned annual reports as storytelling entities that selectively remember, forget, erase, mythologise, construct and reconstruct narratives about the past of the organisations they are documenting. Prior to the historic turn in organisation studies, in organisation memory studies, annual reports were just simply seen as informative aids to establishing the responsibility and accountability of the governing body and for promoting the organisation to the public and to powers that be. Since the shift in thinking about memory in sports, in organisation documents, scholars have recognised that a range of publicly available organisational documents, including annual reports, can be viewed as sites of social memory. However, they mostly have used them as sites of social memory when those annual reports refer to something back in the distant past, say when providing an obituary on a deceased member or celebrating a milestone. But what I want to look at is annual reports as works of history about the previous 12 months. Luckily, I have found that some more contemporary organisation memory scholars have looked at annual reports as texts to be analysed in that respect. Those scholars tend to look at form, function and rhetoric, as well as the narratives and not just the content of the narratives themselves. So while some have looked at annual reports as something that promotes the interests of an organisation, more recently, Babis in 2020 proposed that the stories told in and through annual reports serve an autobiographical sense-making function for stakeholders that help to create organisational identity. He reasons that the rhetoric of the organisational documents focus on some things, remember some things, forget other things, and consistently over time builds this sense of identity that is selective and focuses on some elements of the organisation and not others. Another study on annual reports by White and Hansen in 2016 actually examined rhetoric in the annual reports and concluded that that annual reports could be regarded as a genre in the sense of, in the way that Aristotle defined genre, suggesting that there were three elements of rhetoric. There's forensic, which is looking at the past. There's deliberative, which is planning for the future. And there's epideictic, which celebrates present success and tries to create coherence and unity through that celebration. So they propose that it's possible to see annual reports as a genre within themselves. That was good. It gave me the green flag to proceed with this project. I thought, okay, it has been treated as a potential thing to look at. Okay, so in my paper today, I'm going to consider the form, rhetoric and selective remembering and forgetting in some annual reports produced by Triathlon Australia and British Triathlon. I'm selecting reports from 3 points in time, the mid-1980s, 1992 and 2003, because these coincide with three key phases that I've identified in the development of triathlon governance. Basically, the foundational phase, the consolidation phase, when they were trying to get Olympic recognition and trying to grow up, and then the turbulent adolescent phase, when they acquired Olympic status and suddenly were an Olympic sport and had to actually be modern organising institutions. So those are the three phases that I'm going to look at, rather than all of these reports that you can see here on the screen. Before I begin, oops, gave you a preview. Before I begin, I'll just give you a little bit of a brief history to the evolution of triathlon governance. So modern triathlon as a contemporary sport has its roots in the 1970s multi-sport experiments of Californian runners, surf lifesavers and military personnel. It was quite chaotic and niche until an ultra-distance triathlon was held in Hawaii in 1978. The following year, Sports Illustrated published a report on Ironman triathlon, And suddenly everyone wanted to do it and have their go at crawling across the finish line. So this led to a rapid rise in participants and proliferation of events around the world. And very quickly, concerned enthusiasts wanted to establish some order. So as early as 1980 in the United States, people were talking about the need for proper governance. And in 1982, two separate Californian groups established organizations. They quickly went, oh, we can't both do this. So they came together and established what became known as USA Triathlon. So that was the first any form of governing body in for triathlon in the world. The British Triathlon held its first triathlon, first race in 1982 and attempted to organize a committee later in 1982. The committee itself formed in 1983. In Australia, triathlons were held from 1980. The first attempt to establish a governing body was in 1983, but it was run by an entrepreneur with a minimal veneer of organisation and legitimacy, and that body disappeared when he went bankrupt. But that actually provided an impetus for a more solid, organised, legitimate corporate foundation for governance in Australia. So in 1984, the first triathlon governing body was established in Australia with some legitimacy, and that was the New South Wales Triathlon Association, followed then by other state organisations, and when there were sufficient number of those, Triathlon Federation Australia was formally established in 1986. Internationally, talks about organisation first occurred in 1984. The hope was very, very quickly that triathlon might be recognised as an Olympic sport, and the first meeting at Hawaii in 1984 was with that in mind. There were 3 attempts to establish an international governing body, and in 1989, the International Triathlon Union, which is now known as World Triathlon, was established at Avignon and persisted. So that's a little bit of a background, but today, as I mentioned, I'm just going to look at 3 periods, and I'm going to look at Triathlon Australia and British Triathlon. So you're looking at this slide, which I accidentally went on to a little bit early, and you'll see that I don't actually have an annual report from Triathlon Federation, as it was known then, of Australia. I've got one from a state organisation, which is New South Wales Triathlon Association. That was the first governing body established in Australia, and as there are no available minutes for Triathlon Federation when it was established, I thought I'd go with the state triathlon body. So you can have a look at that. I've given you homework to read while I'm talking. But I'll just summarise it and say that for the New South Wales Triathlon Association, some preliminary work was done before the meeting that is minuted here. The meeting that is minuted here, the minutes are, I'm interested in the form as well as content, as I mentioned. So in terms of form, it's literally a 1-page set of minutes, typescript, old-fashioned typescript, duplicated exactly as it is in Triathlon magazine. And it was the first issue of that triathlon magazine called Triathlon Sport. So it's the purpose of the minutes is to share it with all triathlon enthusiasts so they know about this organisation. But in terms of the forensic logic to which Aristotle's genre refers, when you look at the past and interrogate the past that is documented in the minutes is all that is documented is that a committee came together to draft a constitution, and they submitted that constitution to the relevant New South Wales government body so that they could be regarded as a proper institution. It's also noted that draft rules were also drafted, but it was proposed that those be reviewed at the meeting that is minuted. The one motion that was actually taken at that particular set of minutes was a vow of disassociation from the former governing body, the Australian Triathlon Association, established by the entrepreneur Raymond Russell. So in terms of what is remembered and what is excluded, Raymond Russell and the Australian Triathlon Association are excluded from the narrative. They're included, they're mentioned, but the very clear message is this is not what modern organized triathlon as a sport is about. It is not part of this story. So the identity that is established in this set of minutes is triathlon is an organized sport with constitutions that are regulated, that are in line with government policy, and that is not driven by the whims of entrepreneurs. So it's a very clear, sort of strong message. I also wanted to mention that there was only one rule mentioned in the minutes for conducting triathlons or participating in triathlons, and that is no drafting. I don't know how much people know about cycling, but basically it was regarded as cheating if you ride too close to the bike in front of you because you get sucked along and you don't have to put in as much effort if you're drafting on someone else's wheel. And they thought that was cheating, and they wanted to keep the sport honest, including the cycle part of the race. So that was the minutes of New South Wales Triathlon Association. I'm not going to go into as much detail about the other ones, but just as a point of contrast, the ACT Triathlon Association was hurriedly established just before Triathlon Federation was established. So it was established in 28th of April 1986. The very next weekend, Triathlon Federation Australia was established. Now, the interesting thing is that for the ACT Triathlon, there was no previous deliberation. The only organisation or prior forensic activity was organising a meeting so that enthusiasts of triathlon could come together and try to figure out what they need to do to proceed as an organised sport in the territory of the ACT. So it was much more democratic. And the thing that was celebrated in the minutes that was published in the first newsletter of this new organisation was that 35 people at the meeting became paid up financial members on the spot. And to them, that was a great celebration. We have participants, we have members of this organisation. Our organisation now exists, not because it has a constitution, but because it has members. So it's quite a contrast to the New South Wales one, which existed because a constitution and a set of rules was written up and submitted to the state governing authority. So we can see that there are some differences in those grassroots identities. And I'll talk a little bit more about the identity that's demonstrated by Triathlon Australia as we move forward. In Britain, as I mentioned, the first community meeting was held in 1983, but there, unless it is in a box in a garage somewhere that I haven't got to, it's certainly not in Sarah Springman's collection of material, there doesn't seem to be any existing records of the first 2 years, to the point where the first available annual general meeting minutes from 1985 actually say there are no previous minutes to approve. So it seems like no one had any minutes to hold on to. The implication possibly is that the first 2 years there was much more of that entrepreneurial race organisers, race promoters flying by the just winging it basically through the organisation process. And then finally, British Triathlon has sat down to try to be a proper organised, responsible institution in 1980, starting with the AGM in 1985. So there's a lot more deliberations, a specific deliberation about the future, about monetary aspects of the organisation, rather than there are some constitutional amendments, but there's a lot of discussion around racing licenses, race organisers affiliating, members affiliating, and so on. In terms of celebrating the organisation and creating a sense of unity, the only thing that is said about the past, and the only thing that's remembered about the past, is that efforts were made to found the organisation, but nothing about what they did or what they focused on or the identities of the previous 2 years of the organisation. Okay, let's jump forward to 1992. This is where it gets, well, I mean, it's all interesting to me, but it gets even more interesting. Now, what is really interesting for the annual report for 1992 for Triathlon Australia is it is a massive booklet, one of those spiral bound booklets from that era, 4 scap pages, There's a nice big title page with an image of someone riding a bike, male, and a logo for Triathlon Australia. Looks great. Oh my gosh. Okay, better move on. It's 138 pages. Yes, okay, I will. I'll move on. The point about the this particular set of this annual report, there's a small justification for going over budget in the previous year when they held a Triathlon World Championships, but there are no records about deliberation and a vision for the future at the national level, Triathlon Australia level. All the reports are at the grassroots level. So it's like the community is thriving at the grassroots level, but Triathlon Australia, at a point in time when it's trying to put on this show of being organised, being a possible Olympic sport, has no vision for the future, no organisation. It's just making excuses for the past, and it's looking very shambolic, to use a non-specific thing. Now, Australia is 1 year behind Britain. Britain was in that place a year earlier. So if I look at the annual report for 1992, its minutes from the previous AGM show they're doing exactly that. So like all the forensic analysis of the past, and then sort of like kind of not sure how they're going to move forward. The sport is booming, but they're behind the ball. They just can't keep up. I'm going to move on to 2003. But the point is, in 2003, triathlon has become an Olympic sport. There's been one round of the Olympics, and both Australia and Britain are still in this process of being grassroots organising institutions, pretending and trying to be organised modern institutions. So they have the veneer of this modern organisation. They have these glossy sort of reports that try to break down everything. But in reality, there's no, behind the scenes, there's no sense of, they're just following what anyone else tells them rather than actually having a clear vision for themselves. The Australian annual report from 2003 is a disaster. I mean, it looks like it's meant to be proper, organised, upright, and so on. But the formatting, the form of it, the formatting, the typos, all of these issues underlying it actually are a reflection of the state of the disarray within Triathlon Australia itself. British Triathlon, on the other hand, looks very organised. Again, it's a year ahead of Australia all the way along. It's got a wonderful glossy booklet, but it's just like, and all of its reports are now measured against the strategic plan that had been approved by UK sports in Britain. So there's no voice, very little voice of the actual organisation or institution, except for a little explanation in the introduction and the chairman's report and the president's report, CEO's report. And they're the ones who give you insight into how hard they are finding it to keep up. They need more volunteers. They need more organisation. They are literally all run ragged and falling apart, trying to keep up with what now looks like a modern Olympic sport, whereas it's still just these little ordinary groups of volunteers trying to keep up with it. So what I have found from these annual reports is effectively the story that's been told is we are a public, responsible, ordered, non-chaotic, modern Olympic, responsible and accountable sport. But when you start to look at the form, when you start to look at them across and compare them to each other, and you consider them in terms of their rhetoric, the reality is very different. What they're actually ignoring is what triathlon has been all the time, and that is chaotic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jane, and apologies. You can see me kind of pointing at the back there, sorry. Okay. I'm gonna stop. And now we're moving on to Tony Na, who's going to be talking about the Australian Paralympic History Project. Are you ready, Tony?
Yes, I am. Yep.
And do you have a slide to share?
I have. Just bear with me.
Of course. Perfect. Yep, we can see that. So ready when you are?
Right. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. I guess right from the start, well, a couple of things. First of all, I'm coming at this different to most of the people who are talking today in that I'm not an historian and I'm coming at it from the point of view of the community sporting organisation that's been involved in this project. As a person who's been responsible for overseeing the project since its inception, but definitely not from an historian's perspective. So keep that in mind as I talk, because I don't have that background. And also, I've been known to talk on this for about 2 hours without drawing breath, so it's going to be difficult for me to keep it down. So I will skirt over some of the details that I would normally cover. Okay, the Australian Paralympic History Project is a project that started. I worked for Paralympics Australia for a number of years, started there in 2000. And in the lead up to the 2000 Paralympic Games, we're aware that Paralympics Australia was a really forward-looking organisation. We led the world in the way we were working with athletes with a disability, high-performance sport, Paralympic sport, but we had no links with the past. It was like we were a fresh organisation going into the 2000 Paralympics. And there was very little continuity with the past. And in 2010, we finally sort of had time to draw breath and had the resources to actually look at what's happening. And the desire to sort of connect with our past, we had the opportunity to fulfill that. One of the other things that really got it going was that one of our Rome 1960 Paralympians, a guy called Kevin Coombs, was seriously ill. And we'd been talking about the need to actually do something with Kevin and record something with Kevin. And one of my colleagues said, well, maybe, we'll just take a video camera and we'll just do an interview with Kevin, and, that will have to do it for now. And I contacted the National Library of Australia and said, look, I know you've got oral history projects. You've done a sport oral history project, but you don't have any Paralympian interviews. Would you be interested in doing an interview with Kevin Coombs? And Kevin Bradley, who was the director of their oral history project at the time, said, absolutely, we should do it. We need to rectify that. 2 weeks later, they'd done an interview with Kevin, and that basically was the start of our Paralympic history project. And the good news is that Kevin lived for another 13 years and died only earlier this year in his early 80s, and was a significant player in this history project as it went through from an athlete perspective. And of course, the board at that stage, as boards often do, our president felt that it was time for a book and time for a history book. So the board was on board if we did a book. And the task was to capture, to manage and preserve the history of the Paralympic movement in Australia. So right from the start, my idea and the idea of a few of us was a little bit broader than the board's idea, but we wanted to take advantage of the fact that they felt it was time for a book and see what we could do. Some of the issues we faced, the organisation had been going at that stage for 20 years, but the Paralympics had been going for 50 years. So there was a 30-year gap between when the Paralympics started and Australian athletes competed in the Paralympics to when we were starting the history project. There was no ongoing relationship with athletes of the past. So there was this complete gap. No records before 1998 and no photos owned by the organisation before 1996. And on top of that, like a lot of sporting organisations, we had very limited funding. So we didn't have a lot of money to do all of this. So that was where we started from. So what we looked at doing, the board said, yes, we can put some money into this. my idea fairly early in the piece, and this was when Wikipedia was starting, and we're looking at sort of, you know, maybe we can talk to the athletes and they can do a wiki history, you know, and we can everyone can contribute to the history. We were lucky enough to talk to a few people in the area. And while I'm at this juncture, I'd just like to recognise Gary Osmond and Murray Phillips, who played a significant role in this project, and I'll talk about them in a little bit, and also Greg Blood, who's here today, who's also played a very significant role in this project. We called for tenders to write a book, and at that stage we were already starting to talk about an e-history, not just a written book, but an e-history that can actually be updated and wasn't going to be out of date the moment it went to the printers. Murray was one of our people on our interview panel, and Murray started to get a little bit excited about the whole project and the whole prospect, and that led us to what eventuated with the project. As we went through, we realised that we were taking on something that was pretty large. If we were going to do it well, then it had a whole heap of components. And so we evolved, and not in a formal way, but we evolved a number of principles for the project. The first of those principles was we had to find new ways to tell our story. We needed to innovate. A book wasn't going to cut it in this era. And if we wanted it to be a long-lasting and to have an impact, then we needed to find new ways to tell our story. Obviously, the oral history was the start of that, and I'll come back to that. Another way was to partner with experts and cultural institutions, and I'll come to that in a minute. But the organisation, and I in particular, didn't have the necessary knowledge and skills, but others do, and those others also had a duty, a mission to preserve stuff, and that's what we really wanted. We wanted to empower contributors, so people who contributed to the project, give them the tools and let them decide where they could best help. We wanted to engage the wider community. So the wider Australian community is touched by Paralympic sport and wants to contribute. How do we get that contribution from the wider community? We wanted to engage the Paralympic community and reach out to those athletes in particular that we didn't have a relationship with, and bring them into the whole history, bring them into the whole journey. And one of the other things that we started to do fairly early in the piece is to realise that to be better at collecting stuff, we needed to give stuff away. And I think for lots of organisations, there's always that feeling that, look, we've got these photos or we've got this information and it's really valuable, it's worth money and we're not going to give it away. In actual fact, as we went on, we found with this project, and it was hard sell to begin with to convince the organisation that the biggest value in the material that they had was when it got used. So images, anything that the organisation had a value to the history project was of its most value when it was out there being used. And to do that, we had to give it away. So I'd like to focus on two aspects. First of all, partnering with experts, and secondly, building community. And I think that's sort of two of the key themes in today's symposium. So with the experts that we partnered with have partnered with over the course of this project, the Clearinghouse for Sport at the AIS, and I'll just run through very quickly here and then come back to a couple of them. Clearinghouse for Sport manages Paralympic Australia's audiovisual collection. Until they came along, the audiovisual collection was basically where people had left CDs or tapes or whatever it was on the backs of bookshelves, et cetera, and we collected all of that up. The whole lot was digitised, and now it's managed through the Clearinghouse for Sport. So that's what they're set up to do. They're set up to find information and lend it out to people when they want it. They provided advice with the library. They provided advice with scrapbooks, scanned scrapbook material. They scanned images. If they had some budget left over at the end of the year, then they were fantastic. They scanned another 600 images for us. We partnered with the University of Queensland. That's where Murray and Gary came on board. And the University of Queensland was commissioned to write the history of the Paralympic movement in Australia. And that means a book Yes, there is a book, but it also meant the e-history and the website that's been created from that's one of the best parts of the project. And then the University of Queensland also provided value adds, ARC grant funding that was secured by them, student contributions, so we engaged students in the project, which I'll talk about in a minute. University of Canberra through the late Keith Lyons was a great driver early in the project and setting the direction of the project where we went. Later on, they provided history posters for the project that went into the Games Village, and the athletes in the Games Village could see the history of their sport. So there'd be history table tennis or history of wheelchair basketball or what have you that were put up as posters in the Games Village and also used in other areas for Paralympics Australia. We partnered with the Australian Sport Museum, providing advice and support. We loaned key donated materials to them because you could guarantee that they would look after them and they wouldn't go missing. And they've been fantastic over time. We partnered with the National Library of Australia, as I said, with the oral histories. They have agreed to take Paralympics Australia's archives, and they have a collection of our former president, who was the president at that time, which is an extremely significant collection in Australian sport. And Trove has been fantastic in terms of identifying past materials. National Film and Sound Archive digitised a major film collection, the Don Worley collection. He made films of a number of Paralympic Games and other events that were on old-fashioned film, and that was digitised and preserved through National Film and Sound Archives. And then finally, the one that probably we get most known for the project is the partnership with Wikimedia Australia. That started very early in the piece, and it was a way of, one of the things a couple of things really, really important to me. First of all, how do we get material? If we're doing all this material, how do we get it out so that it can be accessed and can be used? And Wikipedia is the world's dictionary, and it's one of the most trusted and most used sources. How do we actually preserve material? The volume of material that we were gathering was too great for us to realistically preserve. And how do we get as many people as possible to compile and tell that story? And Wikipedia relies on volunteers and has a pretty good system, and we plugged into that system for administrators, editors. And the outcome, and I'll come to the outcomes in a little bit. So the other side of it was to look to build a community. So if we wanted to actually tell the whole story and utilise this material and get more material, actually being able to effectively tell the story of the Paralympic Games and the Paralympic movement in Australia, we developed a community of contributors. So we did things, we ran regular Wikipedia workshops to get people to learn how to edit Wikipedia and to edit and create articles about the Paralympic movement. At the end of the day, we've created, since the start, about 1,100, so 1,098 articles in Wikipedia through the project. At the start of it, to get enthusiasm, we ran a competition called Wikipedians to the Games, and the prize was sending 2 Wikipedians to the London 2012 Paralympic Games. We created an email group and a blog. We created workshops for putting metadata into images, so images that we had scanned with large volumes of images, but we needed metadata in those images so that we could utilise them. We engaged with Paralympians, and we worked with university students and sports courses, particularly University of Queensland. Gary and Murray would run courses for editing Wikipedia so that people can understand Wikipedia, how it works, what's the process, how accurate is it, etc. And as part of that, they edited articles on the Paralympic movement. And we also looked to develop a community of partners. So we wanted to bring our partners, on the previous slide, with us on the journey. Where it got to. So there are 18, largely what I think are outcomes here around this circle, and I'll just really quickly go through because I realise time's short and I'm going to talk for too long. It started with the oral histories, and now there are something like 57 oral histories have been recorded, and they are part of the National Library of Australia's collection. So they'll be preserved. They're there and they can be used by historians at any stage in the future. The first priority was to record the oral histories of the 7 surviving Paralympians original Paralympians in 2010, and that was done in 2010. And then since then, we've expanded that significantly for administrators and Paralympians. The image collection. There are somewhere over 70,000 images in Paralympics Australia's collection. 3,500 of those have been uploaded to Wikimedia Commons, so they're available to anyone to use in any article in any way. The audio-visual collection I've mentioned before, a library at PA. So we gathered all the historical material together and actually put it into one spot at Paralympics Australia and created Paralympics Australia's library. The archives have been organised in a very rudimentary way, and it's one of the unfinished projects is actually organising the archives and cataloguing the archives. Wikipedia I've spoken about, 1,100 articles created, and if we're talking about getting a project out, if we'd just gone with a book and we'd produced 500 copies of the book, maybe 1,000 people would have read that book if we were really lucky. In total, since we started the project and since we started creating Wikipedia articles in 2011, those 1,100 Wikipedia articles have been viewed in total more than 22 million times. And in 2021, the highest year of viewing, when the games were on in Tokyo, they were viewed collectively 4.2 million times in that 1 year. So the reach we've had through the project, through Wikipedia, has just been beyond anything that we could have achieved in any other way. We've got scans of scrapbooks. That's why I was interested in Rob's, in Caroline's, when people bring their scrapbooks into the sessions, whether or not they actually scan them, because they've been so valuable to us in learning more about the games and athletes, past events, and what's been important to people. We developed a collection of objects, partnerships with universities, so not just University of Canberra and University of Queensland, but Macquarie University's run courses, Sydney University's run courses, University of Western Sydney's run courses, and it's been fantastic in terms of developing the project. We started off, one of the early things was running reunions for our early teams, and that was really successful in actually making that link between the past and the present. We established a Hall of Fame. I said about the posters. I think now we're getting on to some of the things that are significant. One of those is the creation of what Paralympics Australia calls the mob, which is the alumni, which is Paralympic team members, dating back, there are about 1,100 Paralympic team members overall since the beginning of the Paralympics. There's now a Facebook group, and constantly that concept, the mob, is being evolved. The Paralympic Stories website, and I'll share the link to that at the end of this presentation. There's a museum at the Essendon Football Club, which is where the Melbourne office of Paralympics Australia is based. There's an education program run by PA, and that links to the history project, and there are questions in there for kids and teachers about the history project and the history of the games and how that relates to education outcomes. Tomorrow, the final presentations of the Paralympic pins will be done, and that came from the history project, is identifying every athlete who's represented Australia at the Paralympic Games, giving them a number and creating a pin that they can wear to recognise the number that they were in the lineage of Australian Paralympic athletes. And finally, there's a book, and the book's within a half a chapter of being completed, and that will be released as both an e-book and as a stand book. So we've looked to do a lot more than just that book, just what it started at. It's not a book any longer. It's actually a complete, encompassing project. So that's the good news. The bad news, how it's going in 2023. PA terminated funding to the project in 2020, and organisational support effectively ceased. So I've been working as a volunteer since then. Greg Blood's been working as a volunteer since then, and the minimal support from the organisation. PA hasn't released any recent games images, so the release of images is slowed right down. The university programs have all ceased. There's only been one Wikipedia workshop since COVID began, and that was in September 2021. The partnerships now are inactive with no new activities such as oral history interviews or other activities. We're down to a tiny core of contributors from at one stage more than 60 plus people contributing to the project. Physical collection poorly maintained, and significant donated items have been lost at Paralympics Australia office, and they have no idea where they are. There's no capacity to manage new donations. There's no system, there's no structure. And PA has flagged a History and Heritage Committee to be established in 2024, and maybe they'll talk to Rob about how Netball Victoria has done theirs. Does it matter? To me, yes, it does. I mean, significant Paralympians who have not been captured by the project are dying, and many of their stories die with them. There's a loss of potential physical collection items because there's no system to collect and manage them. And if you have a collection, a culture based on a shared history, it requires an ongoing assimilation of new history. You don't sort of end it at some point. And if the project's not ongoing, then that assimilation of new history is not ongoing. The loss of volunteer cohort and project partners move on. However, I think one of the things that I can be pleased with, and Gary and Murray and Greg can be pleased with, is that most of the work's been preserved because of the way that we've gone about it and because of project partnerships. Where to from here? I think it needs a new model. If the organisation is not prepared to invest resources into the project, I can't see how it can continue in its current format. There's a need for funding and core institutional support from Paralympics Australia, and obviously there's a need to re-establish community, or otherwise that's it for the project. So that's a very brief rundown on where the project is, which I think has been fairly successful, how it got there, and where it is today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. That was amazing. Question time. I'll keep an eye out on the chat. If there's one, yes. See if I can...
It's a very inspiring story, so thank you for encapsulating that in the time you had. Is it too simple to say that volunteer burnout was a key factor here, or is it lack of funding? What was the real trigger for the downhill run?
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get rid of the sharing thing here, so I'm trying to figure out how you're probably all looking at my screen.
Yeah, let me see if I can get rid of it for you.
Thank you. If you can just, oh no, there it is. There it is. I've got it. Okay, fantastic. Thanks. Sorry, the reason for the downhill run, change of staff in the organisation was one reason. In 2020, COVID hit and the organisation shed a significant number of its staff and cut back on its programs, and this was one of the programs that it cut back on. And since then, it's been hard to get the attention of the organisation. So while the organisation enjoys the benefits of the project, I think it's really difficult for it to see that the project itself needs to be supported in a meaningful way. And I think one of these things, and I think Rob touched on it in his presentation, is having a champion in the organisation. And if the CEO is a champion for your project in an organisation, then you're 3/4 of the way there.
Thank you. Please.
I mean, just to follow up on that, and these were great talks. It both kind of link together in the necessity of organizational culture to believe in the purpose of what we're doing. So I guess you all are more institution facing than I am a lot of times. And so I wondered, how do you sell that to institutions? How do you tell them what we're doing is not just kind of recollecting the past and preserving it in some antiquarian sense, but actually providing the materials for building stories that you and we can both leverage for future purposes? I honestly, I struggle to do that sometimes, because sometimes I lean more towards that history for history's sake, and why do I have to convince you I'm good at this? But I'd be keen to hear about your all stories, how you sold it, how you convinced them. This was important.
Jane, from my perspective, I kind of sort of said, I'm doing this anyhow. But I'm doing it as an independent scholar. So if you kind of want to have input into the story, then be friends with me. And so they put me on the awards committee. And that meant I could get women and early pioneers and a whole bunch of other people into the Hall of Fame and other, get on other honors and so on. So it was kind of like, I wasn't relying on, I at the start did not want to rely on them for resources. And I became the thing that they wanted and needed to try to, as I mentioned in my paper, they want to give the appearance of unity and coherence, and building that story about the history in the past does help to give that. Now, they're not very good at it at all, but they're willing to support a good raft of awards that recognise people from the past and various heroes within the sport and so on. And that's where I come in. I give them things that give them a great sort of like image that helps to further support this idea of a professional institution that's got a strong, thriving identity, all these sorts of things, and help to smooth over all the little kinks behind the facade. So in my respect, I guess I'm sort of a little, I'm probably passive aggressive in that I kind of I'm strategic, but I'm also using their weaknesses to gain sort of compliance, but I'm also not relying on them for financial support or anything. I mean, there's no resources in history resources that they can give me. Everything that is there is out there, or it's in someone's garage somewhere, and I'm more likely to find it than that.
Hey, did you want to answer Keith's question? Did you want to add to that?
Sorry, you talking about?
Yeah, sorry, did you hear Keith's question? It was kind of for both of you.
Yeah, yep, no, I agree. I mean, it's one of the things that's always puzzled me is that it's been easier to excite and enthuse other institutions than it has been to excite and enthuse Paralympics Australia. I mean, in practical terms, it's been easier to get a response where they make a commitment, whereas Paralympics Australia, I'll go along and we go along and present to a board meeting or go along and present to senior staff or whatever. And they say, this is absolutely fantastic. We really love it. This is an amazing program, but there's no follow-up. Whereas, the other partner organisations will say, this is a fantastic program. We really love it. Here's what we can do, or here's what we will do. And I don't understand it. I don't understand how sporting organisations cannot perceive the value of their history. And I know it's a common theme with people who work in sport history with sporting organisations, even professional organisations. I don't think that there's that really wide understanding, with some exceptions, of the need to put resources into a program and the return that it gives them on that investment.
Thank you. Greg, I can see your hand raised.
I've been a volunteer member of the Commonwealth Games History Heritage Group, and I've noticed how it is dependent on a person within the organisation for work to be done. So when I joined, there was somebody who was very keen. They're organising information digitisation, lots of things involving historians. When that person left, it has stopped. What they're very good at doing, and something that Jane mentioned, I go to their meetings and most of it's spent on who's going to win an award. They're very focused on recognition, but not the why someone is being recognised and the information surrounding that. So sadly, they are very fixated on awards, and the heritage is something would be nice, but it really is right at the back burner for most.
Want to add to that? Yes.
I'm coming from some but the argument for the work that I do is engaging a lot of the job is engaging the alumni community, and they are source of funding. So it's kind of surprising to me that sporting organisations would not, the history and heritage, engage former volunteers, players, etc. And then by building that community, then you can argue that because all these organisations need volunteers going forward, by building this community, don't you then possibly bring in new volunteers and make people feel a part of this long heritage of demonstrators, players, volunteers, etc. So where I'm coming at it, the argument is, well, down the track we will get -3 investment, and maybe that would be the same for organisations, but just community building has pretty tangible benefits besides just the nice to have.
I don't know, do we have time for another question or one more? One more? Yes?
Okay. When the organisation first set up, the roles of president, treasurer, secretary, were they filled by existing sports people or by parents or whatever? And is that still the same today? There's a bit of change.
They were filled usually by age group athletes. And it's funny, actually, I mean, they had to do concerted programs to involve youth and juniors and young people, but generally triathlon was attracting more, majority of people I would have said would not be youth or young people. It was like more middle-aged or not young adult, but sort of adult onwards. So it was those mostly in the beginning, and maybe a little bit more women now, but mostly men who were like enthusiasts, and they just wanted to make sure that they had safe races to compete in. That was basically grassroots event organisers, like, we want some races. They start to put them on there and go, oh my gosh, we better take out insurance because someone came off the bike and we didn't have any funds. So then they go, oh, but we can't get insurance until we're organised and so on. So that was in the beginning. Now you still have mostly the same sort of people participating in governance, but you have more. There are also more women, mostly because they float around all the organisations doing the women in leadership on board sorts of things, and there's a whole group of women who do that, which is kind of good. But I'd rather have more authenticity to someone to their contribution. And there are a lot of men who do that as well, where basically it's just career building now. And so your boards are just people who don't necessarily have dabbled in triathlon and dabbled in the sport, but aren't really necessarily significantly involved in the sport over a long period of time. And that's why you have that short sort of like memory and minimal sense of history. So they're quite happy for someone like me to come along and say, well, here's the history. So parents of juniors, sometimes there might be a few of those, but not many. Mostly it's enthusiasts who just enthusiasts or CV builders.
So have you seen a difference in the way the reports have been written?
It's very managerial. So it's partly not just because of those sorts of people. It's partly also with government funding, with IOC recognition. They have to put on this facade of say, they have to look like professional institutions. So yeah, the annual reports, the administration is all about those strategic plans and showing that they're looking at diversity and they're looking at this and they're looking at that. But in the long run, behind the scenes, there's very little money. They're reliant on volunteers. When there's no volunteers, things fall over. If there's one person in the key role and they get busy or they get sick or whatever, then suddenly something's not done and you have a really bad year because everything's slipped through the cracks. I'm not selling these institutions very well, but that's the reality as it looks like to me.
That's great. Thank you. I'm sure Jane and Tony will answer any further questions via email. I think, Matt, you were going to send us off today. It's been a pleasure. So I'll pass on the torch.
Thank you, Taylor.
Thank you.
Okay. I won't take up too much time because it's the end of a long day. We've had a lot of fantastic papers. We'd just like to thank everyone for both here and online for coming along and for giving papers. I think everyone's got a lot out of them, and it's been a really interesting day. I just thought I'd quickly just wrap up by pointing to a few themes that I noticed. I'm sure everyone's got sort of taken different things out of today. The sort of idea of this symposium was about creating connections. I think sport is, I've always found it to be a connector of different, being part of organisations, meeting people, and so on. And public history is also a way of connecting with people, with organisations, with new networks, and so on. And we wanted to try and see what happened when we connected sport history and public history. And there is a natural affinity, I think, there with sporting public history. Some of the themes that I noticed was, so shared historical memory was something that came up, whether that was through the internationalisation of Aikido, participatory archives, the applied therapeutic practices, shared historical memory between Indigenous and non-Indigenous researchers and readers and communities, public memory in places, buildings and institutions, and even with nostalgia, and we unpack that a little bit too in terms of memory. The transmission of historical knowledge was another theme, I think, and that happens obviously through museums and cultural institutions, but also through street art, through industry collaboration, through oral histories, reenactments and partnerships of different kinds. Both of those things, historical memory and transmission of historical knowledge, then relate to, I think, to belonging and community, whether that happens in places or through activities, through volunteerism, and participation in projects, and creating new connections as part of that. We also heard about tensions of different kinds between grassroots and professional corporate sporting bodies, between private lives and public history, between city and regions, memory and accuracy, and rhetoric and reality. But overwhelmingly, I think, listening to all these papers, I got a sense that history matters in lots of different ways. It is, if not always completely understood by those industries, but it is useful for industries and for organisations. It's certainly meaningful to individuals and communities. And we've seen in lots of the papers today that people are deeply invested in history and care about it to the point where they will volunteer their time and participate in all sorts of historical projects. And again, listening to the papers, public history and sport seems like a really productive space to explore a lot of those themes. And so today was really, about, me, Tanya and Keith, we all do public history of different kinds, and Tanya and Keith have both done a lot of sport history. I have a long-term interest in sport and dabble in sports history. So we wanted to really just create a space for some dialogue and see what happened. We got, when we set out the call for papers, we got more than twice as many papers as we could fit into the day. So unfortunately, we couldn't include everyone that we would have liked to include, because all the papers that were submitted were really interesting. So we do plan to put together at least one special edition around themes. We might end up with, we'll see how many people want to be involved and where we go with it, but there certainly seems possibility for different types of publications around either different themes or in different types of journals. So we thought what we might do is we'll just email around to everyone once once the dust has settled and we've had a few days to think about it, and just to gauge who's interested in being involved in some sort of publication process and any sort of future discussions or collaborations or whatnot. But yeah, so we'll just be in touch, and please also be in touch, and we'll keep chatting. But yeah, thank you very much for coming today. Really appreciate it. Thanks to everyone online.
Thank you. Quickly, thank you everyone. And I forgot to mention at the very start that this is also co-organised by the International Federation of Public History, hence the international aspect. And we are hoping to continue this conversation next year at our 7th International Conference in Luxembourg in September. So tune in then. That will be another fully hybrid conference for those of you who like to attend conferences online or in person, should you be in Luxembourg in September. Anyway, take care, everyone. Thank you very much for your contributions. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Pleasure. I think you're lovely to meet you in person, Les. Bye-bye. I was trying to figure out how to stop the recording because I thought I don't look like I've got the capacity.
Oh.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think once you finish it, it will just.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It'll just.
Thank you. That's right. Lovely to see you. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, me too.
Okay, this is
I
gonna.
know if I've just left meeting.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Okay.